Tantor Audio presents The Anatomist's Wife by Anna Lee Huber, narrated by Heather Wilds. Chapter 1. Be sure to live your life, because you are a long time dead. Scottish proverb. August, 1830. Scotland. The scream froze me in my tracks, but the shout that followed propelled me out of my indecision and around the hedge line of the maze. Lady Lydia Perkins continued to shriek at ear-piercing levels, while her escort, Mr. Tuthill, stared wide-eyed at the alcove across the path. Alarmed by the pallor of his face, and the hysterical edge to Lady Lydia's cries, I wondered if perhaps I should have turned back to search for help instead of rushing blindly toward them. I shuffled closer to see what had so disturbed them, and what I saw there sucked the breath from my lungs. Lady Godwin lay draped across a stone bench set into the alcove. Her eyes stared sightlessly into the night sky, and her mouth seemed frozen open on a scream. Blood coated her neck and lower face, and spread down across her chest, obscuring her delicate skin and soaking the golden bodice of her gown. I stumbled back a step and clasped a hand over my mouth. Death was not unfamiliar to me. I had seen more than my fair share of corpses in my lifetime, and I had been quite happy to escape them for the last 16 months, so I hardly relished the appearance of yet another one, and in my sister's garden no less. I shivered, feeling the fear and shadows stir inside me I had worked so hard to lay to rest since my husband's death. Lady Lydia's screams, which had transformed into a buzzing in my head, ended abruptly as she collapsed into Mr. Tuthill's embrace. I tore my gaze away from the corpse to watch him struggle with the girl's unconscious form. Lady Lydia was not exactly a small girl, but he managed to heft the Earl's sister into his arms nonetheless. Juggling her bulk, he cast a rather desperate look my way, and I wondered whether it was a plea for help, or if he was worried I might also faint. Before I could reassure him of my fortitude, reinforcements arrived. Footsteps pounded over the earth, accompanied by several curses, as they struggled to locate the correct path through the maze. Lord Stratford was the first of my sister's guests to appear around the bend in the hedges, followed closely by Mr. Fitzpatrick and Sir David. They skidded to a halt before us, and exchanged glances before edging closer to peer into the leafy recess where I pointed. Sir David sucked in a breath so harshly I worried he might have swallowed his tongue. My eyes dropped from their horrified faces, unable to deal with the sight of their emotions when mine was still so raw. I studied the misaligned buttons of Lord Stratford's coat, and the mud splattered across Mr. Fitzpatrick's trousers, anything to keep my gaze from meeting theirs. More and more people rounded the hedge of the maze, demanding to know what the clamour was all about. They pushed closer, horrified fascination glittering in their eyes as they jostled each other for a better view. Several ladies shrieked in alarm, as word of Lady Godwin's murder travelled back through the crowd, and I heard the resulting tumult from at least one gentlewoman passing out. I shrank back into the hedges, wishing there was some place I could hide from their prying eyes. If only the leafy walls would open and allow me inside. My heart raced in panic, as it had so many times during that last month I spent in London. Here now, let's all remain calm. A sigh of relief trembled through me at the sound of my brother-in-law's voice. Philip, the Earl of Cromarty, pushed his way to the front of the mob and ordered several of the men to move everyone back, ignoring all of the protests. He spotted me, and his handsome face creased in worry. "Are you all right, Kiera?" he murmured, placing a hand on my shoulder. I nodded hesitantly, wanting to convince him I was well, and yet knowing it would do no good to force a brave face. Philip would realize how far away I wished myself. No one had forgotten my past, not him, not the other guests, and especially not me. He bowed his head in acknowledgement before turning to the sight in the alcove. I listened absently to his hushed conversation with the other men, wondering when I could leave and whether anyone would say anything if I slipped past Mr. Tuthill deeper into the maze. I wrapped my arms around myself and studied my route of escape out of the corner of my eye. Perhaps, if I were cautious, no one would notice. "Let me pass," a pretentious voice in the crowd demanded. I pondered which obnoxious male thought he deserved access to the scene, and had just decided it must be Lord Marsdale, the Duke of Norwich's heir, when Mr. Gage slid into view. Of course, the estimable Mr. Sebastian Gage, son of the newly minted Captain Lord Gage, war hero and London's gentleman inquiry agent. I scowled. What made this golden Lothario think he should be there? His father was the one with the investigation skills and reputation to back them up. As far as I could tell, Mr. Gage's only talents seemed to be charming his way into house-party invitations and underneath ladies' skirts. He tugged his black silk waistcoat into place and brushed his tousled blonde hair back from his forehead. I narrowed my eyes, wondering just what he had been doing when Lady Lydia started screaming, and with whom. I vaguely recalled him flirting with Mrs. Klein at dinner. Before I had long to contemplate the matter, a strident voice called out from the crowd, "Lady Darby is in there!" I stiffened as a gasp ran through the crowd. Behind the hedge, it appeared my efforts to go unnoticed had failed. "Did they finally catch her in the act?" the woman asked. "The butcher's wife," another one muttered. I tightened my arms around my body, swallowing the fear and anger that gathered at the back of my throat at hearing the old refrain. "You know that is absolute nonsense," my sister exclaimed, joining the group behind the hedgerow. "Not this time," Lady Westlock declared with decided relish. "She's been caught red-handed. First one at the scene, wasn't she?" I glanced sideways at Mr. Gage, who was now watching me with solemn interest. "Actually," Mr. Tuthill spoke up meekly, still cradling the Earl's daughter. He looked like he was struggling to keep her aloft. "Lady Lydia and I came upon Lady Godwin first." That silenced Lady Westlock, but only for a moment. "That still doesn't make Lady Darby innocent." "That is enough!" My sister Alana burst through the men blocking her access to the alcove. She marched to my side and wrapped her arm around my shoulders. "I will not listen to any more of this ridiculousness. I suggest that anyone who is not assisting Lord Cromarty return to the castle." She gestured for Sir David to assist Mr. Tuthill with Lady Lydia before tugging me toward the exit, leaving the matter of Lady Godwin's body to Philip. "You cannot protect her forever," Mrs. Smythe snapped as we passed. "She must answer for her actions." "When they are her actions to answer for," Alana replied without breaking her stride. She had always been a force to be reckoned with when she chose to be, and I was once again reminded how grateful I was she was my older sister. The guests slowly began to trickle back through the maze as Alana shooed them along ahead of us. Lady Westlock glared at me and huffed, jiggling her double chin. Angry that once again I was to be subjected to more gossip, ridicule, and vicious name-calling, I lifted my hands and blinked innocently. "Look, my lady, no red." She spluttered, and several of the other ladies gasped in indignation, fanning their faces as if they might swoon. A few of the men chuckled nervously. My sister pulled me harder through the crowd, wrenching my shoulder in her rush to distance us from the mob while they were all distracted. She shook her head. "You just couldn't resist, could you?" "Sorry," I murmured, even though we both knew that I wasn't. Alana sighed. Chapter 2. The remainder of the evening was subdued, as was to be expected. Most of the guests chose to assemble in one of my sister's 2 parlours to rehash the details of what happened in the garden and share their expert knowledge. Lady Lydia recovered quickly upon returning to the castle, and was even now holding court in the front parlour, describing her ordeal in excruciating detail. I decided to make myself scarce, checking on my nieces and nephew in the nursery before slipping into the library to sit silently in my favourite spot. It was there that Alana found me just before midnight. "I'm getting too old to keep climbing these stairs," she declared, dropping her skirts into place as she reached the top step. "Why can't you hide in normal places, like your bedchamber or your art studio?" I smiled tightly. "Because then people would find me." Alana sighed and sank into the sofa next to me. "Did you not wish for me to find you, dear?" I leaned my head on her shoulder. "No, you're fine." She rested her head on top of mine. We sat that way for several minutes, staring past the wooden banister, out at the ceiling of the library. A large mural depicting the life of St. Andrew, patron saint of Scotland, covered the entire space from one wall to another. Though it was certainly not the work of Michelangelo, it had a charming rustic quality I found soothing. None of the colours were deep or the lines sharp, but the muted shades and blurred lines were somehow appropriate to its location, in the far north of the Highlands. Alana had asked me once why I liked the library loft so much, but I hadn't been able to explain it to her. Perhaps there was some sense of peace being so high above it all, with the saint on the ceiling my closest neighbour. All I knew was that I always felt better, that my thoughts were always clearer, when I was curled up in the little space below the eaves. "Philip sent me to find you," Alana said. "He wishes to speak to all of the guests in the front parlour." She paused, and I knew her thoughts had returned to the scene in the garden. "I'm sorry you had to hear those accusations again. I would send Lady Westlock and Mrs. Smythe away except for the lateness of the hour and our distance from any decent lodging." I nodded and reached back to squeeze her hand where it lay over my shoulder. Alana knew I had come here to hide from just such a thing, but I did not blame her for this evening's outburst. Alana and Philip had not invited guests to Gairloch Castle since my arrival nearly 16 months ago. When they asked my permission to throw this house party, I felt like the veriest ogre that they felt the need to do so. After all, they were the ones who sheltered me, supported me, and though they never complained, I knew the burden I brought with me. The sales of my artwork, done under an assumed name, of course, provided me with some funds, but Philip refused to take even a penny of it. He encouraged me to save it, to invest it, and he was more than happy to assist me in that regard. However, he would not take payment for my food and lodging. "I suppose Philip has sent for the local coroner," I said, fidgeting with the lace trim of my gown. "And they will want to question me." "Yes and no." Hearing the hesitation in Alana's voice, I looked up. Her deep blue eyes, so like my own, were clouded with worry. "I think we'd better hear what Philip has to say. Come on." She groaned like a woman closer to 60 than 30 as she pushed up from the sofa. I allowed her to take my hand and lead me down the steep spiral staircase, as if we were still young children. Sometimes I still felt like one, hiding away in my older sister's castle, following her instructions, as I'd done most of my life. When living with Alana, I learned long ago it was much easier to simply comply with her wishes than to argue over every last detail, especially when the outcome of the dispute hardly mattered to me. For almost the entire past year, I had obeyed her requests without question, not caring what clothes I wore or food I ate. The only part of my life in which my sister had no say was my artwork, and she knew better than to offer her opinion on that. The front parlour was located off the great hall near the main entrance to the castle, overlooking the circular drive and the loch beyond. It was monstrous in proportion. Philip's grandmother had decided the former drawing room was too small, So she had removed the wall between it and the parlour to create one cavernous chamber. The shades of chromaty livery, scarlet and ebony adorned the room, intermixed with neutrals and a liberal sprinkling of gilding and mirrors. It was the showpiece of Gairloch Castle, and, having been redecorated during the time of Georgian overindulgence, hideous. I always felt that I had wandered into some monstrosity of French Rococo excess. Alana agreed, but had yet to work up the nerve to tackle the daunting space. The buzz of agitated voices increased as we stepped through the door. I had done my best to stand in Alana's shadow, hovering behind her as she stepped to the side just within the doorway, but apparently my efforts to go unnoticed had been in vain. Some of the guests' eyes narrowed into suspicious glares as they leaned toward one another, whispering about me. Though I could not hear their words, the skin at the back of my neck prickled, for I knew the accusations being bandied about me. I crossed my arms over my chest and tried to ignore the sick feeling in my stomach. Most of the guests seemed to be present, but not all. I noticed Lady Stratford was missing, though her wayward husband, the Earl of Stratford, stood near the sideboard with several other gentlemen, including the Marquess of Marsdale, drinking my brother-in-law's fine whisky. Philip's cousin, Caroline, was also absent, as well as many of the other young, unwed females. Lord Westlock and the other gentlemen Philip had invited specifically to discuss business matters were gathered near the hearth, while their wives sat on the arrangement of furniture before them, gossiping and sending me spiteful glances. I shifted uncomfortably, wondering how long we would have to wait for Philip to address us. I considered going to search for him, but then he entered the room through the second doorway. He glanced briefly around the room at those assembled, before nodding to Alana and me. As he moved forward to address the group, I noticed for the first time the man lurking behind him, though why I should be surprised, I didn't know. Of course Mr. Gage would be eager to hover about Philip. He wasn't one to miss being at the centre of attention. I felt a pulse of annoyance, of dislike for the popular rogue, and wondered what he and Philip had been discussing that had so delayed them. Was Philip allowing Mr. Gage to conduct an investigation? I hope Philip realized that just because Mr. Gage's father was skilled in such matters, it didn't mean his son knew how to conduct a proper inquiry. "If I could have your attention, please." Philip raised his voice to be heard over the rumble of voices. "This has been a long and unpleasant evening, and I'm sure you would all like to retire to your chambers, so I will make this as brief as possible." Their attention caught. The room fell silent. "First of all, I know you are all concerned with the tragedy that befell Lady Godwin this evening, and I want to assure you that everything possible is being done to apprehend the culprit." Philip's gaze swept calmly over everyone as he spoke, as reassuring as any of his words. "Lady Godwin's body has been secured, and a pair of riders has been dispatched to collect the appropriate authorities from Inverness." "Inverness?" Lord Westlock snapped, clearly voicing what was on the minds of everyone else as they turned to whisper to one another in horror. Even I was taken aback by the news. "But that's at least 2 days' hard ride to the south-east," the silver-haired Baron protested. Philip lifted his hands to calm the excited murmurs. "I'm well aware, but unfortunately we have no other choice. The closest procurator fiscals are located in Fort William and Inverness, and both are several days' journey from here." "But aren't you the local magistrate? Can't you adjudicate?" "I'm afraid not," Philip replied, with a sad shake of his head. "The crime happened on my property. If it were theft, or even the demise of a servant, perhaps I could handle matters. But with Lady Godwin being a viscountess and her husband in India, I cannot adjudicate over this unfortunate event. My only recourse was to send for the procurator fiscal at Inverness." "But that means—" Mr. Fitzpatrick's eyes darted nervously between Philip and the other guests. "He won't arrive for another 4 days." Philip seemed reluctant to admit this, but he really had no choice. "Yes." The other guests all began talking at once, arguing with one another about the absurdity of living so far from civilization. The pitch of their voices increased with their panic. "But see here," one gentleman demanded. "This has no effect on us. My wife and I are leaving at first light." Several others chimed in with their agreement. "I'm afraid that's impossible," Philip interrupted. "What do you mean?" someone asked. I watched as Philip visibly steeled himself. "Until the procurator fiscal arrives and is able to investigate the murder and interview any potential witnesses, none of you will be allowed to leave." "But why?" Lady Darlington asked. "I haven't witnessed anything." Philip turned to look at her. "You may not realize you have until you are questioned." "But how could we?" Lord Marsdale argued with a flippant smirk. "Surely the murderer isn't one of us." The guests turned to stare at one another, wide-eyed, as if realizing for the first time the other unspoken reason that Philip could not let any of them leave. Alana reached over to grip my hand. "This is ridiculous," another gentleman declared. "I'm no murderer, and I won't be treated like one." And that statement set everyone off arguing again. "Please." Philip's countenance was growing more and more haggard with each pronouncement. "Everyone, let's remain calm. No one is accusing anyone of any crime yet, but I must take steps to secure the witnesses and, yes, possible suspects, until the authorities reach us." He looked directly at the ladies. "Now, I realize that you're understandably apprehensive. That is why I ask that you do not go off alone. Keep in pairs, though groups of 3 or 4 would be best, and instruct your servants to do the same." I shivered, thinking of the number of times I had taken to the countryside alone, especially in the last few days since the house party guests had arrived. "In the meantime," he glanced back at Mr. Gage, and I felt something inside of me clench with dread. "I've asked Mr. Gage to conduct an inquiry of his own into the matter, so I must ask all of you to cooperate with him fully. I can tell you right now who's responsible. No need for an inquiry," Lady Westlock muttered under her breath, loud enough for most to hear. Her spiteful gaze bored into me. Alana stiffened beside me. "Come," she told me with a nudge toward the door. "It's time for us to leave. We'll wait for Philip in his study." Feeling his eyes on me, I glanced up to find Mr. Gage watching me intently as we exited the room. I wanted to snap back, to defend myself, but I knew now was not the time, and that few, if any of them, would listen to me. So I followed my sister sullenly from the room, angry to find myself once again in such a defensive position. Philip's study was in a room nestled between the library and the family parlour at the back of the castle. It was not particularly large, especially when compared to the chambers adjoining it, but it was cosy and comfortable. I had spent more than one cold winter night curled up with a book in one of the 2 red wingback chairs, while my sister claimed the other, and Philip worked at his desk. The large stone fireplace and low plastered ceilings enabled the room to hold much more heat than any of the places we normally spent our evenings. Alana sank into one of the chairs while I slowly paced the perimeter of the room. I was too rattled to relax while waiting for Philip to appear. Would the guest's accusations make my brother-in-law begin to doubt my innocence? Would he finally tire of sheltering me? I knew he was a good man, and did not believe me mad so much as eccentric, but he and his family had suffered a great deal of ridicule on my behalf. I would not blame him if he suddenly decided I was too much trouble. I sighed, looking up at the walls to study the tapestries woven with ancient Highland battle scenes in rich greens, browns, and reds. The cloth was mottled and faded with the dust and the patina of time, but it still spoke of the weaver's talent. When I first came here, still raw from the inquiries after my husband's death, I tried painting a landscape to match. Philip hung it over the fireplace, delighted with the depiction of his Highland home, even though I knew it wasn't representative of my best work. The portrait of Alana hanging in the front parlour and the wedding portrait in their bedchamber were far more skilfully wrought. People captured my eye, my brush, not forests or rivers or castles. And if the person somehow managed to touch my heart, it was all the better. Like my sister's portrait, or the study I made of our nursery maid, Betsy, or the sketch of Frederick Oliver. I shook my head, not wanting to think about the man, not after what happened tonight. I was grateful when I heard Philip approach, interrupting my morose musings, but not so much so when I turned around. Well, the guests certainly did not all take our news well, Philip declared, reaching down to lift Alana's hand and kiss it. I thought we might never escape the parlour. Mr. Gage appeared just behind my brother-in-law's shoulder, and his gaze immediately searched out mine. I resisted the urge to scowl at him, knowing my displeasure would only fuel his obvious suspicion. "Kiera, why didn't you take a seat?" Philip suggested, pulling my eyes away from Mr. Gage's pale blue ones. Philip's brogue had deepened, as I'd noticed it often did when he was tired. Like most aristocratic Scots, his accent had been educated out of him until he sounded like any upper-class Englishman. But on nights like the one when Alana had nursed their son Malcolm through a dangerous fever, while Philip and I sat up waiting for news, by morning his accent was as thick as any Highlander's. I thought about arguing, but seeing my brother-in-law's obvious fatigue and the warm regard with which he looked upon me, I decided to obey. Things could not be so bad if he still viewed me in such a manner. Philip might have a seat in the House of Lords, but he could never be duplicitous. Unlike Mr. Gage, from all I'd witnessed, deceit and charm seemed the hallmarks of his trade. In any case, whether they like it or not, I've delivered my instructions. Philip propped one leg up on the corner of his desk and scraped a hand down his face, bristling over the stubble beginning to show there. Now, let's hope they can remain calm and keep their heads about them until the Procurator Fiscal from Inverness arrives. He sounded doubtful that was possible. Speaking of which, do you know where Lady Godwin's family lives? He asked his wife. I dinna think I've ever heard the lady speak of her kin. I sent a letter to be posted to Lord Godwin with the servants riding for Inverness, but who knows how long it'll take to reach him in India. She tilted her head in thought. She asked me to send a footman to meet the mail coach in Drumcork this morning, with a letter for her sister. I glanced at Alana in curious surprise. Lady Godwin must have been quite eager for that letter to reach her sister, if she'd asked Alana to send a footman especially to meet the mail coach. I believe the girl lives in Shropshire. She shook her head in frustration. Perhaps the footman will remember the letter's exact direction. 'Tis no matter. Philip shrugged. I'm sure one of the other guests will know if the footman can't recall. Mr. Gage can ask them about it. Ah, yes. I heard you say you've asked Mr. Gage to begin an inquiry of his own into the matter. Alana examined the man before us with the same curiosity I felt. Have you conducted many inquiries, Mr. Gage? Her tone was laced with light curiosity, but I knew my sister nursed the same skepticism I did. I pressed my hands against my thighs, rumpling the fine Parisian blue muslin between my fingers, grateful she had voiced the same question I had been struggling not to ask. Mr. Gage, meanwhile, appeared perfectly at ease in his dark evening clothes, leaning against the wall near the window, his arms crossed over his chest. I have assisted my father many times. Alana glanced at me. We both knew what that meant. Mr. Gage's face twisted subtly in irritation before smoothing out. I assure you, I am more than capable of handling this investigation. You ladies have nothing to worry about. I was not fast enough to suppress my snort and was forced to raise my hand to my mouth and cough to try to cover it. Mr. Gage was not fooled, for his brow darkened. Are you all right? Philip asked, raising a single eyebrow in chastisement. Of course, I replied, glancing at Alana, who was studying the red and white floral pattern on her goldenrod skirts intensely. I suspected she was trying not to laugh. "Good, because I have a favour to ask of you." My eyes jumped back to my brother-in-law. My back stiffened when I saw his troubled frown. Whatever the favour was, Philip did not like asking it. I swallowed carefully before nodding for him to continue. "I've asked Mr. Gage to conduct the investigation, but I would like you to assist him." My eyes widened. "What?" Mr. Gage exclaimed, straightening from his practiced slouch. Alana reacted no better. "Are you daft?" "Now wait." Philip raised his hands. "Hear me out." I kept my lips firmly shut, trying to suppress the quaking I felt in my stomach as I waited for his next expected words. Alana's mouth was also taut, but more from anger than fear. Philip sighed. "No matter how tragic the circumstances, Kiera does have experience with this sort of thing." "Philip!" Alana scolded. "I'm not forcing her to do it, Alana. I'm simply asking," he argued. "The local surgeon passed less than a month ago, and they've yet to replace him. Otherwise, I would have sent word for him to come. While Gage has often assisted his father, he has little experience with murder." He gestured absently toward the man, who scowled. "If we're gonna be trapped here for 4 days or more with all of these guests and likely our murderer, I'd like to make every effort to catch him, in case there's a chance he intends to strike again." I suppressed a shiver, straining to keep my reaction from the other's notice. Would the killer attack someone else? I blinked slowly, remembering the gruesome sight of Lady Godwin's body. What kind of madman did we have on our hands? Alana pressed her palms to her stomach and shook her head in bewilderment. I hadn't thought of that. I heard you say as much to the others, but—" Her troubled gaze lifted to her husband. "Are the children safe?" She suddenly looked frantic. Nothing could disturb my sister so, except concern for her children. "Darling, they're fine," he said, bending closer to look into my sister's face. "I promise you they're safe, Alana. I placed 2 footmen outside the nursery door and instructed them and the nursemaids that no one outside of our family is allowed near them without my express permission." Alana nodded, still looking shaken. I reached over to take her hand. "I saw them just a little over 2 hours ago." I tried to reassure her. They were being put to bed, and they all appeared to be fine. I should have checked on them," she stammered. "I was just so overwhelmed by the guests and their questions." She shook her head. "I should have looked in on them." "Stop that!" Philip took her face between his hands and stroked her cheekbones with his thumbs. "Our guests drove me to distraction just in the space of the 10 minutes it took to deliver my instructions. You've been dealing with them for over 3 hours. Of course you were overwhelmed." "Yes, but Kiera thought to check on the children," she said. I squeezed her hand and smiled sadly, because I was hiding. Alana knew I would never willingly associate with the guests, especially after the accusations flung at me in the garden, and again in the parlour, so I didn't bother to apologize for not assisting her. Perhaps I failed her in that regard, but my sister knew my shortcomings and understood them. She squeezed my hand in return before taking a deep breath. "All right?" Philip asked, staring lovingly into Alana's eyes. She nodded, and he leaned forward to drop a kiss on the top of her head. I glanced up at Mr. Gage. He was leaning against the wall once again, albeit less casually than before. His jaw was dusted with stubble, but the hairs were so light I could barely see them. I imagined they were as blonde as the hairs on his head. He was an attractive man. My artist's eye had to give him that. But the way he presented himself, his smug certainty that he was the most handsome man in the room, rankled me more than I wanted to admit. I had met good-looking men before, and most of them had been as aware of it as Mr. Gage, but they had always amused me, more than irritated me. "Now," Philip said, bringing us back to the matter at hand. "Kiera, I was asking if you would assist Mr. Gage." I watched his Adam's apple bob, and I knew he was forcing out the next words, "particularly with examining the body." I stared at him silently, uncertain how I was going to, or whether I even should, honour his request. I had been finished with dissections and corpses the moment Sir Anthony died, and been grateful for it. "Forgive me," Mr. Gage interjected with polite severity, "but I fail to comprehend this request." He gestured to me. "Why on earth would you want your sister-in-law to help me with such a matter?" I studied him warily. Did he truly not know? Philip seemed just as taken aback, for it took him a moment to reply. "Gage, what do you know about Lady Darby?" Mr. Gage glanced at me, almost in puzzlement. "Not much. I inferred there was some sort of scandal following her husband's death. Some of the guests seemed quite mistrustful of her. I gather many of them actually believe she should be our prime suspect." His gaze bored into mine, but I refused to be intimidated. He had told me nothing I didn't already know, didn't already suspect. I stared back at him and gave him nothing, not anger or shock or fear. I understood inquiry agents and their games, and I was not interested in playing. Philip cleared his throat, and I finally broke eye contact to look at him. He was asking my permission to speak. I shrugged. Gage could hear the facts, but I doubted he would decide to believe me innocent unless it served him. "Lady Darby is the wife of the late Sir Anthony Darby, a great anatomist and surgeon in his day. He even attended to the health of the royal family." Mr. Gage took in this information with a nod. At the time of Sir Anthony's death, he was working on a human anatomy textbook, a sort of definitive reference for fellow surgeons and medical students. When he embarked upon the project some 3 years earlier, he realized he would need an illustrator, an artist to depict the images. Philip glanced up at me nervously, but I did not move my eyes from the stone in the hearth I was staring at. Sir Anthony was rather frugal with his money. "He was a miser," Alana stated angrily. "Yes, well, he decided he would rather not pay an illustrator for his work if he didn't have to, so he married one." I did not look up to see how Mr. Gage had taken this bit of information. "My sister and our father were not made aware of his plans prior to the wedding," Alana told him. "I think if Papa had known what Sir Anthony was about, he would have shot him in a rather crucial part of his anatomy." Philip coughed. "When Sir Anthony died and one of his colleagues uncovered the finished pages of the book, the man raised an outcry against it. Apparently many of Sir Anthony's fellow surgeons and physicians knew he rather famously couldn't sketch, especially not with the amount of skill the anatomical drawings showed. It didn't take long for them to figure out who actually created them. Lady Darby is quite well known for her portraits." I could feel all of their eyes on me, and it took everything in me not to clutch my stomach where it roiled. I would never forget the looks of disgust on Sir Anthony's friends' and colleagues' faces as they accused me of unnatural tendencies and dragged me before a magistrate, or the horrible names and epithets hurled at me in public and in the papers. The butcher's wife, the sawbones siren. The people were still frantic over the recent trial of Burke and Hare in Edinburgh, and terrified that grave robbers turned murderers were also working in London, smothering their prey and delivering them to local surgeons for dissection. I was all too easy a target for their pent-up fears. High society had been particularly vicious, revealing their own fright over the resurrectionists, as well as their horror at discovering a gentlewoman involved in such grisly work as dissections. No one had understood. No one had even tried. Without Philip's and my own brother's intervention, I was certain I would be locked away in Bedlam Royal Hospital, or worse. "I assure you, the magistrate cleared Kiera of all wrongdoing," Philip told Mr. Gage. The room fell silent as Mr. Gage digested this information. I was simply thankful for another moment to collect myself. It did not matter that it happened over a year ago. It still rattled me to recall any of it. Alana reached out to take my hand, and I squeezed hers in return to reassure her, but I still did not move otherwise. "So, Lady Darby witnessed numerous dissections years ago," Mr. Gage remarked, as if he were restating someone's testimony, "and sketched them. How do you know that she even understands them? Perhaps she was just drawing what she saw. How do you know she can even contribute anything to an autopsy?" I laughed inside bitterly, as if I could ever forget. I looked straight into Mr. Gage's eyes. "I have never held a knife, but I can tell you where to make the cuts, how the intestines turn, what colour the liver should be, in my sleep." Mr. Gage did not flinch from the rawness of my words, but held my gaze steadily. He blinked only once, and seemed to come to some understanding, for he nodded slowly, just a single bob of his head. I felt some of the tension drain out of me. "Will you do it?" Philip asked. I looked at my sister. Alana was always so strong, so competent, so sure of herself, and she protected me like a fierce warrior maiden, like one of her children. She tried to look strong now, but I could see the fear in her eyes. I knew she would never ask this of me, would never expect it of me, but I had to do it. For her. For Malcolm, and Philippa, and little baby Greer. A murderer had invaded my sister's home, and I wasn't about to let him harm my sister's family, any more than he already had. "I'll do it," I said softly. My sister squeezed my hand again where she held it. A silent tear slid down her cheek, and I knew I had said the right thing. I glanced past Alana to the man standing beyond her. I knew Mr. Gage had witnessed our silent exchange, but I didn't care. I loved my sister. If that made me seem weak to this man, so be it. And so help me God if he tried to use that against me. I would hurt him far worse than this murderer ever could. Just because I had never held a knife did not mean I didn't know how to use one. If only I had known then how greatly such an assertion would be tested. Chapter 3. The chapel where Lady Godwin's body had been stored was located on the far western end of Gairloch Castle. It often bore the brunt of the ferocious winds coming off Loch Ewe in winter, blocking the rest of the castle from a direct blow. Being the coldest part of the estate, the western block was rarely used anymore, and at an hour past midnight, the rooms and hallways that were shrouded and dusty from disuse felt eerily vacant. I shivered as we marched down the corridor, grateful I had thrown a shawl over my shoulders before we set out. The lantern Mr. Gage carried barely peeled back the darkness around us, and certainly did nothing to heat the draughty hallway. Much as I had decided to dislike him, I found myself shifting ever closer to his body, trying to stay as close to the center of the circle of light as possible. I realized we could have waited until dawn to examine Lady Godwin's body. She would stay fresh enough in the chapel cellar. But I had decided it would be better to have the task over and done with. Procrastinating was not going to make it any easier, and I knew I would never get any sleep that night regardless. Mr. Gage had readily agreed, and I wondered if perhaps he felt the same way. The clatter of our footfalls echoed off the old stone, the only sound other than the creak of the swinging lantern. The silence unsettled me, but I somehow felt speaking would only make it worse, as if making conversation somehow demeaned the seriousness of our undertaking. Besides, what would we talk about? The weather? The party? It all just seemed foolish. I wrapped my shawl tighter around me. I didn't even really know Lady Godwin. In the week she spent at Gairloch, I discovered she was a flirt, and many of the men seemed to fancy her. After all, she was beautiful, but in the superficial way that wealthy ladies often are. I believe I'd only spoken 2 words to her during her stay, an excuse me, as she nearly bumped into me in the hall one evening, and now I was about to view more of her than any of her gentleman admirers had ever seen. The wooden chapel door appeared out of the darkness, at the end of the hall, just steps before we would have crashed into it. Mr. Gage lifted the latch and pushed it open with a mighty shove. It groaned in protest, sending a shiver down my spine. I stepped past him, just to the edge of the light, and studied the shadowy interior of the church. Moonlight poured through the tall, arched windows, casting a hallowed glow across the pews. 2 candelabras flanked the altar, where a single golden cross stood in the center, next to a stand propping up the Bible. The air smelled of damp and beeswax, and the musty scent of a chamber that has been too long sealed. Philip and Alana attended Sunday services in the village, so the castle chapel was rarely used. I imagined the housekeeper, Mrs. McLean, found it pointless to clean it weekly when it was used but once a year at Christmas time. Mr. Gage shut the door and dropped the wooden crossbar into place, locking us inside. He caught me watching him and shrugged. "Just taking precautions." My veins ran icy at the thought of someone with nefarious purposes following us here. Our desire for secrecy and privacy had been another advantage to conducting our examination of the body at night. But if the killer had been watching us, waiting to see what we would do... Something of the fear I felt must have shown on my face, for Mr. Gage lifted aside his coat to reveal a pistol tucked into the waistband of his trousers. It did not make me relax, but it did take away some of the breath-stealing panic. Perhaps I had underestimated Mr. Gage. If he had contemplated the danger we might be in and thought to bring a gun, maybe he wasn't so inexperienced. I followed him down the side of the chapel and into a small room to the right of the altar. Stacks of hymnals and extra candles covered a table, and a wardrobe containing vestments, no doubt, stood in the corner. He passed these items without a glance and walked straight to a door in the back left corner. I watched over his shoulder as he jiggled the key, which Philip had given us, inside the lock. The door opened to reveal a stairway, along the back wall of the chapel, leading downward. Rather than stumble along with a light at my back, I gestured for Mr. Gage to precede me. He took the stairs slowly, allowing me to easily keep up. I nearly turned around and fled back up the stairs when the stench of dried blood and perforated bowel rose up to fill my nostrils. As it was, I had to grip the banister tightly to keep from pitching forward. I had left the door open behind me, and I was acutely grateful for it. This place needed some fresh air. The impulse to retch was so strong. I wondered how Mr. Gage was holding up, and wished I had thought to bring a cloth of some kind to wrap around my nose. The wooden stairs creaked loudly as we reached the bottom. I hoped they had been inspected recently. The thought of being trapped down here with Lady Godwin's corpse made me unsteady. I reached out blindly and clung to the support of the bottom post. Mr. Gage moved toward a table positioned near the center of the cellar, where the body was laid. A sheet had been thrown over the corpse, but the blood had soaked through. There had simply been too much of it. He set the bucket he was carrying in his other hand down on the packed earth floor, sloshing the water inside it. The glow of the lantern he still held cast his shadow across the floor, and up the dirt wall behind him. Dislike or not, I was glad he was there with me. He turned back to look at me. "Are you all right?" How many times had someone asked me that this evening? I swallowed the bile I tasted at the back of my throat and released my grip on the stair post. "Of course," I replied. However, my voice lacked the certainty I had been aiming for. I crossed the room to set my bag down on another table, which was scattered with miscellaneous earthenware objects. The black portmanteau looked almost like a surgeon's satchel, but it carried far cruder instruments than the fine sterling silver implements my husband had used. 2 kitchen knives, a pair of pincers, several small vials for collecting any samples, towels, an apron, and an old pair of my kid leather gloves, which would most certainly be ruined after this. I tossed my shawl aside, despite the fact that I was still shivering from the cold, and quickly tied the apron around my body. Fortunately, the sleeves of my Parisian blue gown were already short, so I would not have to wrestle with them. As I pulled the worn gloves onto my fingers and fastened them, I focused on my breath. It was soaring in and out of me at a rapid pace, and I knew I had to slow it, and my racing heart, if I was going to make it through this without completely panicking or, worse, passing out. I had never fainted in my life, and the indignity of the idea of doing it in front of Mr. Gage did much to snap me out of my stupor. I stepped up to the table and stared down at the bloody sheet, trying to imagine I was back in my husband's private examining room. Sir Anthony had enjoyed the rush of performing his dissections as if he still stood in a crowded medical theatre. He had rarely allowed an audience of any kind in those days, while I stood behind him making sketches and taking notes. Later I understood why. But there had always been a showmanship to his movements, a pomposity to his voice, as if he were lecturing to an audience of hundreds. I had ignored the pretense and focused on the body before me, losing myself in capturing the beauty of the form, the harmony of the lines, the intricacies of its hidden mysteries. It was the only way I made it through those first few times. Looking down at Lady Godwin, I worried that none of the beauty that had so often called to me could be found on this table. I glanced up at Mr. Gage. He was studying the sheet in much the same way I was, with a mixture of curiosity and dread. "Are you ready?" I asked, pleased to hear how detached I sounded. He met my eyes, letting me know I was not alone in this, and nodded. Taking one last deep breath through my mouth, I steeled my nerves and reached out to slowly peel back the makeshift shroud. The first thing I noticed was the paleness of Lady Godwin's face. Her skin had already taken on the opaqueness of death, except for a dull red bruise that had blossomed from her left eyebrow down to her cheekbone. Someone had closed her eyes and mouth, which allowed her expression to appear more composed, but I still couldn't help but remember the mask of terror I had seen stamped there a few hours earlier. I quivered, feeling my impassiveness already begin to waver. My gaze slid down to where blood splattered her chin and lower face, to the ugly gash stretched across her neck. "He slit her throat," I murmured, stating the obvious. I was inexperienced with such a sight. Sir Anthony had opened several cadavers' necks for me to record the intricate workings inside, the bones, muscles, and nerves, the esophagus, windpipe, and vocal cords. But we had never viewed a corpse subjected to such a gruesome injury. The only observation I could contribute was that from the appearance of the cut, the killer had only needed to make one slice with his knife. I knew from watching Sir Anthony make his dissections that it would have taken a significant amount of force to make such a clean, precise cut. I suppressed a shudder and reached out to smooth back a strand of hair that had matted to the blood on her neck. "Wet rag," I said, holding out my hand. I waited for Mr. Gage to dunk one of the cloths I had brought in the bucket and give it to me. I carefully dabbed at the wound to wash away some of the tacky blood hiding it, feeling oddly detached from myself. I had never touched a corpse before, and Lady Godwin's body seemed so fragile beneath my fingers. The water ran in pink streams down her neck to the table below. The depth of the gash and the manner in which the skin peeled back from the wound made me flinch. "What?" Mr. Gage asked. "What is it?" I shook my head and swallowed, struggling to regain my composure. It's just an ugly wound. This one slash alone killed her. Any other wounds she may have suffered are just superfluous." His eyes slid back up to examine the bruise on her face, and then lifted to meet mine over Lady Godwin's head. "I can't tell whether she was struck before or after her neck was slit," I told him. "But I imagine there would be some sign of struggle if she had been hit before." I reached for her right hand and turned it over to look for any cuts, lacerations, or chipped nails. The left hand was more difficult to manage, for I had to reach across her blood-soaked bodice. The body had already begun to stiffen, and the elbow would not bend easily. Our eyes met once again across the corpse, and I could see the same confusion I felt reflected in Mr. Gage's eyes. It did not appear that Lady Godwin fought her murderer, which meant she probably knew the person, and even more disturbing, the attacker may have struck her after killing her. The bruise was too new for the blow to have been delivered earlier than that day. I didn't recall seeing a contusion there at dinner. My stomach slowly roiled, and I was forced to step back from the body for a moment. Did the body get dropped while it was being transported from the garden?" I asked, hoping maybe one of the men had lost his grip. Mr. Gage shook his head. His brow was furrowed in concern. "Clearly someone harboured a great deal of hatred toward the Viscountess." I felt that was somewhat of an understatement. Why would someone murder Lady Godwin and then strike her, as if killing her was not enough? It was appalling, and I was having a very difficult time dealing with it all. I looked up at Gage, blinking back the wetness in my eyes that I knew had as much to do with my overloaded emotions as the stink of blood and death. He had the courtesy, or perhaps the intelligence, not to ask me about it. "I never realized a neck wound could bleed so much," he stated, waving his hand over her bloody torso. I took in the state of Lady Godwin's bodice, my eyes sliding downward to her skirts, and frowned. Neck wounds certainly bled a great deal, but there was no way that this quantity of blood would have trickled down to her abdomen. I thought back to the sight of Lady Godwin laid across the garden bench, and the pools of blood collecting in the flounces of her skirt. "There's something else." He leaned in again as I smoothed my hands down her torso, smearing more blood across the gold fabric. The seam joining her bodice to her skirt had been carefully ripped open and then rearranged and tied back in place with the sash. I remembered the stench of perforated bowel I had smelled upon entering the cellar, and quickly reached out to undo the sash. Knowing what I would find, I didn't even flinch when I peered through the gap in the gown. Lady Godwin had been sliced open with 2 incisions forming a T over her lower abdomen. "My God!" Gage cried, raising his arm to bury his nose in his sleeve. "I don't think he had anything to do with this," I murmured, moving closer to peer at something that had caught my eye. "You're certainly right about that, but I don't understand why the killer made these 2 cuts," he puzzled, looking over my shoulder at what I was doing. "As you said, the neck wound alone would have killed her. Was this just another way of taking out his anger? Did he want to disfigure her womanhood in some way?" I slammed a hand down on the table beside the corpse to steady myself as my churning stomach lurched violently. I could feel Gage's eyes on my face as my cheeks drained of their last vestiges of colour. I think she was with child." Chapter 4. Somehow I managed to spin away from Lady Godwin's corpse before I emptied the contents of my stomach all over the cellar floor. With my hands held out in front of me, still coated in her blood, I retched. I couldn't stop imagining that poor baby's fate, her life so viciously ended. The Viscountess could not have been more than 5 months along. The still small swell of her belly had been easily kept hidden by the flounces of her gown. I now understood her strange deviation from the fashions with fitted waists and belts the other lady guests wore. Gage knelt down to support me, lacing his arm underneath mine to cup my shoulder. I panted, still shaking from the force of my stomach contractions. A handkerchief came around from behind me, and I allowed him to wipe my mouth and chin. It didn't even occur to me to feel embarrassed, for I was too overwhelmed by Lady Godwin's wounds. "Blow," he ordered, refolding the cloth and pressing it to my nose. I did as I was told, leaning back into the warmth his body radiated behind me. I closed my eyes as he removed the handkerchief. Taking deep breaths through my mouth, I remained in Gage's loose embrace until I felt my muscles steadying. He cupped my elbow to help me rise, and I immediately felt the loss of his comforting hold and heat. The cellar seemed much cooler than when we arrived, and my knees were quivering from kneeling over. I realized I was not as in control of myself as I thought. There was nothing more I could do here tonight. I needed to clean up and get out while I could still walk on my own 2 feet. I swallowed the acid coating my mouth and throat and stepped back toward Lady Godwin's corpse. "I think that's all we're going to discover tonight," I told Gage. My voice was rough and gravelly from my illness. "Of course," he replied, helping me place the sheet back over the body. "Wash the blood off your hands. The rest can be cleaned up later." I didn't argue. The quicker I was away from Lady Godwin's corpse, the better. Besides, I doubted the addition of vomit to the other stomach-churning stenches in the room would make much of a difference. Yanking the ruined gloves off my fingers, I plunged my arms into the bucket of cold water and scrubbed frantically at the red that had seeped through the worn fabric. Gage handed me a towel to dry my hands while he tugged at the ties of my apron. He clearly understood my hurry. Tossing the apron over my implement bag, I picked up my shawl and headed toward the stairs. The chapel above felt like London in July compared to the icy cold of the cellar. I made it midway through the sanctuary before collapsing onto the solid wood of a pew. Gage joined me a moment later. We sat quietly, listening to the winds off the bay rattle the windows, the only other sound besides my frantic breaths. I closed my eyes, feeling the rise and fall of my chest slow as I allowed the peace of the chapel to settle into my bones. Scotsmen had come here for centuries, desperate, remorseful, and grieving, in search of solitude and comfort from their Maker. I felt their ghosts filling the benches around me, offering up their silent prayers. It made my fear and distress somehow easier to manage, knowing I was in their company. That, and the pressure of Gage's sleeve against my own. It appeared I had greatly misjudged him. So far he had been steadier than I, and the fact that he had not lorded it over me or belittled my effort earned my respect and tentative trust. It was tempting to lean into his solid presence, a reaction I couldn't remember ever happening with a man outside of my family. I had never felt so comfortable with Sir Anthony, not even in the early days of our short courtship and marriage. It was puzzling and slightly unnerving. I sighed, catching a small whiff of his spicy cologne. It helped to clear the lingering stench of the cellar from my nose. "I should thank you," Gage said softly. His tone sounded almost reluctant. I glanced up at him, but his gaze remained focused on the altar in front of us. I never would have uncovered the fact that Lady Godwin was expecting. His eyes finally met mine, but it was too dark to truly see into them. The lantern on the floor at his feet gilded his golden hair, but shadowed the features of his face. I turned away, uncertain how to respond. "Could you tell how far along she was?" he asked, saving me from coming up with a reply. "No more than 5 months. The skin of her stomach was not overly stretched. I never noticed she was showing," I said, recalling the way she had flitted about the parlour only the night before. Gage nodded, clearly having thought of the same thing. "Are you certain she was with child?" he queried. "Could the killer simply have been disfiguring her?" I blinked slowly, remembering the coil of the severed umbilical cord. "She was enceinte," I stated decisively. He nodded again, accepting my word without further argument. "So there is a missing baby somewhere," he sighed. "Was there anything else you noticed? Anything that might help us?" In my mind, I cautiously returned to the scene downstairs and tried to think like Sir Anthony, like one of his students. But I didn't think like a surgeon. I thought like an artist. I saw everything as it was, the contours, the colours, the rhythm, not how it should be. My mind did not try to correct an image, but capture it. I wrapped my shawl tighter around me and ignored my frustration over what I didn't have the education for, and instead focused on what I did. Beyond the inflicted wounds, I noticed no particular signs of deterioration or illness. Her bowel would have been fine except... I paused, realizing something. The cut at her neck was made precisely and, I would venture to add, with some skill, but the incisions on her abdomen were jagged, awkward. I suppose that could be attributed to a certain amount of struggling from Lady Godwin, but I dare say she died, or at least passed out, before her murderer sliced into her abdomen. I glanced at Gage, who had begun to run his index finger over his lips as he thought. Maybe our murderer has no experience cutting body parts other than the neck. Or they were emotionally distraught, I added. Or, he looked up at me, we're dealing with more than one person. Perhaps our murderer had an accomplice. I nodded. I had been thinking of one man as well, but we could be dealing with multiple villains. And though I suspected the person who sliced Lady Godwin's neck was a man, the accomplice could have been a man or a woman. Whoever it was, they likely got blood on themselves. Blood sprays when the jugular vein is cut in the neck. I highly doubt they escaped without becoming soiled by it, as well as the mess they made of her abdomen. I had thought of that. Your brother-in-law's staff has been instructed to inform me if they discover blood anywhere on the estate, be it clothing, linens, or the floor. He leaned forward in the pew, propping his elbows on his knees. Lady Godwin must have been murdered right there in the garden, sometime after dinner. I nodded. There had been too much blood on and around the stone bench for it to make any sense otherwise. I needed to examine the scene. Perhaps there was some clue as to the location of the baby, or the manner of the initial assault. I also wanted to compare the imprint of Lady Godwin's body with the wounds I found. I was about to tell Gage so when he made an urgent gesture with his hands. The killer must have been aware of Lady Godwin's delicate condition, he declared. Otherwise, why would he have sliced her open? I gnawed my lip, agreeing with him. Gage sat up slowly. Didn't Lord Cromarty say that Lord Godwin is in India? He did. I realized what he was getting at. Do you know how long he's been there? No, but it would be very interesting to find out. Did Lady Godwin have a lover? He nodded. Most recently, Mr. Fitzpatrick. I remembered the man's arrival at the scene in the garden maze shortly after mine, and the mud stains on the back of his trousers, but I couldn't see how that would have any connection to the murder. But I do not know how long they have been intimately connected, Gage admitted. I have not made it a habit to keep track of Lady Godwin's peccadilloes. No, only Mrs. Klein's. Well then, I suppose we should find someone who does, I replied a bit more testily than I intended, for if Mr. Fitzpatrick was not bedding her 5 months ago, he's certainly not the father. His eyes seemed to laugh at me. I see that you understand how the anatomy of that process works. My cheeks heated. I may have been forced to watch my late husband dissect bodies, but this was swiftly becoming the most intimate conversation I had ever conducted with a man, and I didn't like how easily Gage unnerved me. Yes, I retorted. Should I pretend otherwise? No. I could definitely hear the grin in his voice now, and was not about to stick around to hear what else he had to say. Gage was gentlemanly enough to stand and step into the aisle to allow me to pass. However, he was not gentlemanly enough to keep his mouth shut as I slid by. "Coward," he whispered. I did not dignify that with a response, but instead raised my chin and marched down the aisle toward the door. Somehow having to stand and wait for him to remove the crossbar stole a bit of the thunder from my actions. Gage winked, obviously finding my indignation amusing. I arched an imperious eyebrow, but managed to hold my tongue, even when he swept open the door and bowed like a ridiculous courtier. I rolled my eyes and strode through the doorway, only to have my dramatic exit ruined yet again, this time by a hard object crashing down on my head. Chapter 5. Fortunately, the blow was not hard enough to knock me unconscious. It was, however, hard enough to knock me to the floor and blur my vision. I pressed my hand to the back of my head and tried to rise to my feet, but the pounding in my skull made it difficult to push myself upright. I could hear Gage skirmishing with the culprit, and I worried he might need my help. Someone yelped and howled. I looked up and tried to focus on the man cowering away from Gage as he dragged him back down the hall toward me and shoved him against the wall. Gage pulled the pistol from the waistband of his trousers and pointed it at the man. Then he slowly backed toward me, kicking what looked to be a pewter candlestick with his heel. It clattered and rolled across the stone floor. All the while his eyes remained trained on the perpetrator. "Lady Darby, can you hear me?" "Yes," I moaned. I pushed against the floor again, trying to sit up. Gage moved closer and knelt on one knee to assist me. "Perhaps you should lie down," he suggested. I started to shake my head and then realized what a terrible idea that would be. "No, I'm fine," I protested. "I'm not bleeding. At least, I didn't think I was. I just need to sit against this wall for a moment." Even through the haze of my injury, I sensed the worry and disapproval vibrating through his frame, but he couldn't afford to take his attention off the man in the shadows across the hall long enough to express it. Once I was seated upright, blinking as I cradled my spinning head, Gage retrieved the lantern from where he set it just inside the chapel door. The culprit recoiled from the light, but did not try to move. "Lord Westlock!" I gasped in confusion. The silver-haired gentleman was normally so gentle and congenial. I couldn't believe he'd just attacked me. His wife was the harridan. "Would you care to explain your presence here, and why you just assaulted Lady Darby?" Gage asked the Baron in a firm voice. He set the lantern on the floor, and kept his pistol trained on the gentleman. Lord Westlock instantly appeared contrite. Whether that was in truth or only a pretense, I could not tell. Not with my head still reeling from the blow, as well as the revelation of my attacker. "Lady Darby, I'm sorry for that. It's just that my wife and her friends were so certain you murdered Lady Godwin." He glanced down at his lap, where he was cradling his arm. "I watched you descend the stairs and turn down the corridor toward the chapel where Lord Cromarty said they laid out her body, and I—" He swallowed. "Well, I worried my wife might be right, so I followed the light of your lantern." He glanced at Gage sheepishly. "I didn't know Mr. Gage was with you." I felt a flush burn my cheeks. "And what did you expect to find, my lord?" Gage asked. Lord Westlock shifted uncomfortably. "Lady Darby further molesting the body? Well, I thought if I caught her at it, I mean after the inquiries a year ago." He stammered. He pressed his lips together and leaned toward Mr. Gage with a look of pleading. "She's not natural," he whispered. I'd heard the accusations so many times during the inquiries following Sir Anthony's death, and again during the past few days of the house party, that perhaps I should have become inured to the insult, but I wasn't, and I suspected I never would be. It pinched in my chest like a splinter. "Sir Anthony and I were close acquaintances," Lord Westlock told Gage, something I did not know. "We were members of the same club, enjoyed the same port," he explained, as if that was all it took for two men to be considered friends. "I happened upon him there one evening a few weeks before his death. He seemed rather smug about something, and when I asked him about it, he told me how pleased he was by how cold and detached his wife was." I stiffened. "Bragged about it, he did." Gage glanced back at me, but I couldn't tell what he was thinking. I asked him why he would be so proud of that fact. The Baron's eyes flitted toward me uncomfortably. "Thought maybe he had a lovely bit of muslin on the side, and his wife was indifferent to it. But then he said something about her being a scary good surgeon, if only she'd been born a male. Said she had the keenest eye, and that either she had more steel in her spine than the average surgical student, or she actually enjoyed the sight of death." My stomach cramped painfully at the comment. I suspected that if I hadn't already emptied my stomach all over the chapel cellar floor, I would have vomited. "Are you saying that Sir Anthony actually admitted to you that his wife took part in his dissections?" Gage asked incredulously. Lord Westlock's gaze darted to mine, and then back to Gage. "Well, I didn't take him seriously at the time. He was rather deep in his cups. I thought maybe he was speaking in metaphors." Gage's hardened gaze searched mine out, and I struggled to meet it. I couldn't believe Sir Anthony had actually bragged about the emotional detachment and stoicism he had forced upon me. Hadn't he seen the torment beneath my feigned reserve? Or had he just not cared? A familiar ache started in my chest upon realizing I already knew it was the latter. He hadn't cared. He had been selfish and cruel, and as long as he got what he wanted from me, that was all that mattered. It was no wonder I'd buried myself in my art. It was all that kept me sane. I glared at Gage, daring him to believe the damning character reference Lord Westlock had relayed about me. He certainly wouldn't be the first to believe the worst of me, and I was sure he wouldn't be the last. My head pounded furiously, and I dropped my gaze, too distracted by the pain to continue this ridiculous standoff. If Gage was stupid enough to take my late husband's words as fact, then he was an even bigger fool than I had initially believed. I heard him shift and sigh in annoyance. "So you're telling me you had nothing to do with Lady Godwin's murder?" he asked, continuing his questioning of Lord Westlock. "You weren't following us to hinder my investigation?" The Baron's eyes widened in horror. "No, I would never," he spluttered. "Why, I was with Lord Darlington in the billiards room after dinner, when the body was found. You can ask him." Gage slowly lowered his gun. "You can be certain I will." Lord Westlock huffed in indignation, but his ire was tempered by the wariness in his gaze. He was clearly aware that Gage held all the power in their current situation. Gage's eyes crinkled in concern as he knelt down beside where I slumped against the wall, but there was also a winteriness that had not been there before we left the chapel. I closed my eyes and allowed him to lightly touch the back of my head, trying not to feel betrayed by the evidence of his renewed suspicion of me. "Well, you definitely have a sizable lump, but you were right. I don't think it's bleeding. It appears you have a hard head, Lady Darby. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by that." I blinked open my eyes to see his grim smile. "Do you think you can walk?" "Yes." He helped me to my feet and wrapped an arm around my waist for support. I would have pulled away if I thought I could have made it on my own. Then he tucked his pistol back into his waistband and reached for the lantern. "Lord Westlock, if you please." Gage nodded down the hall, indicating that the Baron should walk in front of us. Lord Westlock climbed to his feet, cradling his left arm in front of him. "What were you two doing in the chapel at this hour of night anyway?" I stiffened, wondering what Gage would tell him. He narrowed his eyes and his voice turned hard. "Lord Cromarty explained that I would be conducting an inquiry. My methods are my own." "But surely the other guests would not approve of Lady Darby assisting you." "Then they don't need to know she's assisting me, do they?" The dangerous look in Gage's eye, though it wasn't focused on me, was enough to make the breath stutter in my chest. It appeared to have the same effect on Lord Westlock, who swallowed and nodded. "Then if you would." Gage nodded in front of us once again, urging the Baron to move forward. I leaned against Gage's frame as we slowly made our way back toward the main hall block of the castle. My thoughts were still a bit scattered from the blow, and now they were stunned by Mr. Gage's unexpected defence. I realized his shielding of my involvement probably had far more to do with protecting his investigation than me, but it astounded me nonetheless. It had been so long since anyone but my family had shielded me from even the smallest hurts that I had learned not to expect it. Maybe Lord Westlock's words had not done as much harm as I'd worried. Gairloch was silent, except for the shuffle of our footfalls and the creak of the lantern. It was our only source of light until we rounded the corner of the central corridor. There, candles had been set into stone recesses, spaced evenly down the hall and up the grand staircase. When we reached the stairs, Gage paused so that I could gather up my skirts, an action that seemed to take considerably more effort than usual. Lord Westlock had nearly reached the first landing before he realized we were not behind him. He turned in query. "Go to bed," Gage told him with the same hard look in his eye, "and keep tonight's events to yourself. Should I hear you've revealed my or Lady Darby's actions, I shall be forced to charge you with impeding my investigation." Lord Westlock nodded, and turned to scurry up the stairs like a rat escaping to his hole. "Can you really do that?" I questioned Gage. He supported my arm as we took the first step. "No, but I can ask Lord Cromarty to confine him to his room for the duration of his stay if he continues to get in the way." I figured that would be a terrible enough threat for a man like Lord Westlock, who greatly enjoyed hunting, shooting, riding, and any number of other outdoor pursuits. Climbing the stairs turned out to be more difficult than I anticipated. By the time we reached the first landing, I needed to pause to regain control of my faculties. My head was throbbing harder, and I had begun to feel dizzy and, consequently, nauseated. Gage seemed to be aware of this without my having to tell him, for he patiently waited for me to signal that I was ready to continue. I took a deep breath and swallowed. All right. I could feel I was leaning more and more on him with each step, depending on his strength to make it to the top. When we reached the second landing, I sensed he wanted to offer further assistance, but I refused to even contemplate being carried. He had already done more than enough for me that night, including caring for me when I became sick in the cellar and rescuing me from an attacker. My pride would not allow him to carry me as well, not if there was even a slight chance I could make it on my own. Marshalling my determination, I ascended the third flight and directed him toward my room with only a small wobble in my voice. We moved slowly, though I felt the need to rush until we reached the family wing. There I could relax, knowing the only people who might catch us in the hallway together at such a late hour were my sister and her husband, and Philip's aunt and cousins. Gage opened the door for me when we reached my room and escorted me inside. I had sent my maid Lucy to bed hours before, but I figured I could manage without her, even with an aching head. "Thank you," I said, turning to bid him good night. However, he had already followed me inside and closed the door behind him. "What are you doing?" I asked in puzzlement. "You can't be in here." "Someone needs to examine that wound more closely," he proclaimed, moving toward the fire. "And someone needs to sit with you for a time to ensure your injury is not more serious than it seems." He bent to stoke the flames in the fireplace higher. "As I see it, you have 3 options. You can ring for your maid, and I shall give her instructions on what to look for. You can wake your sister, or you can allow me to assist you." I scowled, disliking the autocratic tone of his voice almost more than the words coming out of his mouth. I certainly wasn't going to wake Alana. My sister had enough to worry about without my adding to it. If I rang for Lucy, it would only wake Alana's maid as well, and it was only a matter of time before my sister showed up at my door, not to mention the issue of the entire staff knowing I had been attacked, and that Mr. Gage had been in my room. I sighed, realizing I really only had one option. "Fine," I huffed, sitting in one of the deep blue chairs positioned before the hearth. I winced, having sat too quickly, and jarred my head. Gage moved to stand behind me, and I felt my scalp prickle as he reached to touch my head. I breathed in deeply and held myself very still. Something snagged on a tendril of my hair, and I realized he was pulling hairpins from the loose bun fastened at the back of my head, just below the bump. "I can't see the wound properly with all this hair in the way," he complained. "Help me take out these pins." I could almost imagine him frowning down at the coil of my deep chestnut tresses. I reached back to assist him, bumping his hand. He pulled back, but not before I felt the rough calluses on his palm. I wondered where he'd gotten them. Most gentlemen's hands were smoother than my own, as mine were chapped from the paint, linseed oil, and turpentine I used to create my artwork. "Talented as I am, it will probably go faster if I just let you do it," he jested in a tight voice, taking a step back from the chair to give me space to work. My skin flushed at the reminder that what I was doing was normally associated with a far more carnal activity than examining a wound. The only men who had ever seen my hair down were my husband, father, brother, and perhaps Philip. I wasn't certain how I felt adding Mr. Gage to that list. He, on the other hand, had probably seen more women with their hair cascading to their waists than I would like to count. I wondered if he favoured a particular colour, or whether blondes, brunettes, and redheads all held equal appeal. Then I wanted to shake my head at the ridiculous thought. What did it matter to me how many women he had seen in their undress, or what colour their hair was? I removed the last pin, and allowed the rope of my hair to fall, untwisting as it went. Setting the last pin aside, I reached back to spread my hair out so that Gage could part it wherever he wished to see the bump on my scalp. I sat very still, with my hands folded in my lap, waiting for him to begin his examination. When several moments ticked by without him moving forward, I wondered if perhaps he was not paying attention. "Mr. Gage?" He shuffled and cleared his throat. Yes." His hands touched my head, and I closed my eyes, feeling oddly giddy from the tingle across my scalp and down my neck. My head still throbbed in time to my heartbeat, but it had dulled since I sat down. His fingers slid through my hair and probed the bump gently. I began to feel rather light-headed, so I blinked open my eyes, thinking it might be better to focus on something other than the glide of his fingers. My bedchamber was large, but not so large that it was difficult to heat. When I had been given my pick of the vacant chambers upon my arrival at Gairloch Castle, I had chosen this room for two specific reasons. First, for its location at the front of the house, facing the steely waters of the loch. It boasted a rather deep window seat where I could read, sketch, or simply sit in quiet contemplation while I enjoyed the view. And secondly, for the rich palette of blues decorating the room. Cobalt linens and canopies swathed the bed. Cerulean drapes flanked the windows. Pale powder blue, periwinkle, and slate blue crisscrossed the rugs, and navy blue upholstered the chairs. I had always been rather partial to blue, maybe because it was the colour of my mother's eyes, as well as mine, my brother's, and my sister's. My father also boasted blue eyes, but they were more the shade of a stormy loch than the bright lapis lazuli that graced the rest of us. More than one suitor had written poems to Alana's eyes during her 2 seasons in London, including Philip. I, on the other hand, had declined my father's offer to have a season, content with an arranged marriage of his making, so that I might spend the time painting instead. To be completely honest, I had preferred to remain single, but my father would have none of that. Sir Anthony had not been inclined to literary pursuits, and consequently the only words ever written about my eyes had been by a stranger, in a scandal rag, calling them witch bright. I sighed, wondering why I was thinking about such a thing. Perhaps the blow to my head had addled my wits more than I realized. "I'm almost finished," Gage said, misinterpreting my sigh. He circled around my chair and leaned down toward me, holding a candle. "Look into my eyes," he instructed, as he moved the candle left and right before my field of vision. He had blue eyes as well, the pale blue of a winter sky, the morning after a snowstorm, almost piercing in their clarity. I would have preferred Mr. Gage's eyes to be brown, or green, or even hazel. "I didn't see any abrasions, just a rather unfortunate bump," he informed me, setting the candle back on the mantel above the fireplace. "I would say you were lucky, but sometimes the pressure that builds up inside the head after such a blow can cause serious problems when there is no opening to release it." I laid my head gingerly back against the cushioned seat. Was that supposed to be reassuring? Because I found it far from comforting. "It was the simple truth. You seem the type of person who expects honesty, and you seem hardy enough to take it." From his tone of voice, I wasn't certain he considered these complimentary traits. "Besides," he added, settling into the navy blue chair across from me, "I need you to understand why I will be forcing you to make conversation with me for the next hour." He glanced at the clock on the mantel. I narrowed my eyes. Is that really necessary? All I wanted was to crawl into bed and go to sleep, preferably sooner rather than later, and without this annoying man watching over me. "I'm afraid so." He relaxed back into his chair, linked his hands over his stomach, and smiled. It was a rather mischievous grin, which lit his pale eyes too intensely, and I knew I was not going to like whatever he said next. "So, tell me about your life, Lady Darby. It seems to have been an interesting one." Chapter 6. Mr. Gage's smile and the carefully constructed veneer of indifference he projected instantly set me on edge, though I knew better than to show it. I was certain Gage thought his intense interest in my answer was well hidden, but the width and whiteness of his smile, rather like a wolf staring at its next meal, coupled with the gleam in his eyes, set the alarm bells ringing in my already pounding skull. Perhaps it was my survival instinct, sharpened and honed from my encounters with inquiry agents and Bow Street runners a year before, or my natural wariness of the motivation of strangers. All I knew was that I would be foolish to share anything of a sensitive nature with this man. Struggling to keep the clamour of my nerves from registering on my face, I frowned and lifted my eyes to the ceiling. I hoped he would attribute my expression to the mild twinge of discomfort my head still caused me. "My life is only interesting to those who have not lived it," I replied mildly. "Come now," he cajoled, still wearing that smile. "You can't tell me you found your existence so dull." I closed my eyes, deciding it would be easier to hide the irritation and ever-present fear such questioning caused me. I never said my life had been dull, only uninteresting. They're not the same thing. "True. But I still find it difficult to believe that spending any amount of time as an anatomist's assistant could be uninteresting. You must have seen some quite appalling things." His voice was pitched low and sympathetic, like a barrister commiserating with a victim on the witness stand. He was not overtly sly, and I realized it might not even be evident to anyone else, but it vibrated through me like a wrong chord struck by a pianist. He was good, very good. I wondered if he used the same tone on the women he wished to coax into his bed. "Do you know what I find interesting?" I blinked open my eyes, angry he was trying to wheedle me like the witless society ladies. "How all of the ladies find you so charming. I'm afraid I do not see it." His eyes twinkled with amusement. "You notice the women find me charming?" "How could I not?" I scoffed. "They twitter like magpies whenever you so much as bow over their hands. It rather puts me off my appetite." "So, you didn't twitter when I bowed over your hand?" The question was phrased as a jest, but I could see the disbelief in his eyes. The arrogant man simply couldn't believe that a female could be unaffected by him. I lifted my eyebrows. "You never bowed over my hand, Mr. Gage." A puzzled look entered his eyes. "Of course I have," he protested, even as doubt softened his voice and insistence. I started to shake my head, but then remembered my injury. "I'm afraid I've never had the pleasure," I drawled sarcastically. "But I assure you that if I had, I never would have twittered. My words succeeded in wiping the smile from his face, replacing it with a look of curious contemplation. I suppose you're not the type of female who would twitter. I smiled tightly, surprised by how it hurt to be reminded yet again of how different I was from others. It was an absurd reaction, considering the fact that I had been the one to point out I would never twitter in the first place. Nor did I actually want to be like all the vapid ladies populating polite society, but it hollowed me out inside all the same. No, I finally replied, before making an attempt to lighten the conversation. How exactly does one twitter? Gage smiled. Well? I asked, reluctantly curious now that I contemplated it. How did other women manage it without sounding deranged to their gentlemen admirers? I had never been very successful at the art of flirtation. I knew my sister was quite capable, having listened to her and Philip verbally banter with one another daily for over a year. My brother Trevor also seemed competent in that arena, if the number of young ladies in London angling for a marriage proposal from him were any indication. I, on the other hand, seemed to be missing that mysterious skill. Sir Anthony had never flirted with me, nor had any of his assistants. Perhaps it was an acquired talent, one that Mr. Gage had practiced dutifully, like learning a musical instrument, until he became a master. It would explain why so many people, men and women alike, seemed to admire him for it. Is a twitter simply a nervous laugh, or does it require some kind of manipulation of the tongue and throat, like a cat's purr? Gage's smile widened. Perhaps you should give it a try. I considered his suggestion. Perhaps, but not now. He seemed on the verge of laughing. I tilted my head against the cushions in puzzlement, wondering what I had said to amuse him so. He shook his head, refusing to explain, and cleared his throat. So, he declared, shifting in his seat. What's this? He gestured toward the top of the square mahogany table, positioned between our two chairs. It's a puzzle. He leaned forward to pick up one of the unfitted pieces scattered across the table surface. A puzzle? I thought they were a child's toy, used to teach them their geography. They are. Philip has a friend in Edinburgh who manufactures them, and he has been trying to market them to adults as well, by using pictures instead of maps, and dicing them into a greater number of pieces. They haven't caught on yet, but whenever Philip journeys to Edinburgh, he brings me back some of the prototypes. He has also taken a few substandard paintings to his friend, and asked him to cut the images into puzzles, especially for me. Is this one of your paintings? He asked, gesturing to the image of a castle and surrounding countryside beginning to take shape on the table. No, I do have a few puzzles made from the more inferior landscapes I've produced over the years, but most of them are made from pictures Philip finds in Edinburgh. No portraits? He teased. I met his eyes squarely. None of my portraits are inferior, I replied, as certain of my talent as Gage was certain of his charm. He studied me for a moment before nodding. I've seen the portrait of your sister in the parlour, and a few more of your works. They are exquisite. Thank you. I felt a tingle of warmth at the base of my neck, as I always felt when someone praised my work. Since the scandal I had not received many such compliments. Gage's eyes dropped back to the table. So you have an interest in puzzles as well? I looked down at the wooden pieces, automatically analysing the segments for the next section to fit. They pass the time at night, when I can't sleep. I felt his eyes studying me again. You have trouble sleeping? The query was made lightly, but I sensed his interest. It seemed harmless to assuage his curiosity. Sometimes. Have you tried reading? Yes, but that doesn't make me sleepy. Philip says the puzzles work because they are a mindless activity. Gage looked confused. I would think sorting and fitting together a puzzle would be more stimulating. Does it truly put you to sleep? Well, no, I admitted, but it soothes me. I blushed, feeling somehow I had admitted far more than I wanted to. I breathed deeply, knowing a change of topic was necessary before he pushed me further. Mr. Gage, I truly would like to go to bed. Do you honestly need to stay here with me for an hour? I assure you my mind is steady. I sighed, sinking deeper into my chair. I grant you that I may be in danger of passing out, but from fatigue, not physical injury. I promise you I shall wake again in the morning. He looked me up and down, as if he could see some sort of physical manifestation of the state of my health. If necessary, I shall recite all sorts of tedious information to you, if that is what it will require to convince you to leave, I declared, determined to remove him from my chamber. His lips quirked at my slip of temper. I believe you, Lady Darby. You do indeed seem sound. Then will you please go? His hand lifted to cover his heart. My fair lady, you wound me. Do you not realize what a novel experience this is for me? I have never had a woman request that I leave her bedchamber before. Normally, they are begging me to stay. I rolled my eyes, even as my heart gave a traitorous flip at hearing him call me fair. My abject apologies, I drawled. I had no idea your feelings. A soft shush of sound distracted me, drawing my attention toward the door, was so delicate. What was that? I asked, sitting forward. I don't know. He frowned and crossed toward the door. Along the way, he bent to pick up a piece of paper lying on the wooden floor, several inches from the door. It looks like someone left you a note. At this hour? I reluctantly hoisted myself out of my chair. Didn't they see the light under the door? Why didn't they knock? A sudden chill raced down my spine. I looked at Gage, seeing the same alertness in his gaze. His eyes slid back toward the door as he handed me the letter. I recognized the crisp white stationery as being from the generic stock stashed in every guest room in the castle. However, the bold block letters were not familiar and, in fact, seemed printed in such a uniform fashion as to make the sender's handwriting indistinguishable. My hands shook as I read the words. Shame on you, Lady Darby. I know what you've been doing. Gage, who had been reading over my shoulder, threw open the door and darted into the hall, leaving me blinking down at the page. Who would do such a thing? And what did it mean? Immediately my mind returned to Lord Westlock and his wife, and all of the other guests who believed me capable of murder. Did they think to frighten me? To intimidate me into doing something stupid, like confessing to a crime I didn't commit? The edges of the paper crinkled beneath my angry fists. Gage returned to stand in the doorway, clear frustration marring his brow. Who would write this? I demanded of him. I don't know, he muttered, closing the door to a gap. But whoever it was took a pretty big risk by sliding it under your door while there were still candles lit in your room. Do you think it was the Westlocks? He thought about it for a moment, and then shook his head. No, Westlock was intimidated enough when he scurried off to bed. I don't think he or his wife would have screwed up the courage to do something like this so quickly. Well then, what of the Smythes, or the Darlingtons? I asked, rattling off the families who had been most vindictive toward me. I don't know. Or Marsdale, I declared with some relish. This sounds like something he would write, the scoundrel. Although, I added after thinking about it, I got the impression he didn't care whether my reputation was true or not. Why would he be spiteful? There is another possibility. The hesitance in Gage's voice made me look up. His posture was rigid, and the wariness in his gaze made me look down at the words again. Oh, I wheezed as the realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. I swallowed around the sudden dryness in my throat. The murderer. He nodded. Maybe like Westlock, they saw us heading to or leaving the chapel. Perhaps you'll have a letter slid under your door as well. Maybe. I wondered why he sounded doubtful. But either way, whether the killer or a suspicious guest sent that letter, Perhaps your continued involvement in the investigation should be minimal." I frowned, not liking the sound of that. However, I didn't immediately protest. "Maybe," I murmured, deciding it might be best to hedge my bets. "But I would at least like to examine the place where Lady Godwin was found, in daylight. Tomorrow, preferably," I specified. Gage stared back at me with no discernible reaction, besides a slight narrowing of his eyes. I need to examine the imprint of her body on the bench, to make sure I haven't missed any injuries." I swallowed and internally shook myself. There was no need to stammer. Gage did not intimidate me. Besides, if he didn't give me permission, I would get it from Philip. The blood should lie in a predictable pattern if Lady Godwin was in fact cut open in that spot. If there is blood elsewhere, then the body was either moved or I failed to locate an additional wound. Having given this explanation, I willed myself to be silent and still, waiting for Gage to reply. I did not think I needed to admit how greatly I dreaded having to return to the chapel cellar. If I could confirm my findings in any other manner, then I was determined to do so, and I wasn't going to let a simple letter warn me off this investigation, especially one with only an implied threat. Gage continued to look at me as he tapped a hand against his thigh, considering the matter. After the struggle Philip encountered in convincing him to allow me to assist, I expected him to make at least a token resistance to my request. So when he nodded his agreement with nary a warning or a bargaining of conditions, I was flabbergasted. I wondered what such a reaction meant. Maybe he was only bluffing about allowing the letter to scare me off the investigation, or perhaps my competency in examining Lady Godwin's body had persuaded him of my value as an assistant. It was more likely he was doing just as I'd proposed, allowing me to prove my findings on Lady Godwin's wounds without having to make me return to the cellar. "Lord Cromarty and I will wait for you in the morning," he told me. His pale blue eyes shifted in the dim light. "Until then, good night." He turned back as he was leaving. "Oh, and Lady Darby?" I nodded. "Lock your door." I shivered and moved forward to turn the key. After testing the door was secure, I stepped back to sit on the edge of my bed, trying to decipher the cryptic look I had seen in Gage's eyes at the last. I had hoped that he was beginning to believe in my innocence, even after the comments relayed by Lord Westlock. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe he believed quite the opposite. After all, I had also discovered Lady Godwin had been expecting, and hoped I would slip up and incriminate myself. I sighed and pressed my hand to my forehead, too tired to puzzle out such matters at this hour of night. The sun would be rising in less than 4 hours, and I needed to get some rest before I met Philip and Gage to examine the maze. Besides, it didn't matter what Gage believed. I knew that I was innocent, and so did my sister and brother-in-law. All I could do was focus on what I had set out to do in the first place, protect my sister and her family by finding the real killer, and in the process prove my innocence, perhaps once and for all. Chapter 7. I awoke the next morning to find Alana hovering over me, a frown pleating her brow. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed. "You're awake." I hadn't been, but I suspected my sister had been standing there for quite some time and very well knew that. "How are you feeling, dear?" She reached out to place her hand on my forehead, but then hesitated as if the touch might cause me pain. "Does your head ache?" I scowled, wishing she would go away. It might be difficult for me to fall asleep, but once I did, I slumbered quite soundly. I was also rather cross upon waking, even in the best of circumstances, and especially when someone took it upon herself to wake me. I swatted away her hands and pushed myself up carefully on the pillows stacked behind me. "Here, let me help you with that," Alana insisted, fluffing and adjusting the bolsters. I submitted to her ministrations for about half a minute before protesting. "They're plump enough, Alana." She clasped her hands over her abdomen, as if she couldn't stop them from fussing over me any other way, and stared down at me in worry. I sighed, knowing my sister meant well, even if her mothering this early in the morning was more than I could stand. "I'm fine. Just a little tender." I reached back to tentatively probe the lump on the back of my head. "Mr. Gage said I should check on you," she admitted, sitting cautiously on the edge of the bed. I closed my eyes and silently cursed the man. I should have known. Who else would have relayed the news about my injury? I highly doubted Lord Westlock had confessed to bashing me over the head to my sister. "He shouldn't have told you," I snapped, angry that my sister now had something else to fret about. "Of course he should have," she protested, her own considerable temper sparking. "You should have awakened me last night and sent for the physician. You could have been seriously injured." "I'm fine," I reiterated sharply. "Waking you would have served no purpose beyond robbing you of sleep. Mr. Gage made certain the wound was not severe. Besides, you know the village physician is useless. He probably would have tried to bleed me." "You still should have woken me." Alana shifted higher on the bed. Her bright blue eyes had darkened almost to violet against the deep purple of her gown. I suspected she had chosen the gown because it would be fitting for a state of half-mourning. Lady Godwin was not a relative or royalty, but given the terrible circumstances of her death, and at my sister's residence of all places, Alana likely felt she should dress in half-mourning, out of respect for the deceased. I knew I would be expected to follow suit, which reminded me how much easier it was to allow my sister to believe she'd gotten her way, whether or not that was true. If I were ever bashed over the head in the middle of the night again, I still didn't plan on waking her, but she didn't need to know that. I crossed my arms over my chest and glanced at the table next to my bed. "Have you brought me something to eat?" My stomach gurgled and asserted itself, reminding me how I had cast up my accounts all over the floor of the cellar while Mr. Gage looked on. I felt a blush heat my cheeks at the memory. Alana picked up the tray and settled it over my lap. I could smell the chocolate even before I lifted the lid of the pot. It was accompanied by toast and a crock of sweet strawberry jam, my normal morning repast. I quickly slathered the bread with jam and took a bite. My sister watched me with a small smile curling her lips. She waited until I had swallowed several bites before saying anything else. "I'm grateful to Mr. Gage for taking care of you," she said, smoothing out a wrinkle on the skirt of her gown. I hesitated in taking my next bite, waiting for her to elaborate, for I knew she had more to say. Her gaze lifted to meet mine. "We've underestimated him, haven't we?" I studied the deep red of the strawberry preserves. "Perhaps," I replied with a shrug. Popping the last bite of the first piece of toast into my mouth, I poured the warm chocolate into my cup to avoid my sister's eyes. I still held my doubts about Gage's motives, but I didn't feel it necessary to share them with Alana. "Philip is acquainted with him, you know." I looked up at her in question. "Apparently they attended school together. They were in the same class at Cambridge, though Philip says for the first year and a half Mr. Gage had special permission to live off university grounds." I was instantly curious as to why, but I kept my interest to myself. "Is that how he came to be invited to your house party?" Alana shook her head. "No, Mrs. Klein asked me to include him on the guest list." I wanted to roll my eyes and just barely resisted, taking another drink of my rich chocolate. "So Philip didn't ask Mr. Gage to conduct an investigation just on the basis of his father's reputation. He actually knows Mr. Gage, and seems to trust him." She pressed her lips together and watched me take another sip. "Kiera, if Philip trusts him, then I think perhaps we should as well." I lowered my cup slowly and nodded. It did speak in Gage's favour that my brother-in-law had confidence in him. However, I still reserved my judgment. People changed, often for the worse. Just because Gage had been a good man a decade or more ago, it did not mean he was today. Besides, his belief in my innocence was not necessarily tied to how honourable a person he was. He could easily decide I'd duped my sister and brother-in-law into thinking I wasn't guilty, and set out to save them from me. He wouldn't be the first to set upon such a course. "What time is it?" I asked, glancing toward the clock on the mantel. 8:30. I pushed the tray forward and tentatively sat up all the way. My head still throbbed dully, but nothing like it had the night before. "Should you be getting up?" Alana asked uncertainly. "Why shouldn't I?" I countered. "Ring Lucy and ask her to bring a headache powder. I need to get dressed." I swung my legs over the side of the bed and paused to make sure my skull would not protest if I tried to stand. My sister touched my arm to stop me. "There's no need to dress. I'm certain no one would mind if you kept to your rooms for the day and rested." "I told Mr. Gage I would search the gardens with him and Philip. I assume they haven't already done so if Mr. Gage sent you to wake me." I rose to my feet and felt a slight pulse in my head from the change in posture, but otherwise it troubled me no more than it had when I was sitting down. Alana stood with me. "Mr. Gage didn't send me to wake you," she protested. I lifted my eyebrows at her. "Why else do you think he sent you to check on me?" "Because he was worried about your health." I moved across the room toward my wardrobe. "Maybe, but I have a feeling it was his way of expressing impatience to be at it without being so rude as to order you directly to wake me." Alana frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. I could tell she wasn't pleased with the idea that Mr. Gage had manipulated her. I turned away to hide my smile and began flipping through my gowns, looking for something suitable for both half-mourning and traipsing through the garden. I had left off wearing mourning garments for my husband far earlier than was socially acceptable, but since I lived in the Highlands, where no one saw me, I had been able to get away with it. Fortunately, I had kept a few gowns made up from my half-mourning period. A sturdy grey walking dress with black embroidery on the skirts and collar, and a black belt seemed appropriate with my kid-leather ankle boots. I pulled the gown from the closet and moved to lay it across the bed. My sister now stood by the bell-pull, and I assumed she had followed my instructions and rang for Lucy. Her brow was furrowed, and I could tell she was puzzling over something. Trusting Alana would speak when she was ready, I poured water from the pitcher into the wash basin and began to scrub my face and neck clean, careful not to move my head too abruptly. I heard my sister instruct Lucy to bring a headache powder when she appeared, and then Alana closed the door and moved back toward the bed to help me dress. She finally spoke when my back was to her as she loosely laced my corset, knowing how much I hated to be restrained too tightly during the day, especially when I was painting. "Philip has informed me that I cannot throw Lord and Lady Westlog out of our home despite their actions toward you," she stated in a voice tight with anger. I'd wondered if she knew exactly how I received the bump on my head, and was impressed she waited this long to mention it. "If I had my way, they would already be banished from the grounds of Gairloch Castle." She tugged too hard on the laces, and I wriggled, letting her know to loosen the last loop. "I know I'm supposed to obey my husband in all things, particularly when I've been given a direct order, but in this I find I cannot." She tied off my corset and turned me to face her, allowing me to see the rage I had only guessed at until that moment blazing in her jewel-bright eyes. Alana was absolutely furious. "If you want me to, I will send them away this very minute, regardless of Philip's orders." She nearly spat the word, clearly displeased with her husband's command. "It is an insult to share a roof with them after the way they treated you. For you, I will get rid of them, if you want me to." She pressed her lips together, likely to stop herself from saying more, and waited for me to reply. I was touched by my sister's concern, and, if truth be told, a little startled by her vehemence. I almost pitied the Westlocks, for Alana was certain to make the remainder of their stay quite uncomfortable. But they did deserve it, after all. Under any other circumstances, such behaviour would have seen my brother-in-law flinging them from his home himself. Only the murder investigation saved them from his wrath. And that being the case, I couldn't ask my sister to do such a thing for me, especially when it would get her in trouble with her husband. Philip possessed just as ferocious a temper as Alana when provoked, and disobeying a direct order would certainly provoke it. I had heard them argue enough times in the last 16 months to know I did not want to be the cause of such a quarrel. Besides, Philip happened to be right. Lord and Lady Westlock could not leave the castle until after the Procurator Fiscal arrived to clear them of suspicion. I lifted my hand and touched my older sister's arm. "It's all right," I assured her. "I know they have to stay." Her shoulders sagged a bit, and I suspected that despite all her protestations to the contrary, she had not been looking forward to defying her husband in this. Her pride was bruised from being forced to provide accommodations to someone who had so blatantly harmed a member of her family. But I wondered if she was taking out some of her anger at the unnamed murderer on the Westlocks. It disturbed her, and rightfully so, that someone she had trusted enough to invite into her home would commit such a horrific act. It troubled me just to know I had dined with, and likely spoken to, such a person. The fierce light in her eyes remained, even as my sister nodded in acceptance of my decision. "All right, Kiera. They can stay, for now. But should you change your mind—" I squeezed her arm. "I'll let you know." She studied my face, before her gaze rose to my head and the unruly morning waves of my hair. "Are you sure you feel well enough to assist Philip and Mr. Gage?" she asked, as lines of concern wrinkled her brow. "Yes." I reached for my dress. "Besides, I don't think they know what to look for," I replied vaguely, not comfortable sharing the discovery I'd made about the state of Lady Godwin's health. Alana did not question my unclear statement, and I supposed it was because she did not want to know. As strong and courageous as my sister was, that strength and courage did not carry over to matters of the internal workings of the human body. She had once asked me about the things I had seen during the years I was forced to assist my husband, and later confessed she had nightmares for a week afterward, just from imagining the few things I told her. Telling her to think of the body as a work of art did not seem to console her, as it did me. She helped me guide the grey gown over my head, careful not to touch the sensitive spot on the back of my head. Styling my hair was going to be tricky. "To be honest, with as much trouble as he gave us yesterday over the matter, I'm surprised to hear Mr. Gage is allowing you to help him today," Alana said as she fastened the buttons up the back of my dress. "So am I admitted. "You must be pleased that he seems to be taking you seriously." Lucy strolled through the door at that moment, brandishing my headache powder and cooing over my injury. I was relieved not to have to answer Alana's question. To me, the real quandary was not whether I was being taken seriously, but whether I was being taken seriously as an assistant or as a suspect. Chapter 8. I managed to make it down the terrace steps and out of the earshot of anyone listening from the castle before rounding on Mr. Gage. "What ungodly whim possessed you to tell my sister about my head injury?" He threw up his hands in defence and paced a step away, his midnight blue frock coat bunching at the shoulders. "She overheard me telling her husband," he defended, nodding at Philip. My brother-in-law was frowning at the ground, his shoulders slouched forward, and I wondered again how fierce the argument between he and my sister had been that morning over the issue of the Westlocks. "Well, now, it wasn't very intelligent of you to hold such a conversation where Alana might overhear it," I scolded Gage, irritated that his carelessness had not only caused my sister distress, but also stirred up a fight between her and her husband. How was I to know Lady Cromarty had permission to enter his lordship's study, despite the fact that the door was closed? He remarked dryly. I glanced at Philip out of the corner of my eye, in time to see the tick on one side of his jaw. So the Westlocks' continued presence at Gairloch was not the only dispute they had quarrelled over this morning. Under the circumstances, I was impressed by my brother-in-law's discretion. Had the situation been reversed, I was certain Alana would have embarrassed Philip by retorting that he, in fact, did not have permission to enter her study at all times, as I knew she did not have consent to do so in this instance. However, Philip kept his mouth clamped tightly in a line, and his gaze on the wet grass at our feet. At barely 9 in the morning, the Highland sun had not yet burned away the dew and lingering dampness of the night. I was grateful for the snug wrapping of my new walking boots. My slippers would have been soaked through, a mere 10 steps from the stone terrace. Philip guided me across the stretch of lawn, lying between the maze and the gardens proper. It was there that his wolfhounds liked to run and play with him, and his 7-year-old son, Malcolm. Alana and I enjoyed watching their antics from the terrace, allowing them to mistakenly believe their laughter and voices did not carry so far. But laughter did not ring here today, only heavy silence. Even the birds seemed to have quieted their songs. Tension coursed through Philip's body and into the stiff arm pressed against my own. Though I could do nothing about his unease over our current task, I could relieve him on one point. I squeezed his arm with my own. "She won't do anything foolish," I murmured, when he glanced down at me. The tightness around his brown eyes eased a fraction, even if the tautness of his mouth did not. He nodded once, telling me he understood what I was referring to. Alana wouldn't do anything rash, at least for the moment. The entrance to the maze suddenly loomed before us, sending an unexpected quiver down my spine. I took a steadying breath as Philip addressed the footman he had stationed at the entrance to prevent anyone from entering. I wondered if he and Gage felt the same sick swirling in their stomachs at the prospect of revisiting the site of such a gruesome crime. Gage in particular seemed remarkably calm and unruffled. However, I suspected he was just better at hiding his emotions. Philip pulled my arm in tighter to his side and stepped inside the labyrinth. Gage followed close behind. The maze was tucked into a corner of the wide, cleared lawn on the eastern side of the castle. Forest bordered the maze on 2 sides, its tall trees stretching their long limbs over the hedges. In spring and summer, when the trees were lush and in bloom, they spread a canopy over the outermost path. I normally found the covering serene and charming, as sunlight filtered through the leaves and dappled the trail in front of me. But today the overhang of vegetation seemed more ominous, more menacing. I somehow doubted I would ever view the leafy bower in such a quaint and harmless manner ever again. I wrapped my shawl tighter around my shoulders as we made our way deeper into the maze. Most of the path was cast in shadows, as the sun had yet to reach its pinnacle, and the chill of morning still clung to the land. My heart pounded faster with each step we took closer to the alcove where Lady Godwin's body had lain, so much so that by the time we approached the last turn, it was beating so hard I thought for certain Philip and Gage could hear it knocking inside my chest. Philip paused just before we could see into the alcove and looked down at me. I could see the battle raging behind his eyes. He clearly wanted to protect me from further distress, but he also knew I would never have accompanied them on this errand if I did not think it was important. His faith in my good sense won out. He sighed rather gustily, as if he was giving in against his own better judgment, but he did not try to send me back to the castle. I squeezed his arm in gentle scolding, as well as reassurance. Gage waited patiently behind us through this exchange. Only the shuffling of his feet told me how anxious he was to continue. Philip grimaced and stepped forward so that we could see into the niche. As far as I could tell, the scene before me had remained undisturbed since the men removed Lady Godwin's body the night before. The pale cream stone bench was tacky with dried blood, softened by the morning dew. The cool, damp air of night had blown away any lingering fumes of death, but I suspected I would still be able to smell the sharp stench of blood once I moved closer, which, unfortunately, I needed to do to get on with this investigation, no matter how much I would rather keep my feet planted where they were. Taking a deep breath, I released my grip on Philip's arm and followed Mr. Gage into the alcove. "Did you find anything last night, when you moved the body?" I asked them, trying to go about this in as systematic a manner as possible. "Nothing," Gage replied, kneeling next to the bench on the end where Lady Godwin's head had lain. "Although we did remove her jewellery before placing her in the chapel cellar. Lord Cromarty has the items locked in his safe." "What pieces was she wearing?" Philip's voice softened, as if thinking back. "A few rings, one with a rather large diamond, a sapphire and diamond necklace, and sapphire earbobs." My eyes widened. Clearly the motive for her attack had not been theft. "What about a reticule? Was she carrying anything?" "No, at least, none that we found." Gage pointed at the corner of the stone seat. "What do you make of that?" I knelt down next to him, careful not to touch the bench or the ground. Much of the blood that had covered the earth the night before had soaked into the dirt or been washed away by the dew, but I still felt squeamish about placing my skin against it. I suddenly wished I had worn gloves this morning instead of dismissing them so readily when Lucy offered them to me. The blood on this end of the stone had left a predictable pattern. Crimson streaked the limestone where Lady Godwin's neck had lain, almost forming a complete stripe of colour across the surface. A few droplets decorated the stone in irregular patterns from when she was moved. However, at the corner where Gage pointed, there was a short strip of red, as well as a smudge of black. The leg of the bench below was sprayed with blood. Wrinkling my nose at the blood's faint metallic scent, I leaned in closer to examine the inky black substance. "Have Beowulf and Grendel been kept away from this?" I asked Philip, wondering if perhaps his wolfhounds had found their way inside and disturbed the scene. "They've been locked up in the stables since the incident," Philip replied, moving to stand behind me and Gage. I racked my brain for potential substances that could match the stain. It was too dark to be mud or shoe polish. It could be ink, but it looked more like charcoal. I was about to give up and assume the marking had been left there prior to Lady Godwin's murder, when I suddenly realized exactly what it was. "It's coal," I declared, turning toward Gage. "Lady Godwin blackened her lashes and eyebrows. This must be how she received that bruise." Gage rubbed his chin and nodded. "Her neck must have already been cut," I continued excitedly. "It would explain the spray pattern on the stone here." I pointed at the leg and then rose to my feet. "Which means her throat was likely sliced right around here." I backed up a step, examining the grass and hedges around me for confirmation. "See? Look here." I slid closer to the alcove wall, indicating the crimson droplets scattered across several of the leaves. "When the murderer sliced her across the neck," I mimicked the gesture, "cutting her jugular, blood sprayed across the area. The murderer must have lost his grip on her, either accidentally or on purpose, and she fell forward, striking the corner of the bench." I looked up to find Gage and Philip watching me with a bit of trepidation, and I realized with a slight tremor of horror that my voice had risen in enthusiasm, and the corners of my mouth had worked themselves up into a smile. I'm sorry," I stammered. "I guess I got a little carried away. I glanced back and forth between the men. It was rather like fitting together a puzzle." Philip was the first to recover and reached out to touch my arm in reassurance. "It's all right, Kiera." I nodded and lowered my eyes, feeling hot shame burn my face. This wasn't a game. Lady Godwin had been murdered, And I had just described the killer's methods as if I were playing charades. I could hardly blame Gage for suspecting me of committing the crime after such a display. I peeked up at him through my lashes to see he had turned away and was frowning at the hedge walls. That was not a good sign. Pressing a hand to my now cramping stomach, I moved away to study the other end of the bench. The sooner I finished what I came to do, the sooner I could leave this place, and Mr. Gage. I took a deep breath of the clearer air and allowed my eyes to slide over the stone, and the grass and hedges around it. As far as I could tell, the blood pattern fit what I would have expected, or at least what Sir Anthony had dictated should be expected when I took notes about blood flow during his dissections. "Have you noticed anything else out of the ordinary?" Gage asked, from just over my shoulder. I nearly jumped. I had been so wrapped up in my thoughts, I hadn't heard him move closer. "No, everything else appears as it should, considering the injuries that were inflicted." He nodded, his gaze focused on the bench before us. "What about you?" I ventured, and he glanced up at me. "Have you noticed anything else out of the ordinary?" His pale blue eyes bore intensely into me, and I wondered for a second if I should have kept my mouth shut. Perhaps he thought I was fishing for information. If I were in fact the killer, wouldn't I want to know whether he had uncovered any evidence against me? I turned away, too tired and disturbed to continue staring him down. I began to move away, back toward the entrance, when he finally replied. "Nothing," he murmured with a sigh. His pale eyes had lightened, and his lips were pressed together in a gesture of momentary defeat. I realized then that he had been hoping to find some kind of lead, some clue as to which direction to take the investigation. He was disappointed, and perhaps a bit irritated. "Something will turn up," I declared, carefully avoiding his eyes. I wasn't certain why I felt the need to offer him such encouragement, but I didn't like seeing him so frustrated. He shifted his feet, but did not reply. "Are you ready to return to the castle?" Philip asked behind us. Gage sighed again. "Yes, I don't think there's anything else to find here." "Then, if you have no objection, I'll also have the alcove cleaned and remove my footman from guarding the entrance to the maze." Gage nodded, and fell into step beside Philip. However, I paused and stared at the turn that would take us farther into the maze. Something had caught my eye, something shiny, but I wasn't certain I had actually seen anything other than the reflection of light off a dewdrop. "Kiera!" I glanced distractedly at my brother-in-law. "Did you search deeper into the maze?" I asked, feeling some trepidation about moving in that direction now. "Yes, last night." Philip retraced his steps toward me. "What is it?" I took a deep breath, and forced myself to move my feet toward the far hedge wall. Either there was something there, or there wasn't. I couldn't leave without investigating. If I asked one of the men to look, and it turned out to be nothing more than a bit of water, I would feel ridiculous. My nerves clanged as I approached, and I realized this definitely wasn't just a drop of dew. Tucked beneath the hedges, so far inside that the leaves almost completely concealed it from our view, lay an object made of some type of metal. It looked as if it had been dipped in red paint. However, I did not need my artist's eye to realize the crimson liquid was nothing so innocuous. Chapter 9. Gage knelt down beside me as I peered into the hedge, trying to figure out exactly what the blood-coated object was. It wasn't a knife or a letter opener, but it definitely had a sharp point, 2 of them, if my eyes did not deceive me. Gage pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and used it to reach underneath the hedge. He carefully extracted the object and held it up between 2 fingers for us to examine. "It's a pair of embroidery scissors," I murmured in shock. The shears were 6 to 7 inches long and engraved with a finely wrought pattern of vines and flowers. The steel tips were smeared with blood, as well as the round finger holes. It was shocking to see the delicate woman's instrument splattered with so much gore, and even more shocking to think of it being used for... It seemed impossible. "Well done," Gage told me. He held the object up higher so that Philip could see it over our shoulders. "Does this mean a woman committed the crime?" Philip seemed aghast. Clearly such a possibility had never crossed his mind. "Not necessarily." With careful fingers, Gage closed the scissors and wrapped them several times in his handkerchief. "A man could have grabbed them from a sewing basket just as easily as a woman, but it does present some interesting possibilities. I would like to know whose scissors these are and whether they realize they are missing." A look of grim determination crossed his features. He reached out his free hand to cup my elbow to help me rise. Philip frowned. "I shall ask my wife for a list of all known scissors on the premises of Gairloch. That will tell us whether these were brought with the guest or taken from somewhere in the castle." "Gentlemen, these are embroidery scissors," I pointed out. They stared blankly back at me. "That narrows our search considerably, especially when you consider that only a lady would own a pair with such exquisite engraving," I explained. "And I can tell you right now that Alanda's embroidery scissors have figural bird handles, and I do not own a pair, so it is likely that this pair belongs to one of the guests. But that's not our only problem." Gage's brow puckered in confusion. "What do you mean?" I sighed, knowing he was not going to like the information I had to share. "There is no way that those scissors were used to slice open Lady Godwin's throat. The cut was much too clean. Only a very sharp knife could have managed such a task. The scissors are either a secondary weapon or," I paused, "or they were placed here for us to find." Gage and Philip looked at each other. "You're certain the scissors couldn't have sliced her neck?" Gage asked me. "They look quite sharp to me." "As positive as I can be, given the circumstances." "Then we definitely have a problem." He turned away and lifted his free hand to rake it through his golden locks. All the while his eyes stared at the bloody scissors inside his handkerchief. I looked at Philip to find him studying me. He smiled tightly, and I wondered what he was thinking. Philip had defended me fiercely, alongside my brother, when the accusations of unnatural tendencies and desecrating the dead had been levelled against me in London. But I don't know that he ever actually contemplated what exactly I had endured in my late husband's private examination rooms. Knowing that a person spent time with sliced open dead bodies is entirely different than being presented with the evidence of such experience. "Could the scissors have made the incisions in Lady Godwin's abdomen?" Gage asked. I closed my eyes, thinking back to my examination of the wounds in the cellar last night. I believe so. It would have taken considerable effort, but the cuts were ragged, so it seems possible. I looked at Philip, still addressing Gage. "Does he know about the baby?" Philip finished, answering my question. "Yes." "Does Alana?" I asked him. His brown eyes were troubled. "No, and I would prefer she not," he added softly. I nodded. "What do you suppose the killer did with it?" Gage contemplated, pulling my gaze from Philip. "The baby," he clarified in response to my confused stare. I had wondered the very same thing. "Buried it?" I suggested. "Threw it in the loch?" It seemed wrong to discuss the young child's fate so callously, and to call the baby "it," but we had no way of knowing whether it had been a boy or girl, and somehow I didn't want to. It would make it all that much more personal. "If the baby was buried, do you think your wolfhounds could find it?" "Yes," Philip replied, "if a wild animal hasn't already." I squeezed my eyes shut tight, not wanting to contemplate such a gruesome occurrence. "I'll take them out to search the grounds immediately," Philip declared. "Perhaps another murder weapon will also turn up, or a jacket or shirt, something that might give us a clue as to the killer's identity." Gage nodded. That would be nice, but so far I haven't seen any indication that our murderer is going to make it so easy. Philip hurried off toward the stables while I struggled to keep up with Gage's long strides as he crossed the lawn toward the castle, his hands tucked into the pockets of his light brown trousers and his head bowed toward the ground. He seemed lost in thought and completely oblivious to my difficulties. "What are you going to do now?" I huffed and lifted my skirts to move faster. I wondered why he wasn't accompanying my brother-in-law. Gage slowed and allowed me to catch up. "We are going to interview Lady Lydia Perkins and Mr. Tuthill." My face must have reflected my extreme surprise, for he laughed. "Come now, Lady Darby. Thus far you've proven yourself to be an invaluable assistant. After all, you discovered not only that Lady Godwin was insane, but also the manner in which she received the bruise to her face, as well as a potential murder weapon. You found the black smudge," I felt it necessary to point out. "True enough, but you were far quicker than I in connecting it to Lady Godwin's bruise." His voice was tinged with disgruntlement, and I wondered if he begrudged me this achievement, as he'd seemed to do when I discovered that Lady Godwin had been expecting. "What about the letter? Did you tell my sister and brother-in-law about it?" I was reluctant to ask, worried such a reminder would change his mind again about my involvement in the investigation, but I needed to know how much Alana and Philip knew. "No. I would have told Cromarty, but your sister interrupted us." I nodded and cleared my throat. "I would prefer it if they both remained ignorant for the time being. There's no need to worry them unnecessarily," I explained, staring down at the hem of my skirts. Gage glanced sideways at me, studying me for several heartbeats before shrugging. "That's your decision. In any case, neither Lady Lydia nor Mr. Tuthill, nor our murderer, for that matter, will think twice about your presence while I question them, since you arrived on the scene soon after." His head tilted to the side. "How were you able to get there so swiftly, by the way?" "I was just over the hedge inside the maze," I answered honestly, irritated by his suspicious tone. "I actually didn't realize anyone was so close until Lady Lydia screamed." I peered at Gage out of the corner of my eye and decided turnabout was fair play. "And what about you?" He turned to me curiously. "Why did it take you so long to arrive on the scene? You were nearly the last to appear." He pressed his lips tightly together. "I was otherwise engaged." "In the gardens?" I queried innocently. "Were you picking flowers or attempting to climb the split-trunked yew tree, perhaps to impress some fair lady?" His mouth compressed into such a thin line that his lips almost disappeared. He watched me warily, as if uncertain how to respond to such questioning from a genteel female. I let him squirm a moment longer before allowing my lips to curl into a satisfied smile, amused by his discomfort. His eyes flared wide in shock before narrowing. I thought he might scold me, but then he surprised me by breaking into a wide, boyish grin. The beauty of that flash of white did more to stifle my mirth than any reprimand ever could have. "I suppose I deserved that. I must remember that you are not some shy, retiring maiden." He jested right back at me. "But a widow who has seen far more than her fair share of the world, and men's anatomy, than most women of your breeding." I coloured at his crude reference to the lower extremities of my husband's dissection subjects. "I hardly viewed them in such a lewd manner," I replied crossly. "Then how did you view them?" he asked. His impertinent grin made me want to stick my tongue out at him like a 5-year-old. However, the genuine interest that rang in his voice made me consider my next words carefully. He waited patiently as I sorted through my thoughts and impressions of that difficult time. I thought of them as subjects of a portrait." Gage turned to me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. "It was easier, you see, to think of them as living, just lying there, very, very still, or asleep," I tried to explain. "Especially those first few times. I stared down at my feet as we walked. Under those circumstances, it wasn't difficult to find the beauty in the angle of their cheekbones, or the carmine shade of their hearts, or the intricate stretch of the tendons connecting their muscles. They were just showing me more of themselves than my normal clientele. The light and passion and desires that swim in the eyes of the living were gone, but the rest of them was open to me. Gage was very quiet, and I wondered if I had inadvertently just proven myself as crazy, as most people thought I was, by admitting such a thing. I frowned, angry at myself for sharing something so intimate with a virtual stranger, one who was conducting an investigation in which I was quite possibly considered a suspect. We had nearly reached the terrace before he finally spoke, and when he did, it was to make a rather insightful but unexpected statement. "Is that light you see in others' eyes the reason your portraits are so special?" he murmured softly. It was phrased as a question, but I was rather certain I was not supposed to answer. I'm not sure I could have, in any case. Gage offered me his arm as we approached the terrace steps to the castle, and at first I thought the tingling along my hairline came from his touch, but as a tendril of unease crawled down my spine, I realized that was not the case at all. I hesitantly lifted my eyes to the castle facade, allowing my gaze to sweep over the numerous windows winking in the morning light. A shadow among the drapes on the third floor of the deserted western block made my heart stutter in my chest. My footsteps faltered, and Gage glanced down at me in question. "Lady Darby?" I blinked up at him. "Did you see that?" My voice sounded breathless. "See what?" he asked, following my gaze back up to the window. The shadow was now gone. I pressed a hand to my forehead, wondering if I was seeing things. I could have sworn someone had been watching us from that window just a moment ago. Did they notice my interest and step back behind the drapes? Or was my lack of sleep and the strange events of the night and morning simply getting to me? "Lady Darby?" Gage pressed. Lines of worry radiated from his eyes. "Oh, nothing," I replied with false confidence. "Just a trick of the light." I offered him a reassuring smile, hoping he wouldn't press further. The last thing I needed to admit to Gage was that I was either imagining things or someone was following our movements. Both would see me removed from this investigation, and I had no intention of stepping aside, not with so much at stake. In short order, Mr. Gage, Lady Lydia, Mr. Tuthill and I were ensconced in a parlour in the family wing, sipping tea. It was a small chamber decorated in comfortably worn furniture, the shades of new leaves and lemon yellow. On gloomy days I often read there, for it was bright and cheerful even in the dreariest weather. Lady Lydia perched at the edge of a green damask settee, admiring Gage out of the corner of her eye. She seemed to believe she was doing this surreptitiously, but each time she snuck a glance, she managed to somehow set the caramel-brown curls surrounding her face to bouncing. It was an annoying little gesture that set my teeth on edge. I would have liked nothing more than to inform her of it, but even I knew such a comment would be terribly impolite. Mr. Tuthill, for his part, was also not oblivious to Lady Lydia's interest in Gage, but he seemed resigned to it. He drank his tea and avoided looking at all of us. I felt a bit sorry for the man. As the second son of a baron, with a moderate income and moderate good looks, he was easy to overlook, and he clearly had developed an interest in the Earl of Yeomoth's youngest sister, one that I thought Lady Lydia returned, even if she was currently distracted by a bigger and far more attractive fish. However, Mr. Tuthill seemed sensitive to the fact that Gage would never pursue the girl, and so if he could just tolerate this interview, he would likely never have to endure another one. "Well," Gage declared, leaning forward to set his teacup and saucer on the table before him, "I'm certain you all understand the reason I have summoned you here." I wanted to raise my eyebrows at his use of the word all, but refrained, knowing he expected me to play my part. which included not allowing Lady Lydia and Mr. Tuthill to know I was assisting Gage with his investigation. He tapped his finger against the wooden arm of his cream-upholstered Hepplewhite chair. "Mr. Tuthill, Lady Lydia," he said, nodding at each of them. "You were the first to stumble across Lady Godwin, correct?" Lady Lydia nodded, casting her eyes downward demurely and pouting her lips in a manner so pretty I was quite certain she had practised it to perfection. "That is correct," Mr. Tuthill replied, setting his own teacup aside. He tugged down on his hunter-green waistcoat nervously and stole a glance at Lady Lydia. "Can you describe what happened?" Gage prompted, addressing Mr. Tuthill, man to man. Mr. Tuthill and Lady Lydia shared a quick look before he formulated a reply. "Well, we were strolling through the maze, trying to find our way to the centre, and, well, we passed the alcove, and there she was." I wondered whether there was something he was leaving out between the and well. Something like a kiss. It would explain the man's nerves, as well as the harmless impression I received from them. "It was horrid," Lady Lydia cried, really setting her curls to bouncing. "I've never seen something so ghastly in all my life." Her already wide eyes rounded even more as they turned to me, having realized belatedly the implication that could be made from her statement. I ignored the girl's distress, knowing it would only make matters worse to address it, and turned to Gage, waiting for him to lead them on with another question. His gaze met mine briefly, and I thought I saw amusement shining in their depths. Whether that humour was at Lady Lydia, me, or the entire situation, I could not be sure. "Did you see anyone else?" he asked Mr. Tuthill. "Did you notice anyone entering the maze before you?" "No, sir." "Did you hear any suspicious noises?" Mr. Tuthill's eyes lifted toward the ceiling in thought before returning to Gage. "No, sir. I don't believe so." "What of you, Lady Lydia? Did you hear or see anything?" She shook her head, and the curls bounced. Gage frowned, tapping his lip with an index finger. "So when you saw Lady Godwin, and the state she was in, you screamed?" "Yes," she nodded. Bounce, bounce. "And I believe I shouted," Mr. Tuthill added. Gage flicked a glance at him before returning his focus to Lady Lydia. "And you kept screaming?" Nod. Bounce, bounce. "Even after Lady Darby arrived?" "It was just such a frightening sight," she exclaimed, pressing her hand to her heart. "You're ever so brave for investigating such a gruesome matter," she added breathlessly. Bounce. "Yes, well..." Gage seemed unimpressed by her adoration. "Mr. Tuthill acquitted himself quite admirably, catching you when you swooned and carrying you back to the castle." He nodded at the Baron's second son, whose chest seemed to expand with pride. "Oh, yes," Lady Lydia agreed, turning toward Mr. Tuthill. "He did, indeed." Gage shared another humoured look with me, while the two young lovers stared into each other's eyes. "How long would you say it was until Lady Darby arrived?" Mr. Tuthill blinked, recollecting himself. "Only the matter of a few seconds." Gage's attention swung to me, to play out this last little part of our charade. "Did you see Lady Lydia and Mr. Tuthill enter the maze?" "No, and I saw no one else enter before or after me." He nodded. "Do you know the maze well?" "I do," I replied, feeling the other witness's eyes on me. I suddenly had the horrible urge to giggle, and had to fight to suppress it. Gage did not help matters with his eyes twinkling at me. "I can walk straight to the centre without a wrong turn. I imagine if Lady Lydia and Mr. Tuthill made enough errors trying to find the correct path, or stopped to kiss often enough, I could have easily caught up with them." Gage and I turned to look at them. Mr. Tuthill cleared his throat. "We did, indeed, take several wrong turns." Lady Lydia's cheeks flushed a pretty pink. "How long did it take until the others arrived?" Gage queried. I glanced at Mr. Tuthill. "But a few minutes." He nodded in agreement. "We could hear their shouts and curses as they tried to find us in the maze." Lady Lydia blushed brighter. "I passed out before then." Gage tapped a finger on the chair arm again as he thought. "Did you notice if anyone acted strangely or suspiciously?" I furrowed my brow, trying to remember, but all I could recall was that I'd looked away from their faces. I'd been too worried about my own presence being noticed to pay much attention to anyone else. "I don't know," I replied haltingly. "I don't really remember." Mr. Tuthill shook his head. "My attention was focused on Lady Lydia." Gage nodded, watching me closely. "Are you aware of anything else I should know?" He continued, focusing on Mr. Tuthill and Lady Lydia again. "Connections Lady Godwin had with other guests, disputes she may have had with anyone." Mr. Tuthill flushed faintly, and his gaze flicked to Lady Lydia. I suspected he had caught the meaning of connections Gage intended. I will think on it and get back to you," he replied. Talk of extramarital affairs was not polite conversation for young, unwed women. "I know Lord Godwin is out of the country," Lady Lydia chimed in, "and Lady Stratford and she were close friends." Gage's eyes flared slightly at this tidbit of knowledge. "Then she will be a good person with whom to speak. Thank you, Lady Lydia." She beamed, and her curls bounced. "Well," Mr. Tuthill proclaimed, rising to his feet, "if there is nothing more—" Apparently he'd taken all the fawning over Gage he could handle. Gage stood with him. "That's all for now. Should you think of anything else, please let me know." "We will." Mr. Tuthill shook his hand, and then offered Lady Lydia his arm. She allowed him to escort her from the room, even though she was gazing over her shoulder at Gage until they vanished from sight. "When would you like to interview Lady Stratford?" I asked, avoiding his gaze while I smoothed down the skirts of my dress as I rose. "Hold on. Before we come to that—" He moved closer and lowered his voice. "Do you truly not remember how the others reacted to Lady Godwin's murder?" I looked away from their faces, I admitted. He seemed stunned. "Well, I didn't know I was going to be assisting in an investigation into the matter," I replied crossly. "I was shocked. I may have seen corpses, but I'd never seen someone who was so obviously murdered." I worried my hands together and risked another glance at his face. "Of course," Gage replied consolingly. He reached out to touch my arm, and I let him, needing the contact of another person. I swallowed. "So, before or after luncheon?" I asked, harking back to my question about Lady Stratford, and hoping he wouldn't try to discourage me from joining him. "After. I have some things I need to do first." I nodded. His arm fell to his side as he stepped away, and I felt the loss of his touch more acutely than I expected. "Until then," he said, a faint frown marring his brow, and then quit the room. I reached up to cradle a spot where the warmth from his hand still lingered on my grey walking dress. My skin underneath seemed to tingle a bit, and I closed my eyes to better appreciate it. When I realized what I was doing, I jerked my hand from my arm and opened my eyes. What ridiculousness! I glanced at the settee where Lady Lydia had sat, and shook my head. I was not some silly girl with romantic notions in her head. I didn't want to be. And with that firm reminder, I escaped to the familiar solitude of my art studio. Chapter 10. Several hours in my studio did much to soothe my tattered nerves, worn raw by the events of the last 16 hours. The familiar roughness of the charcoal in my hand, as I sketched the outline of a new portrait, comforted me. Its musk of earth and ashes permeated the air, clearing away the lingering memory of blood and death. I lost myself in the sweep of lines, forgetting place and time. That is, until Mr. Gage's summons recalled me to it. I sighed at the sight of his message delivered by one of the maids, suddenly reluctant to return to the uncertainty of the investigation. It was easier, safer, to remain immersed in my art. But I had promised Alana I would find answers, and as I returned to reality, my own natural curiosity reasserted itself. So I consumed several cold bites of the soup of summer squash which the servants had brought me for luncheon, probably hours before, and set out to find Mr. Gage. I found him pacing before the fireplace in the sunny family parlour, where we had interviewed Lady Lydia and Mr. Tuthill. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his head bowed as if deep in thought. I hesitated to make myself known, taking a moment to observe his unguarded expression and the deep lines of frustration criss-crossing his brow. He seemed in that moment like a caged animal circling his enclosure. He glanced up as he pivoted, and upon catching sight of me, wiped his face clear of all emotion. "Ah, there you are," he declared, moving toward me. He did not sound irritated, but impatient. He was not pleased to have been kept waiting. "Where did you disappear to?" I was tempted to point out that he had not divulged the destination of his urgent business, but I suspected he intended to be vague about his plans earlier, and would only smile enigmatically and change subjects. Perversely, it made me want to be just as mysterious. "Does it matter?" I challenged. "I'm here now. Are you ready to interview Lady Stratford?" He smiled as if amused by my display of defiance. "It doesn't matter, though why you are so reluctant to admit you were in your art studio baffles me." He reached out to swipe a finger gently across my cheek, bringing it away smudged with charcoal. Feeling heat steal into my cheeks, I scowled and wiped my palm across my face to remove any lingering traces of the powder. "Here, allow me." He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and grasped my jaw between his thumb and forefinger. I jerked back from his touch. "That's not necessary." I held my hand out for the square white cloth. His smile widened, but he relinquished his hold on the handkerchief. I fought a blush as I studied my visage in the mirror, hanging on the wall behind the door, and carefully removed all traces of my art supplies, including a smudge of yellow paint from the side of my left palm. I wasn't certain why I felt so embarrassed by my rumpled appearance. It had never much mattered to me before, but I did know that I did not like the cheeky grin stretching across Gage's face as he stood over my shoulder watching me. I handed the cloth back to him with a curt thank you, even though I felt more like tossing it in his face. He nodded, folded the square, and tucked it back into his pocket. "Now," I pronounced, crossing my arms over my chest. "Lady Stratford?" He cleared his throat. "Yes, we shall be speaking with her in her chambers." I followed him toward the door. "I took the liberty of sending her a note requesting an audience." He chuckled. "The Countess is quite a proper bit of muslin. I knew she wouldn't be able to rudely dismiss such a formal request." I frowned in confusion. Would she have refused to be interviewed? "Only as a matter of principle." His eyes twinkled. "You should know that Lady Stratford does not like me very much." "Well then, that's something we have in common," I replied tartly. He did not seem hurt by my comment. "Come now, I know that can't be true. You like me well enough," he said with patronizing certainty. I arched an eyebrow, but decided not to contradict the infuriating man. "Is she waiting for us now?" He smiled knowingly, which almost convinced me that an argument would not be such a waste of time. "Yes, and I'll be blaming you for making us late." "That's fine. I doubt she cares much for my company either. This shall make for an interesting conversation," I remarked dryly. I glanced up at him out of the corner of my eye. "Why are you allowing me to accompany you? I half expected you to visit Lady Stratford by yourself and inform me of it later." "Well," he hedged, "as I said, she is quite staid and proper. I wasn't certain she would see me alone. I thought the company of a female might help smooth things along." He cleared his throat as we turned a corner. By the way, she's not actually aware that you will be the female accompanying me." I turned to look up at him. "I may have led her to believe your sister would be the one joining us." I sighed. It was no wonder Lady Stratford didn't like the man. I wondered if she would turn us away when she discovered he had duped her by bringing me instead. "Don't worry," he told me confidently. "I have it all figured out." I doubted that, but I was willing to play along. The nasty comments Lady Stratford was sure to make about me would not be pleasurable, but I thought I might enjoy watching Gage have the door slammed in his face. When she turned us away, I would send Alana to speak with her, armed with all the questions I had for the Countess. In the end, I would find a way to get the information I wanted. Lady Stratford and her husband had been placed in a suite of rooms near the end of the southeast hall block. As we passed by, I realized that Lady Godwin's assigned chamber had only been several doors away. I wondered if my sister had placed them in such proximity because she was aware of their friendship, or if it had merely been a happy coincidence. The Stratford suite was one of the best and largest in the castle. Each room was decorated in sumptuous shades of chocolate and pale sky blue, with gold and buttercup yellow. Most of the furniture was heavily ornamented in a Rococo style, although Alana had softened the heavy gilding by simplifying the cloth and wall patterns to solids and wide, uncomplicated prints. The his and hers bedchambers were connected by 2 dressing rooms and a comfortable parlour. It was at the door of this parlour that Gage paused and knocked. Lady Stratford's maid showed us in before disappearing through the dressing room to collect her mistress. When the Countess appeared, it was clear that the maid had already informed her of my presence. Her eyes immediately narrowed on me. The soft grey of her irises had hardened to chips of ice. "Mr. Gage," she bit out in clipped tones, "if I might have a word with you." I stepped away from the grouping of furnishings at the centre of the room and moved to stare out a window on the opposite side of the chamber at the garden below. The wind rippled the leaves on the trees, just as the chill in Lady Stratford's voice ruffled my nerves. I hated being confronted with others' disgust and prejudice over something they knew nothing about. It angered me and made me feel small and helpless. I bit my lip to withhold all the words burning inside of me, as I always did, and strained to hear Gage and Lady Stratford's conversation. "What is she doing here?" Lady Stratford hissed. Her sister was detained and asked her to accompany me. Gage replied in conciliatory tones. "I realize that Lady Cromarty believes her sister innocent as a baby lamb, a testament to her loyalty, I'm sure." The Countess didn't sound as though she placed much value in familial devotion, but the fact remains that most of society believes her unnatural. Is she not your prime suspect? Haven't you ever heard the old adage, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer"? He whispered. I tensed, wondering just how much of this conversation was truth and how much fiction. Did Gage view me as the enemy? It irritated me to live with this doubt, especially in the face of the upheaval already caused by Lady Godwin's murder. Did I not already have enough to worry about, without suspicion and betrayal being thrown into the mix? I did not hear Lady Stratford's response, but she must have given her consent, for Gage called me over. He smiled at me as we settled into our seats, but I could not force myself to smile back. Not in the face of his duplicity, in Lady Stratford's naked displeasure. It was remarkable how much a disagreeable expression could sour beauty. Lady Stratford often reminded me of a China shepherdess, with her pale blonde hair, porcelain skin, and slight figure. She was both the picture of hearty country living and fragile womanhood. But a year younger than my sister, Lady Stratford had caused quite a stir the year of her debut. It was rumoured that every eligible nobleman had vied for her hand, from dukes to second sons. The Ton had delighted in her marriage to the roguish and elusive Earl of Stratford, happy to see a gentleman who had fought the bonds of matrimony for so many years finally caught in its net. She was certainly a diamond of the first water. However, at that moment, with her lips pursed and her eyes hard, she looked anything but lovely and soft. "How may I help you?" she finally asked Gage, folding her hands over the lavender skirts of her gown. I had not failed to notice she was also wearing half-mourning colours. "It has come to my attention that you were a good friend of Lady Godwin," he began gently. His gaze dipped to take in her dress, letting me know he had not missed the significance of the colour either. "I wondered if you might answer a few questions for me, to aid in my investigation." Lady Stratford lowered her eyes for a second. I watched her reaction carefully, perplexed by the nervous fidgeting of her hands. She stilled them when she caught me observing her, and turned back to Gage. "I will hear your questions, though I cannot promise I will know the answers," she replied. He studied her for a moment, and then nodded. "Of course." He settled deeper into the chocolate and gold bergère chair. "First, I've been led to believe that Lord Stratford is currently in India." She nodded carefully. "That is correct." "Do you know how long ago he left England?" She tilted her head in thought. "It was just after the first of the year. I remember I was surprised he would undertake such a journey in the midst of winter, so 7, almost 8 months ago now, perhaps?" We were interrupted by the arrival of the tea tray, and Gage shared a glance with me, while the maid settled the dishes. If Lord Godwin had departed England almost 8 months ago, then Lady Godwin's baby had most certainly not been her husband's. Lady Stratford poured the tea, politely asking how we liked ours prepared. Then she dispensed hers from a separate smaller pot, included with our tea service, that I'd been puzzling over. "It's made with red raspberry leaf," she explained when I caught her eye. "For my health." Her eyes cast down again, and a pale pink blush suffused her complexion. "Did Lady Godwin consider accompanying her husband to India?" Gage asked, jumping right back into the conversation where we left off. "No. At least, I don't believe so, and never did either of them act as if she would. From the very moment Lord Godwin mentioned he would be making such a trip, it was presented as if he would go alone." "How long did he plan to be gone?" She took a dainty sip of her tea. "I can't say, though." She tilted her head to the side in a manner I was coming to realize meant she was thinking. "Helena had mentioned something about his returning before summer's end, but that was months ago. His plans may have changed." Gage set his cup aside. "More tea?" she asked. No, thank you." His brow furrowed, and I realized he was trying to formulate his next question delicately. However, Lady Stratford perhaps did not understand this, and chose to view his expression in a more anxious light. She took another hasty sip of tea, and began to fiddle with the gem dangling from her necklace. It sparkled a deep red, almost maroon. Probably a garnet. "My lady, do you know of anyone who might have wished Lady Godwin harm?" Lady Stratford stiffened. "Wish her harm?" she asked vaguely. "Yes, someone she competed against or feuded with. Someone who did not like her," Gage elaborated. She set her tea on the table in front of her carefully and cleared her throat. "Clearly, neither of you knew Lady Godwin beyond a passing acquaintance, because, if you did, you would realize she was not the easiest person to get along with." Lady Stratford's eyes flicked to me. "Particularly for other women." She licked her lips and sat back, still rolling the jewel between her fingers. "She was vain and calculating, and duplicitous, and prone to making cutting remarks." Her face had hardened in anger as she recited these not-so-positive traits about her companion. "Pardon me," I said, speaking up for the first time since we entered the room, "but if Lady Godwin was so difficult, then why were you such close friends?" Lady Stratford smiled wearily, as if I'd just asked a very naive question. "Because it was easier to be her friend than not. Because she wanted to be close to me." I studied her features now that the scowl had faded. "Because you're beautiful." Her smile turned more genuine, though tinged with a somewhat bitter amusement. "Yes, that was part of it." From the first, I had seen how someone as concerned with her good looks as Lady Godwin would not want to be outshone by a beauty like Lady Stratford. It was much more pleasant to pretend that you shared the attention and admiration. "So Lady Godwin had many enemies?" Gage asked. Lady Stratford nodded hesitantly. "Yes, potentially." "Any that you believe might commit murder?" She pressed her hands together palm to palm and stared down at her lap. "I cannot honestly say," she replied in a soft voice. She swallowed. "It seems quite impossible that it actually happened. She may not have been well liked, but I never believed she was so hated as to be murdered." Her arm shook slightly, and I realized she was holding her hands together to try to control her emotions. I wished she would look up so that I might see her eyes. "I'm sorry. I know this must be difficult," Gage said softly in sympathy. She nodded. "If I may, just a few more questions, and I will trouble you no further." She took a deep breath and finally looked up, giving him permission to continue. Her eyes were shiny and rimmed in red from unshed tears. Gage shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "It is widely known that Lady Godwin has taken lovers, particularly in the months since her husband left the country." Lady Stratford did not confirm or deny this. "Most recently she has been linked with Mr. Fitzpatrick." He shifted again, and I wondered with some amusement whether he was about to tug on his cravat. "Are you aware of any other men with whom she has carried on liaisons?" Lady Stratford seemed entertained by his discomfort as well. Her pale pink lips tipped up at the corners. "And what makes you think I would share any such information with you?" She raised her eyebrows in scolding. "Because I think one of Lady Godwin's past lovers may have had something to do with her death." Chapter 11. I could have smacked Gage for all the subtlety he used in making such a statement. For all my social awkwardness and impatience with the ton, I would never have made such a bald declaration, especially to a woman who was so obviously grieving her friend, even if it was in her own restrained manner. Being the reserved matron she was, Lady Stratford fortunately did not burst into tears or histrionics. However, a curtain seemed to be pulled over her features, removing all trace of humour, light, and joy, leaving her cast in shadow. Her hands tightened in her lap, and she turned away to stare at the windows looking out on the garden. I scowled at Gage, not understanding how someone who was so well known for his charm could be so tactless. He frowned back at me, and then tightly shook his head before focusing his gaze on Lady Stratford once again. Recognizing such a dismissal when I saw one, I bit my tongue. Perhaps he wanted to play this out, as if his shocking declaration had been deliberate, but I was not convinced his nerves had not compelled him to be so blunt. The Countess heaved a weary sigh. "I'm sure there are many here in this castle who could and would love to comment upon Helena's escapades," she said, her gaze still focused on the window. After all, she was never very discreet, and she had a rather masculine desire to flaunt her conquests, so I suppose I would not be betraying her by telling you. Perhaps I would even be doing her a favour by relaying the information through friendly lips, rather than venomous ones. Her soft grey eyes turned to study each of us in turn, as we waited patiently for her to finish. "Other than Mr. Fitzpatrick," she trailed off, as if she was still having difficulty answering. She swallowed. "There are only 2 other men in attendance who have shared her bed. If I tell you those, will that be sufficient?" "For now," Gage replied gently. Lady Stratford nodded, understanding the words he left unspoken. Just because a jilted lover was not at Gairloch Castle did not mean he was not a suspect. He could have hired someone to carry out the murder, believing himself safely removed from discovery. The Countess took a deep breath. "Lord Marsdale," And Mr. Calvin. Mr. Calvin came as somewhat of a shock, but I was definitely not surprised to hear that Lord Marsdale was on the list. The Duke of Norwich's son was an ill-mannered swine, by whom I had already had the misfortune of being accosted twice during his stay. "Do you recall how long ago they were involved?" Gage asked. Lady Stratford tilted her head. "Marsdale was not long after Lord Godwin left for India, and Mr. Calvin perhaps sometime in May or June." I slid toward the edge of my seat and glanced at Gage, knowing he would realize what that meant. My excitement must have been more evident than I wished, for I turned to find Lady Stratford watching me carefully and guardedly. Something in her demeanor told me it was not fear of me as a suspect, but fear of my knowledge. "One more question," Gage announced, seeming oblivious to our unspoken exchange. "Was Lord Godwin aware of her affairs?" Lady Stratford's eyebrows lifted. How could he not be? But since she provided him with 2 sons, an heir and a spare, he pretty much allowed her to do as she wished. Gage nodded and rose. "Thank you. We shall not trouble you further." I followed him to the door, but a question still nagged at me. I paused on the threshold and turned back to the Countess, still seated on the pale blue settee. "One more thing. Did Lady Godwin confide in you what her plans were after leaving here?" Lady Stratford met my gaze squarely, and I knew she realized what I was really asking. I half expected her to dismiss me without replying, but she nodded her head once and spoke with quiet dignity. "She planned to stay at an estate owned by my great-aunt, just north of Glasgow. She said she wanted the peace and quiet." I opened my mouth to thank her when her lady's maid suddenly appeared through the door to the dressing-room. "I have your chasteberry tonic, my lady." The servant stumbled to a halt, carefully balancing the small glass full of liquid. "Oh, I beg your pardon." She flushed a bright rose, almost as deep as the tonic. The girl had obviously believed the Countess was alone. "I was just leaving," I said to reassure the maid. With a nod of thanks to Lady Stratford, I closed the door. "What was that all about?" Gage asked, waiting for me several steps down the corridor. She knew she was expecting. His steps faltered. "What?" Lady Stratford knew that Lady Godwin was expecting, I reiterated, continuing down the hall. Gage's expression was incredulous. "You asked her that, straight out?" "Of course not," I frowned. "Although, if I had, it would have been no worse than your intimating that one of her lovers killed her." "I wanted to see her reaction." His voice sounded a tad sulky for a grown man. "Besides, it got us the information we needed, didn't it?" I didn't intend to offer even the smallest amount of praise for his tactics, and I knew agreeing with him was tantamount to doing just that. "Do you really believe one of her lovers murdered her?" "Why not? It's the best theory we have so far." "I suppose so," I groused. "But I don't understand the motive for such an attack." "Jealousy?" "Yes, but—" I glanced around to make sure no one was lurking nearby before continuing in a lower voice. "I think it would take an emotion far stronger than jealousy to motivate someone to violate a mother and child the way the murderer did." Gage surveyed our surroundings as I had, and then pulled me into an alcove flanked by 2 suits of armor. The one on the left gleamed, obviously having seen very little use in battle, while the other was dented and tarnished from blood, sweat, water, and time. Maybe her lover was angry. If she'd dismissed him in a cruel manner, or disparaged his manhood in a public way. I considered his words. Yes, those emotions make sense for the murder. But the baby? He breathed out impatiently. "Maybe," he exhaled. Maybe she was blackmailing the baby's father somehow. I had to admit that was a possibility. Lady Godwin had certainly not been the most principled individual, and it seemed highly plausible that she could have tried extortion. But still, it didn't seem right. There were too many other factors that had not yet come into play, and I could not yet fit them into the picture. "What of the embroidery scissors?" I asked. Gage paced the short distance of the alcove and back, stroking his chin. "I don't know. Perhaps this lover had an accomplice." "Perhaps," I reluctantly conceded. He sighed. "Regardless, we still need to speak with these men." "I agree." He stood with his hands on his hips and stared at the carpet runner down the centre of the corridor. "I suppose it makes sense to start with Mr. Fitzpatrick, since he was the most recent man connected with her." "When do you want to do it?" "It's too close to dinner to talk with him now. Maybe after, in the library. It's likely to be empty." This plan sounded as good to me as any. "All right. Shall I meet you there after the ladies and gentlemen separate for after-dinner tea and port?" Gage looked up at me. "I think it best that you sit this one out." I lowered my brow in displeasure. "No matter how indiscreet Lady Godwin was," he continued, "Fitzpatrick is a very courteous and correct gentleman. He would be most uncomfortable discussing a topic such as his relationship with the late Viscountess while you were present. In fact, I think it likely he would withhold information to protect your sensibilities." Gage had a point. Mr. Fitzpatrick was among the more subdued young men I had met, and if most gentlemen would have a problem speaking of such things in front of a gently reared female solely on principle, Mr. Fitzpatrick certainly would. However, I hated to be left out entirely, partly because I wanted to hear his answers, and partly because I wasn't confident that Gage would share every detail of their conversation. Perhaps Philip and Alana trusted Mr. Gage, but I was still reluctant, especially after the comments he'd made to Lady Stratford. "I see your point," I admitted. "But No," he stated determinedly before I could finish my sentence. "You're not taking part in this one." I frowned. "You haven't even let me—" "I will not hear your objections." He leaned down toward my face, calm but implacable. "Lord Cromarty placed me in charge of this investigation, and I will conduct it as I see fit." "Mr. Gage." "No, and if I find you in the library, I shall throw you out." I gritted my teeth, furious that he wouldn't even allow me to explain. "You—" He turned on his heel and strode away, appearing as unperturbed as ever. "You buffle-headed fool!" I called out after him. He didn't even acknowledge the insult I hurled at his back. I clenched my hands into fists, determined to thwart him in this. Taking a deep, calming breath, I knew what I had to do, and I refused to feel guilty for it. If Gage had only listened, he would not be left in the dark. Chapter 12. In light of recent events, and the unspoken truth that we were all essentially trapped together at Gairloch, I expected the atmosphere in the front parlour to be somewhat sedate and sombre when the guests gathered there before dinner. I anticipated hushed conversations and wary glances as they studied one another and wondered who among them had murdered Lady Godwin. I should have known better. The upper class's stubborn sense of entitlement could not be curtailed by something so mundane as murder, and as such they had gathered in their customary expensive evening attire to gossip and compare and enjoy Philip and Alana's excellent hospitality with all the unconcerned joviality of those who believe tragedy and horror can never touch them. Lady Godwin's murder was certainly dreadful, but surely she had it coming. What with her immoral behaviour and all, seemed to be the consensus. And by their pointed stares in my direction, most of them still believed I was the culprit, who should be brought to justice for the matter. I entered the parlour quietly, trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. But just as the evening before, the effort was futile. No one had failed to note my appearance. I might as well have worn a scarlet gown rather than a lovely deep plum dress with black trim. They watched me with narrowed, mistrustful eyes and whispered to one another behind their fans. A few brave souls voiced their nasty opinions of me loud enough to be overheard, but most kept quiet, out of deference to their hosts, I had no doubt. Only Lady Westlock insisted upon volleying loud insults about me to her two closest allies, Mrs. Smythe and Lady Darlington, despite Lord Westlock's panicked urgings for her to remain quiet. I gave their circle a wide berth and decided to find a seat on the opposite side of the room before my sister, who was edging ever closer to the Westlocks, tossed them out of the castle with her own two hands. I settled into a plush beige velvet chair in a quiet corner by the windows and tried to quiet the internal agitation the guests' silent and not-so-silent accusations had caused me. I needed to focus on those assembled around me, to observe their behaviour and examine it for any signs of anxiety or guilt. After all, it was the only reason I had agreed to join the others for dinner instead of taking a tray in my room. But I discovered it was more difficult to concentrate than I anticipated, thriving on so little sleep the night before, and a dully throbbing skull from the pain Lucy caused me while styling my hair. I wanted nothing more than to abandon the entire enterprise and lay my head down on a soft pillow and close my eyes. I sighed and focused on Lady Stratford, who held court on a gold brocade settee at the centre of the room. She looked cool and composed in a dusky violet gown as she conversed with several other ladies. A group of men, including Lord Marsdale and Mr. Fitzpatrick, congregated on the opposite side of the room, near the grand piano, sipping pre-dinner drinks and laughing heartily at their own jokes. I shook my head at their antics. As far away as the gentlemen were, I should not have been able to hear their crass talk so clearly across the large room if they had been speaking in a normal tone of voice. Alana stood flanked between the two doorways, looking lovely in a midnight blue gown trimmed with mauve ruffles. By all appearances she seemed to be attentively listening to Mrs. Calvin, who was speaking rather animatedly with her hands. However, I could tell my sister's attention was far away, and the irritation vibrating through her frame like a struck bell was likely directed at her husband. Her gaze darted between him, the Westlocks, and Mrs. Calvin with such speed I wondered if she wasn't developing a headache. Positioned by the stone hearth, speaking with two other lords, Philip seemed just as aware of his wife's antagonism and returned it full force. I glanced around the room, curious whether I was the only one who noticed the tension arcing between the two hosts. Gage leaned against the sideboard and nursed a glass of deep amber whiskey. One would have thought he would be mingling with the guests, trying to gain information for his investigation or, at the very least, observing them for oddities in their behaviour, as I was. But instead he stood charming a trio of ladies, lapping up their adoration. I frowned at the two married ladies who touched his arm at every opportunity and giggled at his comments. Their display was nauseating, and the very idea that gentlemen actually enjoyed this behaviour baffled me. I watched in puzzlement, trying to figure out why the appeal of such conduct eluded me. With the unwed Miss Darlington present, I assumed their conversation would remain proper, but when Mrs. Klein pressed her bosom against Gage's elbow and fluttered her lashes at him like a hummingbird, I wondered if perhaps I might be mistaken. The young Miss Darlington was not known to be particularly bright, so most innuendos would likely fly right over her head. One wondered if her older sister, Lady Lewis, was any quicker. As if on cue, she pressed tightly against Gage's other side and tilted her head up to speak into his ear, despite the fact that her husband was standing but a few feet away. The sight of the two women clinging to him stirred a strange feeling in my chest. It pinched painfully and made my stomach dip. much like when my father had died, but not nearly so acutely. I frowned and reached up to toy with the amethyst and diamond pendant my mother had given me on her deathbed. She claimed the violet stones were for protection, but I had never felt guarded, so much as comforted by them. I lifted my gaze from Gage's arm to find him looking straight at me. A smirk tilted the corners of his lips. The two ladies at his sides followed his gaze and sent me glares filled with spiteful glee. It made me wonder if Gage had told them anything. I scowled, embarrassed to be caught watching, and angry that Gage encouraged the ladies' ill behavior and seemed to enjoy it. But after all, why shouldn't he be enjoying himself? He wasn't the one being treated to disdainful glances and blatant accusations, or shunned like a weasel in the henhouse. Instead, the men slapped him on the back like a war hero, and the women fluttered and flattered like he was the cock of the walk. I looked away, determined to ignore him and cease worrying about what kind of gossip he had shared with the ladies. When the party finally adjourned to the dining room, I was only too pleased. The dark wood of the long table was polished to a shine, and each place setting gleamed in the light of the many candles. Tapestries spanned the length of one wall, while on the opposite side, tall, pointed Gothic windows provided a magnificent view of the loch. The massive stone fireplace crackled behind Philip's chair at the head of the room. I discovered I was seated with Lord Stratford on my left and Philip's cousin, Lord Damien, on my right. I knew I could thank Alana for this bit of luck. Lord Stratford was the least querulous of his peers when it came to the matter of my reputation, and Damien was essentially family. Philip's Aunt Jane, Lady Hollingsworth, may have continued to look at me with only a shade less distrust than the other guests did, but her children, Damien and Caroline, had displayed just a slight hesitation that quickly disappeared upon meeting me. Perhaps they were just more tactful than their elders, but I strongly suspected they simply held more faith in the innate goodness of others and the judgment of Philip. Regardless, I was glad the pair had elected to view me with fondness, and even mild interest, rather than distrust, and was happy to be seated next to Damien now. Given he was the second son of a marquess, and at the relatively young age of 22, it had been a surprise to discover his mother was already pushing him toward marriage as stalwartly as his 18-year-old sister. Gentlemen were generally given more time to mature before coaxing them into matrimony. His older brother, the heir, was already wed and expected his first child in early autumn. Since the Hollingsworth title was secured, I did not understand Philip's aunt's rush to see her other children wed, particularly Damien. "How goes the bridal quest?" I leaned toward him to jest. He grimaced as he settled his napkin in his lap. "It goes." I smiled in commiseration. "I take it none of the young ladies here have struck you." He shook his head. I sipped my wine. "Your mother won't force you to pick a wife from among the girls present, will she?" Lady Hollingsworth could be quite formidable when she chose to be. "No, but not out of any deference to me. It's only because she hasn't found a young lady here whom she would like as a daughter-in-law." Damien's tone was light with mockery, and I smiled in appreciation of his forbearance. He picked up his glass, staring at the pale gold Chardonnay. "Caroline, unfortunately, has not fared so well in that regard." "Why? Who has your mother set her cap for?" I was struck by a sudden thought. "Not Marsdale, I hope." "No, no. She knows what a scoundrel he is." In my opinion, it spoke well of Philip's aunt that she did not view wealth and title as an excuse to overlook such poor behaviour, as so many other matrons did. "It's Mr. Abingdon." I glanced down the table at the man in question. "He seems a steady enough fellow," I replied, not knowing much about him other than he was rumoured to be an avid horseman. He was taller and broader than most gentlemen, which I imagined accounted for the great black beast of a stallion he rode. More than one of the stable boys had been injured while trying to care for the brute. I wasn't certain if his horse's manners spoke well of him, but I suppose that depended on the behaviour of the other creatures in his stables. Damien shrugged. My only concern is whether Caroline likes him. And does she? I honestly do not know. My gaze slid down the table to the right of Mr. Abingdon to where Caroline leaned toward Mr. Pullum. From my observations, a quiet, studious gentleman like Mr. Pullum seemed more to Caroline's liking. Mr. Pullum was already wed, but perhaps he had a friend or relative of the same disposition to whom he might introduce her. I skimmed my gaze back down the table and opened my mouth to tell her brother so, when my eyes collided with Mr. Gage's pale blue ones. He studied me openly, not diverting his gaze or pretending disinterest, and I felt my cheeks growing warm in response. Conscious of the prying eyes all around us, I arched an eyebrow in challenge, uncertain of his motivations. His eyes sparked with humour, as if he knew how much his gaze discomforted me. "So tell us, Gage," a voice boomed from farther down the table, making me stiffen in alarm. Had someone seen our silent exchange? "Have you uncovered who the murderer is yet?" "Mr. Smythe," his wife hissed, her customary disapproving frown pulling down her face. "This is hardly appropriate dinner conversation." Mr. Smythe frowned across the floral centerpieces at his wife. "Why not? I dare say we all want to know," he growled belligerently, making me wonder just how many pre-dinner drinks the man had consumed. "So let's save the chap from having to repeat himself 20 times. Gage smiled disarmingly. "No, I have not uncovered the murderer." "But you are close. Surely you must have some idea who the culprit is," Mr. Smythe pressed, leaning forward in his chair. Gage's grin tightened. "I assure you that when I have news to share, I will share it. However, for the moment, I do not believe it would be appropriate to speculate on such a thing." He glanced up and down the table at all the guests before adding confidently, "We are doing all we can to solve this murder and ensure no harm befalls any of you." "We? Who's we?" another man asked suddenly. I tensed, shocked that Gage had said such a thing. Was he talking about me? I cautiously lifted my gaze from my bowl of asparagus soup to see what he would do. He appeared just as stunned, for his eyes flared wide for a split second as the guest leaned toward him in keen interest. "Why, our host, Lord Cromarty, of course," he replied, recovering himself quickly. He flashed an assertive grin. Most of the guests settled back in their seats, accepting his assurances of their safety with only a few uncertain glances at one another. It was as if no one wanted to be the first to admit they were even the slightest bit frightened by the idea of a murderer seated among them. I couldn't help but wonder if they wouldn't be better off knowing exactly what kind of monster we were dealing with. Committing murder was one thing, but harming the baby the way they had. I shook away the thought. That was another brand of terror altogether. I sat back as the footman traded out the first course for the second, and for the first time that evening I truly felt the fear and uneasiness humming below the surface of those surrounding me. They had done well to hide it earlier, but such a blatant discussion of the incident had stirred up many of the guests' anxiety. I also began to understand why so many of them, both men and women, had nursed glasses of brandy and whiskey in the drawing-room, and now downed the wine from my brother-in-law's cellar like it was water. I sipped my own glass a little slower. With so much drinking going on around me, it would be best if I kept my head about me. I knew from personal experience just how hostile some people became from heavy drink, and as the primary suspect for Lady Godwin's murder, I began to anticipate more than one potentially nasty altercation. I picked at the herb-crusted salmon before me, hoping many of the guests decided to retire early so that I did not risk running into them later. The night before they had gathered in packs, rehashing the scene in the garden maze, commiserating with one another, and, no doubt, feeling safer collected together in numbers. The fear and shock were more settled now, more tense and wearying, preying on minds and nerves. I watched as several of the wives darted glances at their husbands, as if seeking comfort and reassurance from the one most directly responsible for their protection. I wondered if the fear generated by Lady Godwin's murder would result in a resurgence of marital cohabitation among the guests. Like fashionable London society, most of our married guests preferred separate bedchambers. Sir Anthony and I had done the same. However, my sister and Philip did not follow the trend, and I sometimes wondered if that was one of the keys to their happy marriage. Even when they were irritated and angry with each other, they still retired to the same room, and often emerged in communion the next day. I tried to ignore the looks many of the couple shared, and stubbornly tamped down a sudden longing to have someone gaze back at me with reassurance. A pair of pale blue eyes came to mind, and I shifted in my seat, uncomfortable with the thought. I absolutely forbade myself to sneak a glance to see where he was looking. Instead, I focused on the meal and the guests seated at my end of the table. It unnerved me to find Lady Stratford staring at her husband in much the same manner as the other ladies looked at theirs. Perhaps it was because the Countess always seemed so calm and sophisticated that any sign of an emotion even vaguely resembling pleading or desperation seemed out of place, or the fact that her husband wasn't paying her the least bit of attention. Maybe it was both of those things, or neither of them. All I knew with any certainty was that it was disconcerting to discover the situation was dire enough to rattle even the cool Lady Stratford. And it puzzled me what problems in their marriage would prevent Lord Stratford from granting his wife even the small comfort of his consideration. I looked away before she caught me watching, but I couldn't erase the impression of hopelessness I sensed in Lady Stratford. It settled like a lump of mealy bread in the pit of my stomach. I must say, it is at times like these when I wish my dear Mr. Klein was still with me. Mrs. Klein sighed. I peered around Damien at the beautiful widow. Apparently I wasn't the only one to notice the undercurrents passing between the married guests. It can be so terrifying without a man to protect you from the small things in life, let alone the monsters, she remarked in her dulcet tones. She brushed her hand across the naked expanse of flesh over her low neckline, I suppose to draw the men's attention there, or at least the attention of one man in particular. I felt my chest tighten as Gage obliged her by dropping his gaze to her décolletage. "Have no fear, madam. I'm sure none of the gentlemen here will allow harm to come to you." He smiled coyly, as if this were some game they were playing. "That is reassuring, to be sure, when we are all gathered together. But what about when we are separated?" She pouted her lips and even managed to make them tremble with a fright I wasn't certain she was feeling at the moment. "Who am I to rely on then? I cannot expect the married gentlemen here to abandon their wives for a simple widow like me." Gage's eyes smiled, as if he had anticipated such words from Mrs. Klein, and had already formulated his reply. He opened his mouth to deliver it, but unfortunately Lord Damien jumped in to speak first. "Those of us who are single shall be happy to protect you, Mrs. Klein." He chimed in, clearly not realizing he was interrupting some repartee between the widow and Gage. Mrs. Klein's eyes rounded in surprise, but she quickly recovered, offering him a syrupy smile. "Why, Lord Damien, I certainly appreciate your concern. But don't you have your mother and sister to care for? Surely you don't need yet another female dependent upon you." "Not at all," dear, sweet Damien pronounced with chivalrous intensity. "Those of us who might lend our assistance would be remiss not to offer it to you." The widow's smile faltered as Damien continued his protestations, and she realized she was not going to be able to shake him loose. For Gage's part, he seemed unfazed, even amused by Damien's disruption of his flirtation, and judging from the glares she sent him while pretending to appreciate Damien's courtly overtures, Mrs. Klein was not pleased by that. I bowed my head over my plate and stifled the urge to laugh. The others already viewed me as a mad murderess, and I doubted erupting into spontaneous hilarity at the dinner table would help to convince them otherwise. "She's not very subtle, is she?" Lord Stratford surprised me by leaning over to remark. He twirled his remaining bite of salmon around in the juices on his plate with his fork. "She never has grasped the concept that gentlemen enjoy the pursuit as much as the conquest. Her dolt of a husband made it too easy for her." From what I understood, Mr. Klein had been a kindly, handsome country squire, who had instantly fallen in love with the beautiful Mrs. Klein and wed her, even though she was only a vicar's daughter. I refrained from saying any of this to Lord Stratford, who likely already knew, and only looked down on Mr. Klein's choice because of his wife's lowly birth. Men like the Earl viewed women like Mrs. Klein as good enough to bed, but not wed. I studied Lord Stratford's countenance as he chewed his fish. I supposed he would be considered by most to be a handsome man. He had rather lovely chocolate-brown eyes, and a deep cleft in his chin, which lent a certain ruggedness to his looks, but the rest of him was rather ordinary. He was somewhere between 40 and 45. His dark hair was dusted with silver, particularly at the temples, and his skin had taken on the saggy dissipation of too much hard living. His body remained mostly lean, but his stomach had begun to develop the paunch that was customary among a large number of wealthy older gentlemen. In fact, the most remarkable thing about his appearance was the tiny scar that slashed across his forehead and into his right eyebrow, received at some point in his service during the wars with Napoleon. Fortunately for him, most women found such minor disfigurements attractive, reminders of the man's bravery and prowess, rather than off-putting. Even I found the scar intriguing. I wondered what shades of blue and red and brown I would have to blend to get the exact color right. Clearly accustomed to being regarded by others, he turned to me in the midst of my inspection and grinned. "Considering me for one of your portraits, my lady?" I offered back a tiny smile. "Perhaps." He chuckled when he realized no more information would be forthcoming. "Ever the mystery, are we, Lady Darby? See, now that is what I'm talking about. You keep the men guessing. I doubt many become bored with you quickly." I arched a brow in skepticism. "I highly doubt that many ladies or gentlemen consider me a good mystery." "Nonsense," he declared, as fragrant plates of braised beef and roasted potatoes with string beans in cream sauce were placed before us. He leaned toward me after the footman had retreated. "I guarantee that more than one gentleman seated at this table would be very interested to see what you keep hidden beneath that eccentric facade, regardless of your reputation." My cheeks heated at the implication of his words. He chuckled delightedly and settled back to cut into his beef. I flicked my glance around the table to see if anyone was paying attention to our exchange, but only caught Gage watching us with a speculative look. Ignoring him, I tucked into my meal and tried to think of another conversation topic that might interest the Earl without causing me further embarrassment. Unfortunately, I was not quick enough. "I see you don't believe me," Lord Stratford said, around a bite of food. "But don't think I didn't notice Mr. Gage watching you just now, or the manner in which Lord Marsdale has been harassing you for several days." I worked very hard not to visibly flinch at such a pronouncement. Sliding a sideways glance at the Earl, I opened my mouth to protest, but once again he spoke first. "Oh, I realize you haven't encouraged them. I do believe that would be against your nature, Lady Darby. But you're an attractive enough lady. It would take a blind man not to notice the luster of your skin, or the way your gowns drape your body. You're an irresistible challenge to rogues like Gage and Marsdale." I frowned and fought another telling blush. Uncomfortable with the way this conversation was going, it put me off my appetite, making me cross that I had yet to manage a bite of the succulent roast as the Earl prodded me. He didn't seem to be having any such problem. Forking another bite of beef and potato, he tipped his head toward me yet again. You do realize that is the reason many of the women are so openly hostile toward you. Not only do you have a shady past and mysterious manners, but you also intrigue their husbands. They cannot compete with that. I did not for a moment believe this nonsense and told him so. Please, Lord Stratford, if you're finished telling me Banbury tales, I would like to ask your opinion on a far more interesting topic. I'm told you are a great patron of the arts. Have you visited the Royal Academy recently? He smiled indulgently, as if he were placating a woman denied some bauble. I have. I ignored his expression and pushed on. What was your opinion of Thomas Cole's exhibit? I read that his American landscapes are quite exceptional, that the colours and textures of the untamed Catskills seem almost fantastical. He appeared to contemplate the matter as he took a drink of his wine. They are certainly in the class of our John Constable's paintings, and I believe Cole uses light and shadow to even better effect. However, they do have an almost otherworldliness about them. Yes, fantastical, you said. I believe that would be the appropriate word. I nodded, taking a bite of potato. Rarely did I harbour any interest in returning to London, except when news of an extraordinary exhibit reached me. Then the desire to view new art, not created by my own hand, almost overrode my good sense and self-preservation. I had contemplated journeying to Edinburgh with Philip to scour the few museums and art galleries there, but I already knew they could not compare with the quality and variety of exhibitions in London. I sighed, pushing the fanciful thought from my head. Your own portraits are exceptional, Lord Stratford stated, which made me flush happily from the praise. He turned and lifted his eyebrows at me. And don't think that you have fooled those of us who know our art that K.A. Elwick is not actually Lady Darby. He murmured in low tones. I glanced around the table to make certain no one had overheard him. I had not been so naive as to think I could fool everyone, but I never expected to be asked so pointedly about the matter. I didn't know whether to answer the implied question or dance around it. Gratefully, Lord Stratford saved me from my own dilemma. Portrait of a Forgotten Woman is particularly captivating. I was quite put out when the Duke of Norwich outbid me for it. He frowned. Lord Marsdale's father? I asked in some shock. A bit of the devilry from our earlier conversation returned to his eyes. Indeed. I scowled at my plate, uncertain I liked the idea of Marsdale's father being an admirer of my work. Did Marsdale also know that K.A. Elwick was my alias? Was that the real reason he had been plaguing me since he arrived? Where do you paint? Lord Stratford asked, seemingly oblivious to my distraction. Do you have a studio here at the castle? Yes. It's at the corner of the top floor of the east wing, facing both sunrise and the south. He would realize this location provided the best access to the most natural light. The Highlands were not exactly an ideal location for large quantities of unfettered sunshine, particularly in the winter, and one had to make do with what one had. Would you be willing to show it to me, and perhaps some of your works in progress? I blinked at him. The Earl was continually surprising me with what came out of his mouth, and somehow this seemed the most absurd remark of all. I narrowed my eyes in suspicion, and he smiled, as if reading my thoughts. I promise I have no ulterior motives, he replied, making me blush yet again. Well, other than maybe to gain an advantage over the competition when your next collection goes up for bidding. I realized he was trying to flatter me, and because of that, his words failed to please me like spontaneous compliments did. Even though he was an avid art collector, his request to see my studio still seemed off somehow. It would have been much more believable had he asked to view my finished pieces in a comfortable parlour away from the fumes and mess of my studio. "I will have to think about it," I replied vaguely, not ready to grant the Earl permission without considering the matter further. He smiled, as if he understood my hesitation. "Of course, take your time. After all, none of us are going anywhere for at least another 3 days. Are we?" Feeling a small shiver run down my spine at the reminder, I returned his smile tightly. Chapter 13. Rather than join my sister and the other ladies in the drawing-room after dinner, I decided it would be best to slip away. In all honesty, I did not want to sip tea with a bunch of women who politely tried to hold back their animosity toward me anyway. I suspected the fragrant black tea would taste like ash, and Alana's mood would only continue to darken in the face of the others' hostility toward me. So it seemed in the best interest of all for me to disappear. Unfortunately, Lady Westlock was not so willing to allow me to escape unscathed. When I turned right instead of left, as I exited the dining room, she grabbed hold of my arm, digging her fingernails into my skin. "I've got my eyes on you," she hissed, with enough venom to splatter me with her spit. I yanked my arm from out of her grasp, feeling the scratches her claws left behind, and reached up to swipe the wetness from my cheek with the back of my hand. "So does your husband," I remarked under my breath dryly. I hurried away and had almost managed to slip out of sight down the hall when I heard Philip calling my name. I sighed and reluctantly stuttered to a halt, waiting for him to catch up with me. Whatever he had to say must be important, if he was willing to excuse himself from the men drinking port at the dining table. "Not interested in joining the ladies, eh?" he asked. I shook my head. He grimaced in sympathy and glanced back the way he had come before speaking again. "I only wanted to tell you that Beowulf and Grendel did not find anything." My heart sank, having hoped the 2 wolfhounds would turn up something. A piece of clothing, the murder weapon, the baby's grave. There was a spot just inside the tree line of the forest near the maze that they pawed at quite ferociously, but after a thorough search, nothing was uncovered. I suspect the killer may have laid something there before moving it to a more concealed location. The dogs were probably smelling the traces of blood left behind. I sighed and wrapped my arms tightly around me. Philip reached out to touch my arm in commiseration. "Are you retiring?" "Yes," I said with a nod. "After I retrieve a book from the library." There was no need to explain how or why that might take some time. "Then I'll bid you good night." He turned to go, but then stopped and glanced back at me. Worry tightened his features. "Lock your door tonight, Kiera, and every night from here on out, until the murderer is caught." The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end at the implication that he feared for my safety. Perhaps he only worried about the lack-wits like Lord Westlock, or the drunken aggression of the guests at dinner, but even those people could do real damage to me if they chose. In any event, after the letter I received last night and the strange shifting shadows today, I had every intention of locking my door and likely propping a chair beneath the handle as well. I didn't know if it was the killer or an angry guest who was watching me, but if it was the murderer, I doubted they looked kindly on my efforts to assist Gage with the investigation. I swallowed and nodded. Satisfied with my acquiescence, Philip returned to the men in the dining room. The hall seemed open and shadowy now that he had departed, and I stood for a moment gazing into the dark corners where the light from the candles could not reach. I knew my apprehension was due partly to the anxiety Philip's warning had stirred up in me, but I also could not help feeling that someone was watching me, though from where I could not tell. The gloom of the castle had never bothered me before, not even at night. I normally found it more atmospheric than eerie, more melancholy than frightening. But tonight, like last night, was different. Perhaps the blame for that should fall squarely on the murder. and the knowledge that a killer walked among us. Yet for me, it also had a great deal to do with Lady Godwin's corpse itself. With Sir Anthony's death, I had escaped the necessity of ever having to deal with another dead body beyond that of a loved one's burial. Or, at least, I thought I had. But somehow another one had found me. Somehow another corpse had shown up on my doorstep. I knew it was fantastical to think of it in such terms, but surrounded by the darkness and shadows of the old castle, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder to make certain yet another one had not appeared. Quaking from my ridiculous imaginings, I took a deep breath and exhaled. Then, squaring my shoulders, I marched down the corridor past the grand staircase leading to the bedchambers above, determined not to look either to my left or to my right, lest I see something I did not wish to. As I passed through the portal leading to the back half of the main hall block, a man stepped into my path from the shadows beneath the stairs. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. "Good evening, Lady Darby," Marsdale pronounced with a sly grin and an almost mocking bow. I skidded to a halt and pressed my hand over my pounding heart to keep it inside my body. "What is the meaning of this?" I gasped, wanting to reach out and smack him like a meddlesome brother. "Did you intend to scare me witless?" "Ah, well, I could have revealed myself earlier when you were staring into the shadows as if looking for ghosts, but I assumed that would give you even more of a fright." He sidled closer to me, leaning into my personal space. I could smell the whiskey on his breath. "Besides, I wanted to be close enough to stop you from fleeing, if you attempted to do so." I leaned back, tempted to retreat away from him a step or two, but I knew my withdrawal would only amuse him and give him an excuse to touch me in order to illustrate his point. "If you wanted to speak with me, why didn't you approach me earlier in the drawing room like a civilized human being, instead of skulking about like a—" I sucked in a harsh breath at the realization of what I was about to say, and the knowledge that it could be true. I stumbled back a step, studying the emotions that played across Marsdale's face. "A what?" he prodded, his face lighting with interest. "A murderer?" It was absurd, but he seemed pleased by this prospect. He took a step, closing the distance between us again. "Tell me, Lady Darby," he murmured, lowering his voice as he reached up to flick a wayward curl away from my face. I stiffened. "Do you find me that wicked?" He whispered the last into my ear. A shiver ran down my spine from the gust of his hot breath against my skin, and the thought that he might indeed be an evil man. Leaning away from him, I looked into his face. It was clear he was enjoying this, toying with me, as if it were some grand game. However, I sensed no real malice behind it, only boredom and selfishness. There was also a weariness, a fatigue, in the faint lines around his mouth and eyes, and a thinly veiled sadness in the droop of his eyelids. Marsdale was not the murderer. I was at least 90% certain of that. But in the interest of that other 10%, I still sidled sideways away from him. "Murder is not a game," I told him with a glare, "and neither are my affections." "Ah, but I'm not playing for your affections, am I?" he replied, allowing his voice to drop to a gravelly timbre. I supposed many women might have fallen prey to this ploy, including Lady Godwin. However, his deepened voice did nothing except make me want to roll my eyes. "Marsdale," I began with weary patience. "I realize that I present some kind of mystery to you, but I assure you, it's not intentional." Rather than being miffed, Marsdale seemed entertained by my efforts to gently reject him. "So that's what you and Stratford were talking about at dinner. I wondered how he made you blush so prettily." I stumbled for a moment, unaware that he had been watching us, and uncertain how to respond. I certainly wasn't well versed in the art of rebuffing men's advances. The few times I received unwanted attention as a young woman, I had simply walked away. I was seriously considering such an option now. Marsdale chuckled at the evidence of my distress. I frowned, not enjoying being the source of so much amusement, and turned to follow my instinct. "Oh, come now, Lady Darby," Marsdale called after me. "You can't say you aren't enjoying my attentions, otherwise you will be discouraging me." Exasperated, I turned to scowl at him. "I am discouraging you." "No, you're not." I gritted my teeth to stop myself from cursing. "Yes, I am," I bit out. He smiled at me as if I were bird-witted. "No, you're not." "I think I know my own mind." He shook his head and sighed. "So beautiful, but so naive." I lifted my eyes to the heavens in search of patience, or perhaps inspiration, in how to deal with this vain, infuriating man. "What do I have to do to convince you I'm not interested? What do I have to say to get you to leave me alone?" A roguish grin spread across his face as he leaned toward me. "Look me in the eye and tell me you don't want me in your bed." I blushed a fiery red clear to the tips of my ears. Marsdale chuckled. But I was not about to be cowed now. Swallowing my maidenly sensibilities, I leaned into his face and stared directly into his dark brown eyes. "Marsdale." He widened his smile, flashing his teeth wolfishly. "I do not want you in my bed." I whirled away from him with a rustle of plum silk and resumed my march down the hall. "Maybe not," he called after me, "but you do want in my bed." I shook my head in irritation and hurried down the hall before he could follow me. His laughter rang after me. Darting around the corner, I dashed into the library, relieved to find it empty. Marsdale had delayed me so long. I was worried Gage and Mr. Fitzpatrick had somehow bypassed us and reached the room first. Knowing how little time there was to waste, I gathered up my skirts and clambered up the spiral staircase, tucked into the corner of the chamber, to the loft above. As long as Gage did not notice the stairs and decide to investigate, I felt safe that I would not be discovered. Careful to remain out of sight, I tossed a cushion on the floor near the southern wall and settled into position. From my vantage point, I would not be able to see their facial expressions, but at least I would hear the inflection of their voices. They appeared barely 2 minutes after I was seated, and I roundly cursed Marsdale for stalling me for so long. Several moments longer, and they would have passed us in the hall. I wondered what Gage would have thought had he caught me there with the Duke of Norwich's notorious son, and also one of our suspects. Then I wondered why I cared. Gage gestured for Mr. Fitzpatrick to have a seat in one of the deep brown chairs, positioned before the fireplace. I had expected him to conduct their discussion there, where the setting seemed more cozy and intimate than in any of the other seating areas in the expansive library. A fire crackled merrily in the hearth, warding off the chill of the Highland evening. I peered over the edge of the loft at the flames in longing. It was cool up near the eaves, so high above the room's only heat source, and the thin shawl I had worn to dinner was not sufficient enough to warm me. I glanced across the loft at the tartan blanket thrown over the sofa, but decided it would be too risky to fetch it now. One creak of the floorboards, and I would be found out. Mr. Fitzpatrick settled into his seat and took a hasty drink from the glass of ruby port cradled in his hand. I wondered whether he was nervous because of the situation or because he felt guilty about something. It seemed safe to assume he knew exactly why Gage had asked for this little tete-a-tete. More than one person had been conscious of Mr. Fitzpatrick's relationship with Lady Godwin. From this height, I could not see Gage's facial expression, but I could imagine the reassuring smile he had given each of the people he interrogated so far. I somehow didn't imagine him taking a strong-arm approach with Mr. Fitzpatrick. The man was too genial, and clearly already intimidated by Gage, if the restless bouncing of his knee was any indication. "Fitzpatrick, I'll get straight to the point," Gage said affably after taking a drink of his own glass of port and setting it aside. I need to ask you a few questions about Lady Godwin and your relationship with her." He bobbed his head in response. "I figured as much." He sighed heavily, as if preparing to face an arduous ordeal. "What would you like to know?" Gage rested his elbows on the chair's arms and clasped his fingers over his stomach, much as he had the previous night in my room. "It is fairly well known that you lately conducted a liaison with the Countess." Mr. Fitzpatrick shifted in his seat. "That is true. When did this liaison begin? How long ago?" Mr. Fitzpatrick leaned his head back, contemplating the matter. "It was just before His Majesty King George's death, so 7-8 weeks. In other words, the end of June. Much too recent for him to be the father of her baby." Gage nodded. "Was everything cozy between you?" "Of course," he replied much too quickly. Gage sensed this as well. "Are you sure about that?" He paused a moment, allowing the man time to think before continuing in a silky voice. "Because I would hate to discover later that you lied. It would make you look quite suspicious." Mr. Fitzpatrick shifted in his seat again. "Well, we haven't shared a bed since the night we arrived at Gairloch, if that's what you're asking," he replied crossly. Gage's head perked up. "Why's that?" "Damned if I know." "Really?" Gage remarked doubtfully. "Nothing happened between you two? No argument?" He huffed. "Well, how was I to know she would take offence at my mentioning how much I liked her new curves? Gave her a compliment, and what does she do but throw me out of her room? Now tell me, was that really called for? Women," he muttered, shaking his head. "They don't make any bloody sense." "Did you try to speak with her about it?" "I did. I made a right flowery apology, even though I didn't understand what had offended her in the first place. She told me we were finished." "It sounds like you were upset by this." "I was. But then I figured, good riddance. Let some other bloke deal with her tantrums. She wasn't as talented between the sheets as she was rumoured to be, and she was starting to get fat." If Mr. Fitzpatrick's outrage was to be believed, and I found it quite convincing, then he had not been bright enough to connect Lady Godwin's new curves and increasing weight to the fact that she was with child. And in that case, he might have been angry enough to do her harm, but he would never have harmed a baby he didn't know existed. I assumed Gage deduced the same thing, for he sat quietly, contemplating Mr. Fitzpatrick's spent rage. For his part, Mr. Fitzpatrick came to the belated realization that his display of temper could make him a prime suspect in the murder of his former mistress. He leaned forward in his seat to plead his case. "You don't think I killed her, do you? Because I didn't. I never even contemplated it. I wouldn't hurt a fly. Well, maybe a fly, but certainly not a woman." "Hold on, Fitzpatrick." Gage held up his hand to slow the man's panicked monologue. "Take a deep breath." He took an exaggerated inhale of air before audibly blowing it out. "Now, tell me where you were when you heard Lady Lydia's scream." I was talking to Mr. Abingdon and Sir David by the rose bushes that border the lawn near the maze," he said quickly. "We were discussing Mr. Abingdon's new filly." "And how long were you with them before the scream?" Gage asked, clearly struggling for patience in the face of the man's frightened ramblings. "Well, I didn't exit the house with them after dinner, if that's what you mean, but I met up with them soon after." Mr. Fitzpatrick brightened, sitting taller in his chair. "So you see, I had no opportunity to kill her." It did appear that way, unless Sir David or Mr. Abingdon had assisted him. Still, I had a hard time believing the fidgety Mr. Fitzpatrick had any part in this nasty business. Gage relaxed back in his seat. He didn't comment on Mr. Fitzpatrick's alibi, although I was beginning to read him well enough to tell that he believed him. It was likely he would confirm Mr. Fitzpatrick's story with at least one of the other men just for the sake of thoroughness. But I felt confident he didn't expect to catch Mr. Fitzpatrick in a lie. "Are you aware of anyone who might have wished Lady Godwin harm?" Gage asked. Mr. Fitzpatrick seemed to think this new line of questioning indicated he was no longer a suspect, for he settled deeper into the cushions and took a leisurely sip of his port. "Sure, but I don't think any of them would kill her." He drained his glass and set it aside. "What about Lady Darby? If I thought anyone was capable of such a thing, it would be her." My stomach dropped, and the breath squeezed in my chest. I stared at Gage's head, waiting to hear his reply to this suggestion. "You are not the first person to suggest such a thing," he said broodingly, "but I have yet to hear a credible reason why she would murder Lady Godwin. Surely you heard how she helped her husband with his human dissections." Mr. Fitzpatrick leaned toward Gage. "It's said they hired grave robbers and asked them to commit murder just so they could have more subjects for their experimentations." "Like Burke and Hare." "Exactly. It is even rumoured that they performed at least one vivisection, slicing open the fellow while he was still alive." My stomach churned, hearing someone speak the now familiar accusations in a voice filled with such horrified fascination, as if I were a carnival freak show. The scandal over the actions of renowned anatomist Robert Knox at the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh and his relationship with the body snatchers and murderers Burke and Hare had broken only months before Sir Anthony's death. It had not surprised me when questions arose regarding Sir Anthony's methods of procuring bodies. However, I had never known the public possess such macabre imaginations, or that they would invent even more horrific charges to throw at me. "But I thought Lady Darby was cleared of all charges," Gage replied in a leading voice. Mr. Fitzpatrick nodded. "She was. The authorities placed all blame on her husband, but no one believes she was as ignorant of it all as she protested. I mean, what woman could handle such a gruesome sight if she wasn't already so unnatural?" "Indeed." Mr. Fitzpatrick missed the dry tone of Gage's voice and continued to level the charges against me. "They say she picked the victims herself by walking the streets of Whitechapel and St. Giles looking for handsome young men. I even heard tell that she cut out some of their organs and asked for them to be cooked and served up to her for dinner." Gage's head jerked backward in disgust. "Mr. Fitzpatrick!" he admonished. The other man sat back. "Perhaps the last is a bit sensational," he admitted abashedly. "But I assure you the others have been well documented as truth. Lady Darby is just lucky that her brother and Lord Cromarty are so well respected, or she would have danced the dead man's jig long ago." I pulled my knees up to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. Though I knew that others had been discussing them behind my back, no one had levelled such accusations directly at me since the charges against me were dismissed and I departed London. To hear the words formed again within my hearing made the small amount of food I had consumed at dinner churn in my stomach. I had never understood society's urge to crucify me for the abuses of my husband. I wasn't certain I ever would. And I was so tired of fighting them, of defending myself at every turn, of being forced to hide away in the Highlands and conceal my talent. "I assure you Lady Darby is being closely watched and considered," Gage told Mr. Fitzpatrick. There was a curious twist in his voice I could not decipher. "But I would be foolish not to pursue every possibility. So, if you should remember anything suspicious, anything at all, please let me know." A rock settled in my gut upon hearing Gage so boldly confirm that I was a suspect. Perhaps his prime suspect. I dared not move from my position, for fear that I would hurl something down at him. Instead, I clasped my arms tighter around my legs, heedless of the wrinkles that would form in the skirts of my dress. "Will you take Lady Darby into custody?" Mr. Fitzpatrick asked eagerly. "Nothing will be done until either my investigation is complete or the Procurator Fiscal arrives," he stated carefully. "And I would appreciate it if you would keep everything we have discussed to yourself. I do not want Lady Darby declared the culprit until I uncover proof." Of course, no one will hear anything from me." I could hear the beginnings of a smile forming on Mr. Fitzpatrick's face, and I dug my fingernails into my arms. The men rose from their seats and exchanged pleasantries, while my fury continued to build. My worst fears seemed confirmed. The lying snake had used me, accepting my assistance and all the while building a case against me. He wouldn't have a shred of pertinent evidence if not for me. I heard the door to the library open and close below me, and then Mr. Gage sighed heavily as he sank back into his chair. Rising from my crouch, I leaned against the banister and glared down at him. He sat in a sprawl, running his hand through his hair as if he had had a difficult day. I swallowed vile epithets I wanted to yell at him, and instead spoke in a calm, clipped voice. "Shall I lead you to where I've buried the baby, then?" Chapter 14. If I had been in another state of mind, I might have enjoyed the way Mr. Gage bristled like a cat and leapt out of his chair. As it was, the only thing I could see was the red haze that descended over my vision. Or perhaps the real murder weapon. Would you like to know where that is? "Damn it, Lady Darby!" Gage exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" I wandered across the loft, toward the stairs, gliding my hand over the banister. "Even better, shall I come up with a motive for you? I'm certain my unnatural, knife-wielding, cannibalistic tendencies are enough for most people. But perhaps you need a more common explanation for my actions." "Have you been up there the entire time?" he demanded, and then answered for himself. "But of course you have. I thought I specifically told you to stay away while I interviewed Mr. Fitzpatrick." "No, you only said Mr. Fitzpatrick would not speak freely if I accompanied you. He never knew I was listening, and neither did you." I narrowed my eyes. "I must say I'm rather glad I chose to circumvent your orders. At least now I know what you really think of me." I was amazed by the steadiness of my voice, considering how angry I felt. "I imagine Philip and Alana will be quite unhappy to discover how much you've abused their trust." "You have to understand, I need to gain these people's confidence," he began impatiently to explain as I slowly descended the spiral staircase. "They all believe you are some ghoul, and if I don't take their concerns about you seriously, they will never trust me enough to speak openly. Besides, if the real murderer believes I'm focusing my attention on you, they might imagine themselves safe and slip up." He met me at the bottom of the stairs, and I stopped on the next to last step so that I was equal to his height. "So you're not intending to name me as a suspect to the Procurator Fiscal when he arrives?" I raised my eyebrows. "Even if you can't come up with a better person to accuse, you're not going to present me as suspect number 1. He did not reply immediately, and I took that as the answer it was, and narrowed my eyes. "I have to present all of my findings to the magistrate, regardless of my feelings on the matter." "Don't you mean my findings?" I challenged. "After all, the most damning evidence you have against me are the clues I uncovered for you. Without my assistance, you wouldn't have a shred of useful information beyond a bunch of nasty rumours. And a corpse, Lady Darby," he snapped, crowding in closer to me and blocking my escape from the stairs. "Don't forget Lady Godwin herself." "Oh, yes," I sneered. "A dead body, which you would have failed to realize was missing something very precious inside." "I would have discovered it eventually." "Of course you would have," I replied sarcastically. "You wouldn't have just assumed someone was trying to disfigure her womanhood." Gage gritted his teeth as I reminded him of the suppositions he made on the subject of Lady Godwin's abdominal wounds. "I believe my cooperation with you on the matter is finished. You can continue chasing rumours while I find the real killer." I pushed forward, trying to sweep past Gage, but he would not let me by and, in fact, moved in closer until his nose was nearly touching mine. I refused to step back, even though his proximity made my stomach dip. "You will not go this alone," he told me, his blue eyes blazing. "You cannot go it alone." I began to protest, but he pushed on. "No one will speak with you about it. They're all too afraid of you, and, at the very least, highly suspicious that you are the actual culprit." I frowned, not liking the truth of his words. "Besides, Cromarty will never allow you to continue alone." "I do not need Philip's permission," I protested. "In this matter, you do. Otherwise, I can ask him to lock you in your chambers for your own protection." A bolt of alarm streaked through me. "He wouldn't. You wouldn't," I snapped furiously. He moved his face an inch closer to mine. "I would," he growled. The air between us crackled with tension, neither of us wanting to be the one to relent. I was so close to Gage that I could pick out the silver flecks dotting his irises near his pupils. I was furious with him, and myself, angry that all of the control seemed to be in his hands, my fate yet again relegated to a man, as it had been with my father, Sir Anthony, and even Philip, as I depended on his approval to reside at Gairloch. I could not stand idly by and let Gage decide whether I should be accused before the magistrate. I would be a fool to do so, and I was incensed that I had been inclined to trust him, to share some of myself with him, when he so clearly did not trust me in return and, in fact, planned to betray me. However, irate as I was, I could not seem to shut down my awareness of him, and the longer I glared into his eyes, our bodies inches from touching, the stronger the tingling heat in my chest became, and the fuzzier my anger became. The tension and frustration were still there, arcing between us, but they had taken on a blunter edge, one that suddenly seemed to draw me closer rather than push me away. I sucked in a startled breath, one filled with the sweat and musk of his skin and the spicy scent of his cologne. As I realized what was happening, Gage clearly recognized it too, for his pupils dilated and flicked down to my mouth. My lips tingled as if his gaze was tangible. For a moment, we hung there in limbo, neither of us moving, nor hardly daring to breathe. I was torn by indecision, and the fact that I was torn at all troubled me. I watched as Gage swallowed, making the Adam's apple bob up and down in his throat, and then slowly stepped back. I was forced to take a solid grip of the stair rails in order to resist the urge to follow his retreat, as if I was suddenly a lodestone, and he was north. I breathed in deeply and exhaled, waiting to hear what he would say. Only a small tremor in his voice revealed that he was in the least affected by whatever had just passed between us. "Well, it appears you have as much need of my charm and communication skills as I do of your powers of observation and intelligence. It would not be in either of our best interests to split up." I appreciated his attempt to soften the blow of his earlier declaration, but I did not understand how he thought to make me agree with him. "How can you expect me to continue to assist you when you've just admitted you will be naming me as a suspect to the Procurator Fiscal?" I demanded, albeit with less heat than before. If he was willing to be calm and reasonable, I could be as well. His hand lifted from the banister where it had blocked my path, and he raked it through his hair. "I'm not telling you I would do so in order to hurt you. I don't have a choice, Lady Darby. After one conversation with the other guests, the Procurator Fiscal is going to name you a suspect himself, unless we can point him toward someone more culpable." I studied him, reluctant to trust him, but aware his words were true. "For what it's worth," he continued, planting one hand on his hip, "I don't believe you're the murderer." His voice sounded steady enough, but his eyes told me he still held doubts. Although it would be helpful if someone would explain to me just what happened during this trial last year everyone keeps alluding to. I crossed my arms over my chest. "There was never a trial. It never came to that," I replied, but refused to elaborate further. not after what had just transpired between us. He searched my face, perhaps looking for any sign of weakness, of willingness to confide, but he quickly discovered I was determined in my silence. A few pretty words would not break through 4 years of wariness and fear, and a lifetime of circumspection when it came to sharing things about myself. He moved aside to let me pass down the last step. "We have 3 days until the Procurator Fiscal arrives," he told me, as if I didn't already hear the time ticking away. "I would like to question Lord Marsdale and Mr. Calvin, Lady Godwin's other lovers, next. I suspect Mr. Calvin is much like Mr. Fitzpatrick, or worse, and would not speak freely with a woman present, but you may accompany me to question Lord Marsdale, if you wish." I turned to watch Gage closely, wondering if he had witnessed my exchange with Marsdale in the hall earlier. "I suggest we wait until morning, however," he continued. "Marsdale seemed a little worse for drink this evening." He smirked. "Since he does not normally arise until afternoon, I think a morning interview will be just the thing after a night of heavy indulgence. He will be quite grateful to us for waking him so early." He glanced at me, and seeing my expression, his grin widened. "Did you think I hadn't noticed how Marsdale finds you intriguing?" I tensed, and he chuckled. "The man can't stand to be turned down, and I suspect you've done it more than once. He's fairly quivering with the need to conquer you before the party is over." I blushed. "Marsdale is only interested in tormenting me," I protested. "Which in your case indicates interest. You're not like the typical ladies of our acquaintance, where displays of attention and flattery work easily. You're a bit more challenging than all that." I scowled in indignation. "I should hope so." Gage smiled as if I had said something humorous. "Marsdale is a rather curious fellow, and I think your presence will actually loosen his lips, instead of sealing them." I didn't want to talk about Marsdale any more, or contemplate why Gage did not seem bothered by his pursuit. In the meantime, I wondered if perhaps we should search Lady Godwin's chamber. The thought had occurred to me after we passed by it twice this afternoon, when we visited with Lady Stratford. It was his turn to blush. "I already did." "When?" He cleared his throat. "After our interview with Lady Lydia and Mr. Tuthill." I narrowed my eyes. "That was what you needed to do. Why didn't you take me with you?" He seemed to struggle with answering the question, for he tugged at his coat sleeves. "Well, I thought it would be best if you were not caught searching the room with me, just in case someone were to happen by." I arched an eyebrow in skepticism. "I didn't find anything of interest in any case." "Did you even know what to look for?" I asked, recalling the mental list I'd constructed while I dressed for dinner. Gage took exception to my criticism. "Madam, this is not my first investigation. I believe I know a bit more than you about what I need to search for." I ignored his irritation. "Yes, but do you know what to search for in regards to a woman who is with child?" "How would those items have anything to do with incriminating a murderer?" Gage asked crossly. "Well, it could tell us how many people knew she was expecting. For example, did her lady's maid know? We can interview her and ask her that." "Yes, but did Lady Godwin have anything lying around that would imply such a thing to others who might visit her room?" I asked impatiently. Gage looked upward in thought. "No, it appeared like any lady's bedchamber." I bit my tongue before I could ask just how many ladies' bedchambers he had been in. I suspected I wouldn't like the answer. "Fine," I replied sharply. "Then I shall wish you a good night." I turned to march out of the library, but he grabbed my arm to stop me. "Promise me you will not pursue any leads without first informing me." I scowled. "Tell me now," he insisted, his pale blue eyes holding my gaze steadily, "or I will ask Philip to lock you away for your own protection." "I don't need protection," I snapped. Gage raised a single eyebrow. "Lord Westlock's attack last evening and the other guests' hostility toward you say otherwise." I frowned, hating that he saw as much as I. He squeezed my arm. Promise me." It was clear he was serious. I also knew that as much as Philip believed in me, and as often as he indulged my eccentricities, he would always place the matter of my safety before anything else. He would not hesitate to take Gage's advice. I stared defiantly at Gage, angry that he would place Philip and me at cross purposes and win. No matter the futility in the fight, there was no way I was going to give in to his demand without first attempting to extract some assurances of my own. "I will if you will promise me the same," I demanded. He lowered his brow, clearly not liking the bargain. But after discovering he had searched Lady Godwin's rooms without me, no matter the reasons, I was certainly not going to let him run free while I could not. "All right," he reluctantly agreed. "But do not think that I will let you control this investigation," he warned, gripping my arm tighter. "You are assisting me, and what I say goes. If I believe for a minute you are in danger, I will pull you from this investigation and have you locked up somewhere safe. Do you understand?" I had absolutely no intention of complying with such a command, not when I needed to be free in order to catch the murderer and prevent Gage from suggesting me to the magistrate. However, there was no need for Gage to know that. It would be best to carry on with him in blissful ignorance. So I bobbed my head once in agreement before fleeing the room. I was grateful for the anger fueling my movements as I hurried up the central staircase and through the hallways toward my room, for it distracted me from the gloom and shadows that otherwise might have frightened me. By the time I reached my bedchamber, I was so absorbed in contemplating ways to thwart Gage that I nearly stepped over the piece of paper lying on the floor just inside my door. I stumbled to a halt and stared down at the folded white foolscap, wondering if I should have been expecting it. I glanced behind me into the corridor, peering in each direction before I closed and locked the door. Only then did I bend and pick up the letter, for I knew that was what it had to be. Another note from either the murderer or a guest who was very diligent in their persecution of me. I turned the page around in my fingers, checking it for markings, and then unfolded the paper. It crinkled between my stiff fingers. "Perhaps you should leave the investigating to those who are more experienced before you regret it. Eternally." I blinked down at the words. Ice formed in my veins, chilling me to the core. If whoever had sent this intended to frighten me, they'd certainly done their job. But there was no way I was going to quit this investigation. There was simply too much at stake for me to heed to threats, especially if they only came from a vindictive guest on a witch hunt. The idea that the letter might have been written by the killer's hand gave me a greater pause. But I was no less determined to defy them and discover why they wanted me off the inquiry so badly. Was there something the murderer worried I would uncover that Gage or Philip might not? Why? Because of my grim experience? I frowned and refolded the letter, irritated to see that my hands were still shaking. Then I stuffed it into the drawer of my escritoire with the note from the night before. I knew one thing. I certainly wasn't going to show the letter to Gage. After our altercation in the library, I knew he was looking for an excuse to ban me from the inquiry and lock me in my room, and I wasn't about to give it to him. For the time being, I was more scared of what my absence from the investigation could cost me than what the murderer might do, foolish as that might be. Even so, I tossed and turned long into the night and wondered if I was making a grave mistake. Chapter 15. "You'd better have a good reason for pulling me out of bed at such an ungodly hour, Gage," Marsdale drawled as he entered the parlour connected to his bedchamber the next morning. Under the circumstances, I was inclined to agree with him, having barely pulled myself out of bed in time to meet Gage after another long, restless night. I would have been quite happy to allow Marsdale to sleep on, disturbing him closer to his normal rising time at noon. But of course that would have wasted hours of daylight and valuable investigation time. The Procurator Fiscal would not allow me to make up for lost time, and neither would the murderer. Marsdale's steps faltered when he saw me, and his eyes lit with a gleeful anticipation I found most unsettling. "Now why didn't you tell me the lovely Lady Darby would be joining us?" he demanded. "I would have hurried along much quicker, and worn much less clothing," he added with a wicked grin before flopping down onto the settee much too close to me. I knew I should have chosen the chair. I pulled my skirt out from under him and scooted as far away from him as the piece of furniture would allow. My manoeuvring only made him grin wider. "Let Lady Darby be," Gage told Marsdale. His brow lowered in a fierce frown. The Duke's heir slouched deeper into the cushions and stuck out his lower lip in a pout. As Gage predicted, Marsdale had insisted on being difficult from the moment we appeared at his door that morning. He tried to refuse us when Gage sent Marsdale's valet in to wake him at 8, and then at 1:15, and 1:30. Only Gage's threat to send 4 of Philip's footmen in to drag him out of bed and tie him to a chair seemed sufficient enough to motivate him to move. Even then he had still taken his time preparing to receive us. I studied his appearance with some interest, wondering just how terrible he had looked when he rolled out of bed, if this was how he appeared after nearly half an hour of primping. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair stood on end, but his jaw had clearly been shaved. I could still smell the soap. In place of a frock coat, he wore a black velvet dressing gown over a pristine white shirt and a pair of buff trousers. The shirt gaped at his throat, providing me with a glimpse of the dark whirls of hair sprinkling his chest. I tried not to focus on the sight, lest Marsdale notice my interest. However, it was more difficult than I would have thought. Rarely had a man appeared before me in dishabille. Even Sir Anthony was always punctiliously dressed in my presence, and he came to me at night in the dark, wearing his nightshirt. I suppose there were his anatomy subjects to consider, but the body of a living man was quite different from that of a dead one. "You're becoming quite a bore," Marsdale told Gage, all the while keeping his eyes on me and the neckline of my mauve and dove-grey morning dress. "In fact, Mrs. Klein complained to me of it just last evening." Gage sighed heavily. "We're not here to discuss me. I want to talk about your relationship with Lady Godwin." "Why would you care about that?" Marsdale replied offhandedly. "She was demanding and dull." His eyes slid over me intently, as if taking inventory. "Lady Darby seems like she would be a much more interesting companion. Did you bring her to share?" I stiffened. "I'm not normally interested in such a thing if it includes another male, but for Lady Darby, I think I might be willing." "Marsdale!" Gage barked angrily. A blush heated my face clear to the tips of my ears, and I couldn't stop an image from forming in my head of Gage cradling my face between his hands, and Marsdale. My imagination seemed to give out at that point. "But how?" I began to ask in puzzlement before my brain could stop me from doing so. Marsdale burst out in delighted laughter, while Gage shook his head at me, discouraging me from finishing the question. "Oh, Lady Darby, you are a treat," Marsdale gasped, cradling his head in his hands. His face was suffused with an interesting combination of pain and amusement. I assumed the ache was caused by last night's overindulgence, and I suddenly wished for him to suffer a great deal more of it. "I could teach you." "Marsdale," Gage interrupted, "I did not bring Lady Darby with me so that you could torment her. Now, if you will, let's return to the matter at hand." He glared at the Marquess. "You should be taking this seriously. After all, you are being considered as a suspect in a murder investigation." Marsdale turned to give Gage his full attention for the first time since entering the room, and I shifted in my seat, grateful to be released from his gaze. "I'm a suspect? Truly?" He actually seemed intrigued by the idea. I thought he had only been toying with me last night. When he became so interested by such a prospect, Gage narrowed his eyes. "I was informed that you were involved with Lady Godwin earlier this year." "Yes, I allowed her to bed me a few times," he replied airily. Surprised by the way he had chosen to phrase his answer, I couldn't stop myself from asking, "She bedded you?" He turned back to me with a smirk. "It was at a house party. I was bored, and she was eager, so I let her crawl under my covers. All in all, it was a rather tedious encounter." I widened my eyes, taken aback by his blasé attitude. I had the distinct feeling Lady Godwin would not have viewed their liaison in such derogatory terms, and that she would have been furious to discover he had. "Have no worries, Lady Darby," he went on to say, reaching out to drag his finger over the back of my hand. I pulled it away from him, tucking it in my lap. "I'm certain our encounters will be anything but tedious." I arched an eyebrow haughtily at him. He was certainly in fine form, and I wondered if he was normally this crude in the morning, or if perhaps he was trying to punish me for last night's rejection. "When was this house party?" Gage interrupted before I could come up with a proper set-down. Marsdale's eyes laughed at me as he addressed Gage. "Sometime around St. Valentine's Day. Val Corbett finds it bloody hilarious to host his annual hunting party to correspond with his namesake's holiday." I glanced at Gage. If that were true, then Marsdale was unlikely to be the father of Lady Godwin's baby. "You did not bed her again after that?" he pressed, his pale blue eyes washed grey by the bright hue of his bottle-green coat. Marsdale grimaced and turned to Gage. "God, no. Why are you pressing me so about this? Did someone toss the Viscountess's skirts before killing her?" I cringed. "If so, you'd best speak to Fitzpatrick. He's been swiving her for weeks." "I've already spoken to Fitzpatrick," Gage replied with exaggerated patience. "And he accused me." Gage studiously avoided my eyes. "Well, no." "Ah, so you're just speaking with all of her former lovers," Marsdale replied, widening his leg so that his left knee almost brushed mine. "That could take a while. The Viscountess spread her legs for more men than a tuppenny whore, and most of them aren't here at Gairloch." I screwed up my face in disgust. "Surely not." "Well, no. Not quite that bad. It's merely an expression." His eyes perused my face lazily. "Perhaps I should be couching my words in more polite terms, but this is hardly a polite conversation, which makes me wonder why you're here." I struggled to continue meeting his eyes and not glance at Gage. He was far sharper than either of us had expected him to be at 9 o'clock in the morning, when he had been foxed the night before. However, I doubted he would run about telling everyone of my presence in his chamber this morning, at least not in my current capacity. He might try to imply that I had been in his bed. "Lady Darby is here at my request," Gage pronounced, saving me from coming up with an explanation. "I thought you might cooperate better with a lady present." "If you really want me to cooperate, you should offer me something in return," Marsdale replied, his words dripping with insinuation. I frowned at him. "How about I won't ask Cromarty to lock you in your chambers without a drop of alcohol or a single woman?" Gage threatened, bristling in his chair across the tea-table. Far from being intimidated, Marsdale seemed amused by Gage's irritation. "What else do you want to know? More about Lady Godwin's sexual proclivities?" "Where were you when Lady Lydia screamed?" He sighed, as if bored by Gage's question. "Lord Stratford and I retired to the men's parlour for a smoke after dinner. However, Stratford left me shortly after, and I'm afraid no one else joined me until Lord Louis Effingham stopped in to tell me about the gruesome sight everyone found in the maze, so I have no one to corroborate my alibi." He did not seem particularly worried about this, and even smiled rather smugly. "Do you have any idea who might have murdered Lady Godwin? Any idea who might have wanted to hurt her?" Marsdale shrugged. "I haven't the foggiest." Gage scowled at Marsdale's nonchalant attitude. "Well, if you think of anything, I would appreciate it if you would let me know." He began to rise, and I followed suit. "I have a question," Marsdale said. I tensed and braced for whatever lewd jest was about to pop out of his mouth next. "Lady Darby, Do you still paint?" The query sounded innocent, but I knew that could hardly be the case if Lord Marsdale was asking it. "Yes," I replied cautiously. "I would like to hire you to paint my portrait," he declared. My heart jumped at his words. It had been nearly a year and a half since someone other than family had commissioned me to paint for them. All of my recent work had been created from my own whim, in hopes that someone would find the subjects I chose interesting enough to purchase. I longed to paint a real person again, someone beyond the figures in my imagination or the members of my family. "Truly?" I asked, not certain I could trust Marsdale's words. Not that I doubted he would want a portrait of himself. The aristocracy liked to commission paintings of themselves for posterity, and he was definitely arrogant enough to enjoy such a thing. However, he had teased and tormented me since his arrival, and I wasn't certain how this statement might play out in the private game he seemed to be playing. "You are certainly talented enough, and I would rather have my image depicted while I am still young, rather than after my father is deceased." I realized he was speaking of his ducal portrait, and I instantly began imagining how I would dress and pose him to his best advantage, perhaps at the top of a grand staircase, or on a terrace or balcony, something to suit his haughty demeanour. He was handsome enough not to require the softer light of evening, though I still felt the muted shadows of late afternoon would suit him best. No robes or sceptres or any of the other silly props so often present in the depiction of lords and royalty. He would look most impressive dressed in his austere evening kit, or perhaps riding attire. "I would like to pose here, I think," Marsdale said, stretching out on the settee like a large cat. I stared down at him in confusion, not understanding why he would wish to be depicted so slovenly and lazy. He smiled up at me, a wicked twinkle in his eyes. "In the nude," he laughed, as shock radiated across my face. I scowled. I should have known better, but the idea of painting a commissioned portrait again had simply been too tempting, too exhilarating to resist. I wanted to reach down and smack him for raising my hopes so. It would serve him right if I actually accepted the project. I had never painted a living man without clothing before. It might prove to be an interesting experience. Unfortunately, I suspected Marsdale would enjoy it far too much. "Come, Lady Darby," Gage said, offering me his arm. "I believe Lord Marsdale has had enough fun at your expense this morning." He glared at the Marquess, who only continued to chuckle. I tucked my arm inside Gage's and tried to hide my disappointment at not gaining an actual commission, and my growing fascination with the idea of painting a nude. I wondered what it would be like. Would I be embarrassed? Would my subject be? My gaze slid to Gage as he closed the door to Marsdale's parlour. What would it be like to paint Gage? My cheeks heated at the thought. "I'm sorry Marsdale decided to behave like such a rogue," he told me, marching me down the hall. "Had I known, I'm not sure I would have allowed you to accompany me." I cleared my throat. "Then I'm glad you didn't know." He glanced at me. "Besides, I've grown quite accustomed to associating with rogues. Aren't you one?" His arm stiffened beneath mine. "I'm not a rogue, Lady Darby. I'm a rake-hell." I snorted. "What's the difference?" His voice hardened. "A rogue implies that one is a scoundrel, a villain, taking what he should not and shirking the law and his duty. A rake-hell may be debauched in the intimate sense, jumping from skirt to skirt, but never where it is unwanted, and never with an innocent." It sounded as if he had recited this twaddle before, and I wondered if he actually believed it. "I still don't see the difference," I replied. He paused in the middle of the hall and turned a frosty gaze on me. "I assure you, my lady, that were you closeted with a rogue rather than a rake, you would know the difference. If a rogue decided he wanted you, he would use all of the means at his disposal to persuade you, but ultimately he would debauch you whether you wished it or not. A rake would never dishonor a woman in such a way." I realized I had insulted him severely, Whether or not I lumped the activities of rakes and rogues together, to Gage there was a clear difference, and I had questioned his honour by implying otherwise. I understood what he was telling me, and I could now see the clear distinction between the two. I had felt safe while alone in Gage's company. However, that was not likely to be the case with a true rogue. "I apologize," I replied. "You're right. You're not a rogue." A dull red washed over Gage's cheekbones, and he turned away with a cough. "Thank you." Pretending not to see his discomfiture, I examined the tapestry hanging against the wall beside me. "Do you really think Marsdale is a rogue?" "I'm not sure," Gage admitted, "but I wouldn't attempt to find out," he hastened to add, perhaps worried I might do just such a thing. "I don't think he did it." He did not pretend to misunderstand me. "Nor do I," he said with a sigh, stepping up beside me to look at the tapestry. "I think he's more enamored with the idea of being considered a suspect, and how wicked that will make him look. Although," Gage paused to take a deep breath, "I have been wrong before, and about less crafty people." I wanted to ask what he meant, but the sound of hurried footsteps stopped me. One of my brother-in-law's footmen rushed down the hall toward us. "Lady Darby, Mr. Gage," he exclaimed breathlessly. He paused and tugged nervously at his scarlet and black livery. "His lordship says he has urgent need of you in his study." A heavy feeling settled in my gut. Were Alana and the children safe? Did someone find Lady Godwin's baby, or worse, another body? I glanced at Gage, scared that something terrible had happened. He pulled my arm through his, squeezing it in reassurance, before nodding at the footman. We set off down the corridor at a pace just shy of a run. Chapter 16. Philip was seated behind his desk when we entered his study, looking sombre and troubled. "The children!" I gasped. "They are fine," he assured me, rising from his seat. "And Alana?" He smiled at me gently. "Fine as well." I breathed a heavy sigh of relief before following his gaze to Mrs. McLean. The housekeeper rose hastily from her perch on one of the red chairs and bobbed a curtsy to Gage and me. Mrs. McLean was kind enough to bring something to my attention. Her gaze darted between Gage and me, finally settling on him nervously. "One of my maids found this in Mr. Abingdon's rooms this morn," she replied, as she unfolded a towel and showed us the blood-stained rag inside. "Well done, Mrs. McLean," he exclaimed, reaching out to take the towel in his hands. "Did your maid mention where in the room she found it?" Her already ruddy cheeks flushed from his praise. "Beside the washstand, sir. There was also a wee spot or two on the linens. Did you need to see those as well?" "No, but see that they're set aside and not washed until Lord or Lady Cromarty tell you otherwise. And continue to keep your staff on the lookout for anything unusual." "Aye, sir." She bobbed another swift curtsy and sailed out of the room in her pristine white apron and cap. Philip and Gage gazed grimly at each other. "I suggest we ask Mr. Abingdon to join us in his chamber," my brother-in-law said. Gage nodded before turning to me. I knew the look in his eyes, and I wasn't having any of it. "Oh, no, I'm coming with you," I told them determinedly. "While you speak with him, I'll search his room for any further evidence. We still need to find that other murder weapon." Philip looked as if he might object. "I'll listen at the door," I threatened. "And how would that look to anyone passing by?" "Fine," Gage snapped, "but Cromarty and I will do the talking." I followed the men upstairs to Mr. Abingdon's chamber, while a footman was dispatched to find the man himself. My stomach soured at the realization we might have finally found the killer, and that he had been encouraged by Philip's aunt to court Caroline. It sent a shiver down my spine to think of him touching the lovely, sweet-natured girl. I had seen nothing in him to indicate that he might be a cold-blooded murderer, but, of course, that was the problem, wasn't it? No one struck me as being capable of the crime. There were a few who jangled my nerves, but none who plucked a particularly ominous string. And that was what made all of this so difficult. From the outset, there had been no clear suspect, no definitive motive, and no lower masses to blame, even if unjustly, as in the city. It was uncomfortable knowing that whoever had done this likely walked among us unawares. Perhaps that was about to change, but it still did not sit well with me that I had not seen it coming, as it appeared no one had. Mr. Abingdon's chamber was papered in a fine silk print of sparrows and yarrow branches. It was smaller than both the Stratfords' and Lord Marsdale's rooms, and did not adjoin a parlour, but bachelor gentlemen without title were not normally assigned the best rooms. The bedding and drapes were sepia brown, trimmed with creamy white, and the sturdy oak furniture was upholstered in goldenrod. I immediately crossed the room to the escritoire and began rifling through the drawers and cubbyholes, while Gage studied the piles of papers on top. "These are just betting vouchers and correspondence about his horses," Gage informed us. "Have you uncovered anything?" "Not so far," I answered absently, studying the letter opener for signs of blood, or nicks in the sturdy metal frame. I replaced it in the drawer and closed it, crossing the room toward the dresser. I'd barely had time to rifle through one drawer before Mr. Abingdon entered. I stood with my hands clasped in front of me, waiting for Gage to explain our presence before I continued. What is going on?" Mr. Abingdon asked, taking in the sight of all three of us in his bedchamber. Philip moved forward to coax him farther into the room. "I'm afraid an unsavoury article has come to our attention, and we must ask you about it." His eyes flared wide, and he swallowed, dare I say, guiltily. "What article?" Gage and Philip exchanged a look, and I decided that was my cue to resume searching. I pulled open another drawer and reached in to run my hands under the stack of neatly folded cravats. "What is she doing?" Abingdon asked in outrage. "Nothing for you to be concerned with," Gage replied, stopping him from crossing the room toward me. "At least not when there is a more serious matter to discuss. Do you know what this is?" I assumed he was showing our suspect the bloody washcloth. "I have no idea," Mr. Abingdon lied in a tight voice. "Really?" Gage queried doubtfully. "Because the maids found this by your washstand." I opened another drawer filled with stockings. I must have cut myself while I was shaving." "That must have been quite some gash to have bled this much. Do you see any such cuts, Lord Cromarty?" "Looks smooth to me. Not so much as a nick," Philip replied, playing along. I hesitated at the next drawer, not relishing the idea of digging through Mr. Abingdon's small clothes. I swallowed my distaste and reached in, hoping they were laundered frequently. "Try again," Gage told Mr. Abingdon in a hard voice. "I don't see how this is any of your business," he retorted, attempting to put them off with a display of lordly indignation. "Besides, the maid could have lied. You can never trust servants. I bet it was that pert little blonde. She got all uppish when I tried to give her a kiss. How was I to know she wasn't willing? Most chambermaids are quite happy to earn a few extra coins from a quick tumble." I paused to glance back at the man, shocked to hear him admit he'd been propositioning the maids. Philip's face was tight with anger. "Mr. Abingdon, I will caution you not to touch any of my maids again. I do not condone such behaviour with my servants, no matter what other gentlemen may believe is acceptable." Mr. Abingdon looked displeased by this reprimand. I turned away to resume searching as my brother-in-law continued. "Regardless, this matter has nothing to do with them. Now, Mr. Gage and I are going to ask you one more time, and you will answer truthfully. Otherwise, we shall be forced to assume the worst and have you locked up until the Procurator Fiscal arrives." "Lock me up? You can't do that," Mr. Abingdon exclaimed. "Of course we can. This is my property, and you are now the prime suspect in a murder investigation." "Hold on. Wait a minute. Mr. Abingdon sounded absurdly alarmed. What had he thought they'd been hinting at? A murder? You don't think this is Lady Godwin's blood? Who else's blood are we to have assumed it to be? Gage asked with exaggerated patience. I moved quietly toward the nightstand. It's not Lady Godwin's, Mr. Abingdon stated firmly. He sounded horrified by the idea. It truly is mine. Come, Mr. Abingdon, do you think us fools? You did not bleed this much by cutting yourself shaving, so where did it come from? When he did not answer, Gage sighed gustily. Where do you want to hold him? He asked Philip. No, wait. Where? Gage snapped. My nose, he muttered. I glanced across the counterpane at the three men. Your nose, Gage repeated. And how did your nose come to be bleeding? And don't feed me any nonsense about frequently having nosebleeds. If that were the case, you wouldn't have lied about it. Mr. Darlington punched me, he replied huffily. I fumbled the book in my hands before catching it and setting it carefully back on the nightstand. From the ringing silence on the other side of the room, I took it that Philip and Gage were just as surprised by Mr. Abingdon's grudging admission. Why would Mr. Darlington punch you? Gage asked carefully, clearly having come to some conclusion I had not yet reached. Mr. Abingdon's frown turned fiercer. It was Miss Darlington who came to me. Said she was frightened by all the talk about the murder at dinner and didn't want to be alone. So you protected her. Gage's tone dripped with sarcasm. She's the one who followed me out to the terrace and pressed herself against me, he blazed. She was clinging to me like moss on a stone. A man can't resist that much temptation. I rolled my eyes. And let me guess, Mr. Darlington happened upon you embracing his sister, and he drew your cork. Mr. Abingdon grunted in confirmation. You're lucky he didn't call you out. Philip sounded as if he would like to do so himself. He glowered up at him. Darlington was far more concerned with seeing me engaged to his sister. And are you? My brother-in-law pressed, somehow managing to make a man who was half a foot taller and several stones heavier seem smaller than him. Mr. Abingdon scowled and opened his mouth as if he would like to argue, but Philip's glare cut him off. Yes, he sulked. I shook my head and restacked his books on the nightstand before rising to my feet. I felt sorry for Miss Darlington, whether or not she had hoped for just such an outcome when she followed Mr. Abingdon out to the terrace the previous evening or not. Her future bridegroom was clearly a pig, and a brooding one at that. I hope she had found at least some small amount of comfort in his arms before her brother planted him a facer. Gage reached for my arm as I rounded the bed. Come, Lady Darby, I don't think we're needed here any more. Let's leave Lord Cromarty to sort this out. Once we were alone in the corridor, he shook his head and added, Poor Miss Darlington. Yes, I murmured sincerely. His face expressed some surprise at my response. What? I asked. Nothing. I just thought your feelings would be less charitable toward Lord Darlington's flighty and naive daughter. Well, her decision to follow Mr. Abingdon out to the terrace was certainly foolish, but being a single woman myself, I can sympathize with her distress last evening. Gage halted us in the middle of the corridor. Why, Lady Darby, were you frightened? His tone of voice indicated he was teasing me, but something in his eyes told me he also took my answer seriously. It's difficult not to be, when you know there is a murderer running loose about the castle. I stared down the gloomy inner corridor stretching before us. Even during the day, it was still shrouded in shadows, with nothing but the flicker of the sconces in the wall to light the way. At night the passages seemed to take on a life of their own, gripping me in their dark palms and playing with my imagination. They tangibly reminded me of the danger lurking about me, and my solitary existence in facing it. I had always known that I was a solitary person, even when wed to Sir Anthony, even while living with my sister and her family. I knew the truth. I was alone, and likely would always be. That normally did not trouble me, but lately I had begun to feel the weight of such a truth, the isolation of such a life, and it upset me more than I would have liked to admit. But I didn't know how to change that. My temperament, my talent, seemed to naturally hold me apart from others. The scandal had only exacerbated the problem. I glanced at Sebastian Gage, reluctant to confess I was jealous of his ability to charm and allure and fit in wherever he went. I would never be that way, could never be that way. And as proud as I was of my uniqueness, I also despised it. Gage smiled down at me, and I wondered if he had any inkling as to what my thoughts were. "What next?" I asked, anxious to erase the soft look from his eyes. "Well, I plan to speak with Mr. Calvin early this afternoon, in his chamber," he added as if to tell me not to attempt to eavesdrop on this conversation. Thankfully, I was just as happy not to. Mr. Calvin was nearing 60, and fussy and prudish. I had a difficult enough time believing he bedded Lady Godwin, let alone killed her. Appearances could be deceiving, but right now both Mr. and Mrs. Calvin were at the very bottom of my list of possible culprits. "What about now? Do you have time to interview Lady Godwin's maid?" I asked. "Mrs. McLean probably knows where she is." Gage nodded. "You asked the questions this time." I glanced at him curiously. "I have a feeling she'll be much more comfortable talking with a woman." "Should I ask her if she recognizes the embroidery shears?" I had been wondering why he had not yet queried anyone about the potential weapon. I figured he'd been waiting to see if anyone reported them missing. I suppose she would be the logical place to start. Just be sure to instruct her not to share our conversation with anyone. Lady Godwin's maid was a tiny Frenchwoman, barely 4.5 feet in height. She called to mind a little brown mouse. Her hair was a soft sandy brown, and her eyes a deep shade of coffee, ringed in red from crying. Her mouth was thin and tiny, and her nose narrow and pink at the tip. She was curled into a ball at the top of her small bed, clutching a sodden handkerchief when we entered the room she shared with the maid of another guest. She appeared lost and genuinely distressed, as well as a little alarmed by our presence. "Are you Fay?" I asked gently, and she nodded hesitantly. "My name is Lady Darby, and this is Mr. Gage." I noticed she tensed when I mentioned my name. Obviously the servants had been gossiping among themselves. "We wanted to ask you a few questions about your employer." She blinked wide eyes at me, and then Gage. "You are the man who investigates?" she queried in an accent too lilting to be feigned. "Yes." She glanced at me again, and then reluctantly nodded her agreement to speak with us. I sat carefully on the end of her bunk, not wanting to threaten or crowd the skittish maid, who sat up and pulled her knees into her chest. Gage leaned against the wall and crossed his arms and ankles, affecting a casual pose. "First, allow me to offer my condolences." Fay's eyes widened even further as she peered at me over the hills of her knees. "Lady Godwin was your employer, and perhaps your friend. I'm sure you feel the loss." Her eyes saddened once again, drooping at the corners. She nodded. "How long have you been Lady Godwin's lady's maid?" For years," she hummed. "Was she your first employer?" "In England, oui." I nodded. "Was she fair?" "Yes," she replied, and then elaborated timidly. "My lady was demanding. She wants to be most beautiful and très chic, but she was fair." "We've been told she took a number of lovers after her husband left for India." I hoped that by leading into my next question, the maid would not become hesitant to speak to us, worrying she was betraying her ladyship. "Do you know this to be true?" She studied me for a moment, clearly debating whether to reply. Her shoulders drooped, and she sighed. "Yes." Then her back stiffened. "Do you think one of her amours killed her?" "We don't know," I replied truthfully, exchanging a glance with Gage. "But we think it's a very real possibility." Faye released her death grip on her knees and leaned her head back against the wall. A fierce frown lowered the corners of her lips. "I tell her such indiscretion not good, but she only laugh at me. A French woman would never be so careless with her liaison." "Faye," I began, trying to decide the most delicate way to phrase what I needed to ask next. "Did Lady Godwin experience an unexpected result from all these encounters?" The maid turned watchful, and I took her silence as encouragement. "Was she enceinte?" I asked bluntly. She lowered her eyes and nodded. "Do you know how long?" 5 months. Physicians say to expect enfant in early December," which meant that if Lord Marsdale had been honest with us, and he had slept with Lady Godwin around mid-February, he could not be the father. We were looking for someone else. "Did Lady Godwin know who the father was?" "Yes, but she not tell me. Only say she was pleased." I looked at Gage. He looked just as puzzled as I was. I would have assumed Lady Godwin would be panicked at the realization she was expecting, and that her husband had been hundreds of miles away at the time of conception. There was no way of fooling the man into believing it was his. Was she afraid of how her husband would react? Faye shrugged. "Not that I see. His lordship is, how do you say, indulgent, and generally ignore his wife." I doubted Lord Godwin would have been so indulgent when it came to his wife having another man's child. How many people knew she was expecting? The maid tilted her head in thought. "Me, our physician, I think she tell her friend Lady Stratford." She paused. "And maybe her sister, but no one else that I know." She must have told someone else, or Lady Stratford had. I glanced at Faye. Or... "Did you tell anyone? Did the other servants know?" Faye shook her head as if offended. "I tell no one. The other servants, they not speak to me, so I not speak to them." That must be a lonely existence. No wonder the woman mourned the loss of her employer. But such was the life of ladies' maids and valets, too lowly for their employers, too high for the other servants of the household. I wondered if she'd made friends with any other ladies' maids. Gage shifted behind me, and I realized I had been gathering wool for too long. I cleared my throat. "Did Lady Godwin have any enemies that you are aware of?" "Oui," Faye said adamantly. "She tell me all the other ladies jealous of her beauty and wanting to be her." She shook her head angrily. "They not like her." I exchanged another glance with Gage. Was the maid truly that blind? Surely she'd seen the other ladies, and certainly Lady Stratford, who was a swan to Lady Godwin's, or anyone else's for that matter, duck. I suppose she was only repeating her employer's words, but I had a hard time accepting that she actually believed them. "One more question," I said. "Did Lady Godwin embroider?" Faye seemed taken aback by the question. "No," she replied in confusion. "But did she own any embroidery supplies, thread, needles, scissors?" The maid shook her head. "No, she hates stitching." She said it as if Lady Godwin equated it to the plague. I hid a smile and rose from the end of the bed. "Thank you for answering our questions. For the time being, please keep our conversation to yourself, and if you should remember anything that you think might help us, let Mrs. McLean know, and she will send for one of us." "Of course," Faye replied. "You will catch him, won't you? The person who did this." The maid's expression was fierce, and I could see tears gathering at the corners of her eyes again. Whether or not anyone else truly cared about Lady Godwin, this maid had. I smiled consolingly, thinking of how much I had weighing on the outcome of this as well. We hope so. We definitely hope so. I added softly. I felt Gage's eyes on me, but ignored him. Faye, what is going to happen to you? Do you have a ride back to London? I asked, concerned that the maid had been forgotten in all the fervour. She brushed tears away from the corners of her eyes. I travel back to London with her ladyship's body and belongings. Lady Stratford say she makes sure I taken care of until I find another position. I thought it spoke well of the Countess that she had remembered the maid, or perhaps it was her lady's maid who had. I recognized the Titian-haired girl who entered the room as the same maid who had let us into Lady Stratford's apartments and served us tea. "Pardon me," she said, as Gage held the door for her when we left and allowed her to slip inside. I peered through the crack in the door as it closed and watched the maid approach Faye's bed. The Frenchwoman dissolved into tears again upon seeing the woman, who reached out to hug her as the door latched. "So her maid knew she was expecting," Gage commented as we descended the tiny set of stairs leading to the servants' quarters at the very top of the castle. I rubbed my hands up and down my arms to warm them against the chill of the stairwell and sighed. Which is not really surprising. A lady's maid would often be the first to discover such a thing. Even before the husband. Gage attempted to jest. I shrugged a shoulder. Depending on the marriage and the husband, I somehow doubt Lord Godwin was familiar enough with his wife's body that he would have noticed such a thing, even if he were in England. Gage nodded. But he eventually would have. Yes, and likely soon, if he hadn't already. She would have started putting on weight rapidly at this point. I sighed. Well, now we know the embroidery scissors aren't Lady Godwin's. So whose are they? Gage reached out to open the door at the base of the steps for me. That's a good question. Why didn't you ask Lady Stratford about them? I asked as we moved down the hall toward the main staircase. I was still waiting to hear from Lord Cromarty. Your sister and Mrs. McLean were asked to check the household inventory to make certain they were not part of it. I also had no reason to suspect Lady Stratford had any part in Lady Godwin's murder. I paused at the top of the stairs and turned to lean against the banister. That doesn't mean the killer didn't take the scissors from her, or another lady's embroidery basket. I challenged. I realize that, but once we bring out those shears and begin asking everyone whether they recognize them, it will be easier for the owner and possibly the murderer to hide the fact that they were missing in the first place. Servants can be bribed, replacements made. It will be easier to catch the culprit unaware. Are you coming downstairs? I supposed his reasoning made sense. But eventually, suspect or no, he was going to have to reveal the discovery of those scissors. No, I replied, pushing away from the railing. I think I'll visit the children in the nursery. Gage's smile was teasing. Hiding again, Lady Darby. I lifted my chin to stare down my nose at him. Just trying to make it more of a challenge for you to find me later, I replied flippantly, and strode down the hall so I didn't have to see the look in Gage's eyes that told me he knew I was lying. Chapter 17. I peered through the open doorway of the master suite's private parlour, glad to find my sister alone. We had not spoken privately since the previous morning, and I was curious how she was holding up under the strain of the past few days. She was seated at the end of a settee upholstered in cream and oatmeal striped silk, her arm draped across the back of the seat and her face turned to the sun shining through the window. I paused, smiling at the pretty picture she made. Her hair, which was 2 shades lighter than my dark chestnut tresses, appeared tipped in a shade of caramel in the afternoon sunlight. She seemed peaceful, as I had not seen her in weeks since preparations for the house party began. I wondered if perhaps I should not interrupt her, and began to back out of the room. But at that moment she turned and opened her eyes. A soft smile lit her face at the sight of me, and she reached out a hand. Unable to resist the pull of the affection in her gaze, I crossed the room and sat down next to her in front of the window. "And where have you been all day?" she asked me. "When I went to your room this morning, you were already gone. Mr. Gage took me with him to speak with Lord Marsdale." "Ah," she breathed knowingly. She reached around to the back of my head to adjust my hair, pulling several pins out and replacing them. "Are you any closer to finding the killer?" she asked in a deceptively casual tone. "I'm afraid not," I told her. "But we have 2.5 days left before the Procurator Fiscal from Inverness arrives, and I'm going to do everything in my power to catch the culprit before then," I declared, determination ringing in my voice. Alana smiled in gentle amusement. "That would be nice, dear. Believe me, I would like to know that my children are safe again, and send all of these people on their way so that I can have my home back. But even if you haven't caught him by then, I'm sure the Procurator Fiscal will be grateful for the work you and Mr. Gage have done." I feigned an interest in the pile of colour swatches my sister had laid across the back of the settee. I didn't have the heart to tell her my suspicions about where the blame would fall should we fail to expose the murderer soon. Perhaps tomorrow I would, or the day after, just before the Procurator Fiscal arrived, so that she was prepared, but not now, not while she was so serene. "What are these for?" I asked, changing the subject. She sighed. "The children need new clothes for autumn, but I'm having difficulty choosing colours for Philippa." Her lips quirked wryly. "Especially since she has informed me she now despises pink and yellow." I smiled. That certainly sounded like my niece. Next year pink and yellow would be her favourite colours. "The cinnamon red and bottle green," I told Alana, tapping the swatches in question. "Really?" She reached across me for the stack. I thought perhaps the cinnamon was too dark for her complexion. It tickled me that Alana was already so concerned with her 5-year-old daughter's wardrobe. "No, it will look lovely with her brown eyes." "All right," she conceded as she tossed the swatches onto the table. "Well, since that is decided, you can join me for tea." She stood and shook out her skirts. I stared up at her in confusion. "Well, come on then." "Aren't we taking tea here?" "Of course not. We shall join the other ladies in the drawing-room." I nearly groaned. I knew that tone of voice. I knew it, and I hated it. It was the voice of centuries of obstinate crusading Scotsmen whose blood flowed through our veins, and it had been my great misfortune to be too often the supposed beneficiary of Alana's own brand of stubborn valour. When I was 6, she boosted me onto the back of our father's newest gelding, in an effort to convince our sire I was ready to ride a horse like my older siblings instead of a pony. Her plan only succeeded in giving me a sore bottom, first from being thrown from the gelding and later from the thrashing I received from father for the stunt. At 14, when I still felt gawky and uncomfortable with the changes to my body, Alana dressed me in one of her gowns and dragged me to the May Day fair in Kelso. She was determined to prove to our neighbours that I was not unattractive or strange. It seemed to work, until a barren son tried to kiss me and I sneezed in his face. Apparently no one else thought he smelled too strongly of his cologne, and my protestations that it had tickled my nose fell on deaf ears. At 18, it was a handful of gentlemen mocking my first private art exhibition at our family's London residence. At 21, a debutante who felt she should be allowed to purchase the blue dress I had chosen for my wedding gown because she claimed it made my eyes look possessed. At 24, a mere month after Sir Anthony's death and the accusations that followed, it was the lords and ladies who strolled in front of the shops on Bond Street, whispering about my crimes and unnatural tendencies as Alana and I purchased a few last-minute items in preparation for our journey to Gairloch. None of those situations had worked out well for me when Alana stepped in. The gentlemen had begun wagers in the betting books at the gentlemen's clubs that no one would marry me for 3 years. They won, just barely. The wedding gown was spitefully ripped by the debutante, and I was still shunned and whispered about by the lords and ladies. And now Alana wanted to confront a drawing room filled with gossiping harpies who believed me capable of murder. As much as I loved my sister and appreciated her righteous indignation on my behalf, there were times when I wished she would simply leave well enough alone. "I would prefer to have tea here," I told her, prepared to argue my point. "I'm sure you would, and I can hardly blame you. However," she adopted her lady of the manor voice, the one she had been practicing since the age of 7, somehow knowing she would be a countess some day, "I am not going to let my guest dictate who sits in my drawing room and who does not. This is your home too, Kiera, and if I want to drink tea with you, I can do so anywhere I please." "Alana," I pleaded. "No. My mind is firm on this. If Lady Westlock and her fellow harpies are not pleased by your presence, they can eat their biscuits in the dungeons for all I care." "Please, Alana." I clasped my hands together to beg. "Now is not the time." "If not now, then when?" My sister perched on the edge of the settee next to me and took hold of my hands. "It will not stop. It never will unless we do something about it. Now." She raised and lowered our joined hands in emphasis. "I'm tired of watching you fade into the shadows. You were always quiet and reserved around company, but you never ran away and hid. Not until you married Sir Anthony." I glanced away from her, not wanting to be reminded of the way I was before corpses became such central figures in my life. It had been so long now that sometimes I wasn't sure if I had ever lived without their spectres hanging over my head. At the time, it seemed for the best, but sometimes, Alana sighed, "sometimes I wonder if we did the right thing by allowing you to hide away here at Gairloch." I looked into Alana's saddened eyes, worrying again that I had caused my sister and her family irreparable harm by staying here. She smiled sadly. "The reason I haven't mentioned this before was for purely selfish motives. I wanted you here. I had more trouble recovering after Greer was born than I had with the others, and I was floundering a bit." She sucked in a deep breath, blinking her eyes to hold back the wetness shining there. She often got this way when she thought about that difficult time. I had to swallow back my answering emotion. "It was so good to have you here with me, and every time I contemplate your leaving, it feels like someone is cutting out a part of me." She breathed in and exhaled sharply. "However, that time is coming." I felt a mild stirring of panic pull the air from my lungs. Alana squeezed my hand. "Please, don't mistake me. You will always have a home here. But perhaps it's time you rejoined the world beyond Gairloch's vistas. Perhaps it's time you defied those gossiping windbags instead of trying so hard not to overset the apple cart." I did not reply immediately. I was too disturbed by the idea of leaving here, of facing the angry masses of London or Edinburgh. The ton would cut me dead, and my husband's colleagues would eye me with disgust. I couldn't imagine that my fellow artists would look upon me any more favourably, and then I remembered that none of these worries would matter if I did not find Lady Godwin's murderer and keep Gage from implicating me. "But those concerns are for another day," Alana declared, not knowing how dark my thoughts had grown. "For now, you have only to join me for tea in the front parlour." That stubborn look was back in her eyes, and I suddenly felt every minute of all of the hours of sleep I had missed the last 2 nights. "Alana," I began, barely summoning the strength to argue. "No, no protests." She pulled me to my feet with more force than I expected, and tucked her arm through mine, to drag me toward the door. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. This could not go well. It would have been comical how quickly the chatter in the drawing room silenced as soon as we stepped through the door, if I hadn't still been so preoccupied with trying to find a way to escape. Alana towed me heedlessly across the room. as if oblivious to the other's reactions, even though there was no way she could have failed to notice the harsh stillness. "Good afternoon," she announced cheerily. Several of the ladies murmured polite replies, while the others continued to stare at me in disapproving shock. She ignored them and my dragging heels and pulled me toward the gold brocade settee at the center of the room, where Lady Stratford sat the previous evening before dinner. The Countess sat by the window this afternoon, watching us with the same curiosity as the others, albeit with far more subtlety than the open appraisal of some of the other women. "Is that the sampler you've been working on?" my sister asked Miss Darlington as we passed behind her chair. She startled and dropped her gaze from where she had been staring at me. "Yes, my lady. It's lovely." She shifted in her seat. "Thank you." I wondered if her engagement to Mr. Abingdon had been announced yet. Was she happy with the arrangement? At the moment, she merely looked uncomfortable. Whether that was from worry over her recent conduct in regards to Mr. Abingdon or my presence, I could not tell. As if on cue, several maids swept into the parlour, bearing heavily laden tea trays as soon as Alana and I settled onto the settee. They set the tea services strategically throughout the room, and then disappeared almost as quickly as they arrived. I knew my brother-in-law's staff was loyal and efficient, but I had expected them to be out of practice after so long a period without guests at Gerloch. I was clearly mistaken. Every meal had been perfection, every room clean to a shine, and I had overheard no complaints from the guests, despite the added upheaval the murder had caused. I was impressed and proud of my sister's ability to direct them. I had always known she was a gifted hostess, and this was just added proof. Alana returned my tight smile with one more genuine, and slid forward to pour for the group of ladies surrounding the tea table before us. Her movements were graceful, and her voice genteel as she asked each woman how she preferred her tea, and I wondered at her ability to remain so calm when there was so much tension in the air around us. It settled across my skin like 1,000 tiny pinpricks. I had to clasp my hands together in my lap to keep from fidgeting and soothing the tingling sensation across my skin. "Kiera?" I took the cup of tea Alana poured for me, already prepared as I liked. She had also set a lemon biscuit on the saucer. "Thank you," I replied, even though I wasn't certain I could stomach any of it. She smiled encouragingly at me, and then turned to pour her own cup. I forced the cup to my lips to take a sip and peered over the rim at the others. Some of them had returned to their conversations, though more quietly than before, and although I sensed that some of their attention was still focused on me, they at least made a good show of pretending it wasn't. Then there were others like Miss Darlington, who seemed to have great difficulty keeping their eyes off me, even though they knew it was impolite to stare. Miss Darlington's gaze bounced up and down from the sampler in front of her to me so many times, I was worried she would give herself a crick in the neck. I tried to smile at her, but she seemed horrified by my notice of her, and lifted the sampler to hide her face. Of course, there were also a few who just couldn't be bothered to hide their disgust of me, namely Lady Westlock and Mrs. Smythe. I ignored their glares and the indignant pitch of their whispers as best as I could. "The weather is lovely today, after last night's rain, is it not?" Alana said politely to the company surrounding us. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence, which stretched my nerves, and then Philip's cousin Caroline spoke into the gap. "Indeed, I forget how refreshing a Highland rain can be." She smiled softly at me. "Lady Cromarty, I have the most wonderful news." Lady Darlington crowed from across the room. "Mr. Abington and my daughter are to be wed." Well, that answered my earlier question. I wondered if Lady Darlington was aware of the events surrounding her daughter's precipitous engagement, or if Miss Darlington and her brother had decided to keep those details to themselves. I watched Caroline and her mother carefully as my sister offered her congratulations, and was relieved to see that Caroline did not appear the least bit upset by the news and, in fact, seemed pleased as she smiled into her teacup. Clearly the girl had even more good sense than I had given her credit for. Her mother, Lady Hollingsworth, on the other hand, looked as if she had just swallowed something very bitter. Her lips pursed and her eyes glared accusingly at her daughter. Perhaps for Caroline's sake, I should encourage Philip to mention something of Mr. Abingdon's unsavoury character to his aunt. "Congratulations," I told Miss Darlington, and tried to sound sincere, even though I thought the real congratulations went to Caroline for escaping marriage to the bounder. Miss Darlington nodded in acknowledgement, and shifted once more in her seat. "When do you plan to have the wedding?" my sister innocently asked. "In the spring?" Lady Darlington's gaze darted anxiously toward her daughter. "Oh, Sarah has always dreamed of an autumn wedding," she lied smoothly. She evidently knew something of her daughter's conduct. "The colours suit her so well." I glanced at blonde-haired, blue-eyed Miss Darlington and nearly choked on a bite of biscuit. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that autumn colours were absolutely the worst match for the girl. Lady Darlington seemed to realise this, and flushed before hurrying on. "So it is rather fortuitous Mr. Abingdon asked for her hand now, instead of 2 months hence. We plan to have the banns called this Sunday, if we are allowed to return home by then. So a mid-September wedding. You should have lovely weather, as long as the rain holds," my sister said kindly. "But they say rain is actually a good omen for a bride," I said, and then blushed when everyone turned collectively to look at me. I wasn't entirely certain why I decided to open my mouth. "That's true," Alana agreed, coming to my rescue. I had forgotten that old adage. She turned to smile at Miss Darlington. "So perhaps we should hope for rain." "As I recall, it did not rain on your wedding day, Lady Darby." Lady Westlock couldn't seem to resist commenting. I met her gaze levelly. If she had hoped to disconcert me with such a statement, she was to be sorely disappointed, and I did not feel enough loyalty toward my deceased husband to even attempt to deny the truth. No, it did not. "But it did rain on mine," Alana declared much too cheerily. "What about you, Lady Westlock? Did it rain on your wedding day?" She narrowed her eyes at my sister and clamped her lips together tightly. "I remember there wasn't even a cloud in the sky," Lady Darlington supplied helpfully, darting a triumphant look at Lady Westlock. "It did, however, rain for mine." I wondered what had transpired between the two friends to provoke Lady Darlington so. Lady Westlock ignored her and focused on me again. "I'm curious whether Mr. Gage has had any luck with his investigation yet. Of course, we all know he is just searching for evidence. It's quite clear who the killer is." I tightened my grip on my teacup. "Really?" Alana said, brushing an imaginary crumb from her lap. She seemed so calm. I imagined I was the only one who could sense the anger behind her restrained movements. It fairly vibrated down the line of her back. "It is not clear to me. Perhaps you could enlighten me." Lady Westlock scowled fiercely. "No?" My sister's bright blue eyes dared her to say my name. The others leaned forward in their seats, absorbing every nuance of the silent standoff between the two ladies. My stomach churned. I was so tired of these confrontations, so tired of being accused, and so tired of forcing my sister to defend me. I wanted to scream at them all, and I was afraid if I opened my mouth I might do exactly that. Lady Westlock's eyes dropped to her lap, and Alana laid down the gauntlet. "Then I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself. None of us care to hear your nasty assertions." The air rang with the silence that followed. No one dared speak or move until my sister removed her glare from Lady Westlock. She swallowed the remnants of her fury and turned toward Lady Hollingsworth. Her sister has bewitched her. She can't even see the truth for what it is. Lady Westlock hissed loudly enough for it to carry across the entire room. That does it! Alana slammed her cup down on the table, sloshing the liquid over the sides, and rose to her feet. Pack your bags! You have 15 minutes to be off my property before— Alana, I protested, rising to stop her. No, I don't care what Philip said. I want— I gripped her arm and shook her. Stop! She stared at me goggle-eyed. Now sit down, before you say anything else foolish, I ordered, feeling my blood pumping hard through my veins. She blinked at me in shock. I couldn't blame her. I was almost in shock myself, unable to believe what I was about to do. All I knew was that I wasn't going to let Alana take the blame for anything I did, or upset her husband because her temper got the better of her again. I gentled my hold on her upper arm and tried to look reassuring as I pushed her back down into her seat. Then I marshalled all of my courage and turned to stare down the other guests who were waiting in eager silence. See what I mean? Lady Westlock jeered. You? Shut your mouth! I ordered. The others gasped as the Baroness's mouth dropped open and she began to splutter. I'm not about to let you malign my sister. I've let you and your conspirators— I turned my glare on Mrs. Smythe and Lady Darlington— pour venom in everyone's ears against me since the day you arrived. But I'm not about to let you speak of my sister in such a way. She is the Countess of Cromarty and your hostess, and above all else, a good woman. A better woman than any of you. And she deserves your respect. I paused, breathing hard as I struggled to control my own St. Maur temper. Just because I did not often unleash it did not mean it did not exist. I could be far worse than either of my siblings when a real rage came over me. Sir Anthony's bedroom in London was proof of that. I left it in shambles after his friends promised to have me arrested for the anatomical sketches my husband forced me to draw. The other ladies watched me with varying degrees of horror. Eyes wide, bodies still, breaths held so as not to miss a single word I uttered. I scowled at the whole foolish lot of them. I'm well aware how very little the truth matters to you, but I'm going to speak it anyway. I glanced around the room, pausing to stare into each and every one of their eyes as I continued. I am not a murderer. Not now, not ever. And when Lady Godwin's killer is caught, a great many of you shall have to eat your words. I shall enjoy every minute of discomfort you feel in my presence when that happens. Sick of looking at their shocked faces, I turned to my sister to take my leave. Unfortunately, Lady Westlock had still not learned her lesson. I suppose it could have been her status that drove her to have the last word. After all, she was a baroness, and before that a marquess's daughter. However, I suspected it was more likely a fault of her character. She sniffed, sticking her nose into the air. And we shall smile with glee when you are finally carted off to prison or the asylum, as you should have been a year ago. I clenched my hands into fists, struggling with an urge to march across the room and do her physical harm. I fear the only thing that may have stopped me from doing so was the realization that it would not help my case. Regardless, some of those around me sensed my extreme fury, for they shrank back in their seats. You really need to learn to hold your tongue, my lady. My voice was laced with steel. Your husband is already facing charges of assault. I should hate for you to make it worse for him by adding slander to his bill. Many of the ladies gasped, swivelling in their seats to look at Lady Westlock, whose eyes now bulged like a fish. I did not wait to see what else happened, and instead murmured an excuse to my sister before marching out of the room. Would you please excuse me, sister dear? I fear I've lost my appetite. I could not stand to be in a room with Lady Westlock another moment longer. Of course, Alana called after me, but I was already striding through the door. "She lies!" Lady Westlock cried. I ignored her. In my fit of temper, I'd already revealed more than I was supposed to. I only hoped Lord Westlock was too intimidated by Mr. Gage to expose my part in the events 2 nights past. If the others knew I was assisting Gage, they might be reluctant to even speak with him, which could jeopardize our entire investigation. I turned left toward the back of the castle, hoping to make a clean escape, only to plough straight into someone. Chapter 18. "Whoa!" Gage's familiar voice exclaimed as his hands came up to steady me. "Why the rush?" "I can't stay here another minute," I panted, having trouble controlling my breathing. My anger was still too great, and Gage was much too close. "Please, I need to go." I pushed against his chest, trying to pull away from the grip he had on my arms. He glanced toward the parlour from where I had come, and then back at me. "All right," he said soothingly. "Where to?" "I don't know," I admitted, disliking the frantic sound of my voice, but unable to stop it. I need to think, and I can't do it here, not surrounded by all these people. I need some air." I gasped, seizing on an idea. I pulled against his hold again and broke one arm free and began pulling Gage down the hall after me. "All right," he replied, falling into step with me. "Let's go for a walk." I opened my mouth to protest, planning to tell him I wanted to be alone, but I realized I didn't. Alone my mind would not rest, and I didn't particularly wish to be set adrift in my thoughts at the moment. If it had been Lord Marsdale or Lord Stratford or some other man in attendance, I might have declined the offer. But Gage was different. I didn't want to think too closely about why that was, so instead I reminded myself that no one was supposed to go off by themselves, and I pretended that was the reason I allowed him to accompany me. I grabbed my worn but warm pelisse from the cloakroom, and we exited through the rear of the castle. I marched Gage through the gardens with long strides and around the orangery, until we hit upon the path I often took that circled the property. As we entered the shaded trail leading us into the woods, I slowed my pace, having burned off enough rage and frustration to cool my blood to a simmer. I took a deep breath of the forest air, pungent with the scents of rich earth, conifer trees and wild flowers, bluebells and fuchsias. Birds chirped in the branches above us, serenading us with their woodland song. A squirrel darted across the path and scrambled up an oak tree, pattering up the bark. When we came to a log in the middle of the trail, Gage reached out to help me over it. I allowed it, even though I'd traversed the same log hundreds of times without any assistance. He glanced at me as he released my hand on the other side. "So what happened in there?" he asked casually, nodding his head back toward the castle. "Lady Westlock," I replied succinctly. "Ah." His voice was knowing and sympathetic and encouraged me to continue. "I'm tired enough of her snide comments and bold insinuations. I may be fair game, but my sister is not." My voice rang with finality. "I vow, if she says anything else against Alana or Philip or one of the children, I will not be responsible for my actions." Gage was silent beside me as we passed through a patch of raspberry bushes. I could see the children had already picked the ones closest to the path, but there were plenty more growing in the tiny glen. They looked ripe and lush. I carefully picked one and popped it into my mouth, savouring the burst of sweetness. Gage reached out to pick a few more that had been beyond the children's reach, and then followed me down the trail. "Why are you fair game?" he asked suddenly, harking back to my earlier words. "Well," I stumbled for words to explain myself. "You know that I am. I'm the one who picked the sorry husband, not Alana." But did you choose him? I glanced up at Gage as he popped a raspberry into his mouth, and he lifted his eyebrows in query. No, but I was the one who asked Father to find me a husband of his choosing, so, in a way, I still chose him. No, you depended on your father to select an honourable and suitable man. You trusted his judgment, and it happened to be wrong. I frowned, not liking his excessively reasonable tone or his disparagement of my father. But I did not refute his words, for I could not, and I knew that was what bothered me most. I felt traitorous to harbour such thoughts against my father, to be angry that he had not selected a better man for me. I had relied on him to see to my future care, and he had failed me. It was somehow easier to blame myself for not taking on the responsibility of finding my own spouse, and bemoan my inability to stand up to Sir Anthony, than to fault my father, who was not even alive to defend himself. I shook my head. I didn't want to think about my father and my mixed emotions when it came to him. Maybe I'm not fair game, I reluctantly assented, but Lady Westlock and the others are not going to stop maligning me regardless. Feeling the rising tide of frustration, I clenched my hands into fists. I don't understand how she can be so cruel. She's afraid, I scoffed. I know, but a lot of us are afraid. That doesn't give her the right to lash out at me. Are you afraid, Lady Darby? What kind of question is that? I said with a scowl. Of course I'm afraid. I'm not a fool. Just 2 days ago someone murdered Lady Godwin, cut her open and... I swallowed the rest, unwilling to speak the words. I only asked because you don't act like you're frightened, he remarked evenly. I crossed my arms over my chest, protecting the ache I felt there. Just because someone doesn't show fear does not mean they don't feel it. I saw him glance at me out of the corner of my eye, but I refused to look at him. I learned some time ago that displaying fear only makes you weak. Children might be comforted and young ladies coddled, but no one reassures a grown woman except herself. I pressed harder against the hollow throbbing. We all must deal with our shadows the best we can. No one can conquer them for us. Gage did not reply, and in fact seemed lost in thought as the path turned northeast. It angled along a rippling creek, swelled from the summer rains, toward the back of Philip's property. I glanced at the man beside me once or twice, wondering if I had revealed too much about my life with Sir Anthony. Gage seemed content to allow the conversation to lie. I wasn't sure whether or not to be grateful for this. If he was contemplating my past, I thought I might have liked to set him straight, rather than have him inferring meaning from my words. But then I would have to explain more about Sir Anthony's death and the accusations and trial, and I did not relish such a turn in the discussion, so I kept silent. The water in the creek tumbled over rocks and swirled in tiny pools, accompanying the sound of our footsteps with its tinkling music. We passed by the spot where on hot summer days I would lean against an ancient ash and dangle my feet in the stream while I sketched. It was a lovely little nook, large enough for two, but I decided not to share such an intimate setting with Gage. The image of us seated side by side under the tree's boughs made something twist inside me. Besides, he would probably only show Mrs. Klein the location, and the thought of them there together would ruin it for me forever. I spoke with Mr. Calvin. I glanced over my shoulder at him as we slowly wound our way through a narrow part of the path snaking between the trees and the creek. I forgot he had been questioning Lady Godwin's other former lover while my sister was forcing me to brave the Inquisition in the parlour. And? I don't think he did it. I paused and waited for him to fall in step with me, when the trail widened. He didn't sleep with her. Oh, he admitted to that, after a good 10 minutes of bluster. I smiled, imagining the priggish man trying to talk his way out of revealing he'd committed such a sin. Gage grinned when he saw my humour. Says it only happened once, and he was terribly foxed. I believe he meant to imply that Lady Godwin had taken advantage of him. When did this happen? He sighed heavily, already telling me what I needed to know. May or June. He couldn't remember the particulars. Either way, it's too recent for him to be the father of Lady Godwin's child. But I hesitated, still sorting out the ramifications of my thought. It would give him motive if she threatened to reveal their tryst. I can see how he would want to keep it quiet, particularly from his wife and friends, but I do not think he would resort to murder. I could not argue with him, for I agreed. Mr. Calvin was pompous and annoying when he pontificated, but he seemed otherwise harmless. We turned east with the stream and approached the edge of the forest where the trees thinned out to reveal a wide moor filled with heather. The land south of the path sloped upward to a little hillock, affording a beautiful view of the land beyond. It was my second favourite place to sit and sketch. In fact, I had painted several rather mediocre landscapes from that vantage point. I glanced up the small hill, about to suggest to Gage that he might like to see the view when something caught my eye. I slowed to a stop, staring up the rise. The earth here was bare, for too much water drained over the hill from the forest to allow plants to take root. Several large rocks were perched haphazardly across the summit. I sat on the largest of the stones when I made my sketches, so I was quite familiar with their landscape. A chill crept down my spine, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. Lady Darby, is something wrong? I swallowed against the lump of dread caught at the back of my throat. I think we should get Philip. Why? I looked up into his puzzled face and gathered my courage. Because one of those rocks has been moved, and I honestly don't think it was the rain that did it. An hour later, we were back on the hill with Philip and a pair of chromaty footmen, along with a few shovels and lanterns. I pulled my pelisse tighter around me as the shadows began to lengthen, and watched the four men take turns with the shovels. Neither Philip nor Gage had wanted me to tag along, and I had seriously considered listening to them, but in our rush to gather reinforcements, I had not shown Gage which rock had been moved. I knew the hill best. I knew where each stone should rest, and how deep they had each settled into the earth. The others did not even Philip, so in the end there had been no choice except for me to join them. Perched on my sketching rock, I pulled my knees up to my chest as the men tossed shovelfuls of dirt up out of the 3-foot-deep hole they dug in the earth. The head-sized stone that had covered the spot had been returned to its original position a few feet away, so that they could excavate the earth underneath. It was all rather eerie, as if the killer had begun a cairn on a little hillock. That is, if I was correct about what lay underneath. I dug my fingers into my upper arms and pulled my gaze away from the growing hole. I was sick with dread over what we might find buried there. Fear and revulsion crawled across my skin and underneath my clothing like an insect. Shuddering, I lifted my face to the wind for a breath of fresh air, not permeated with the scent of freshly turned earth. Philip handed his shovel off to Gage and climbed out of the hole. Moving toward me, he swiped the sweat from his brow with the rolled sleeve of his shirt. The men had abandoned their jackets long ago. "This killer is far too intelligent," he declared, propping his hand